You mean, this guy is only 6'9", about 2.06 meters tall. Inside the Demon Deacons' dedicated training facility at Wake Forest University, ACC, star point guard Chris Paul, dressed in a loose practice uniform, stared blankly ahead as he voiced his confusion. Beside him, the coach's expressions were even more remarkable, especially assistant coach John Bartle and Demon Deacons head coach Kalman Speak. The former beamed as if he had just won the lottery, turning into a relentless chatterbox before general manager Adam Ampua, vividly recounting how he had unearthed this interior gem with extraordinary athletic gifts in some inconspicuous corner of campus. The latter looked relatively composed, yet the shock in his eyes and the scene before him, which utterly challenged the experience he had accumulated over 20 years of coaching, made Coach Speak unconsciously trace a cross over his chest. Dear God. He swallowed involuntarily, his eyes tracking the flying, leaping number 3 on the court, his expression feverish, like the miser Grandette from a Balzac novel, staring fixated at a heap of sudden treasure before him, terrified that someone might rush out and snatch it away. On the court, Demon Deacons guard Justin Gray advanced the ball into the front court, called for a teammate to set a screen, then, after shedding the defender, sliced easily into the paint. With no one stationed beneath the rim, he initially intended to finish the play with a simple floater, but the instant the ball left his hand, a vast shadow large enough to swallow his mere 1.85 meters emerged from the side, as if meticulously premeditated. Smack! A massive yellow palm capable of palming an sized ball with ease violently swatted the orange leather away. The basketball became a fleeting meteor, blasted out of bounds and dropping directly among the courtside camera crew recording the session. The scene left everyone watching from the sideline utterly dumbfounded, for they had just watched that yellow-skinned monster temporarily wearing Paul's jersey soar to a height, with his head nearly level with the rim, to complete this unbelievable block. The one who had executed that volleyball-style swat landed, and immediately, with a look of utter disdain, raised his index finger and wagged it arrogantly in front of the humiliated backdrop, Justin Gray. It was the signature celebration of Dikembe Mutombo, the 4-time NBA Defensive Player of the Year and legendary center then with the Chicago Bulls. Arrogant, borderline insane in his self-belief. That was the first impression Chris Paul formed of Gao. To the first time they met, an assessment of this friend and teammate with whom he would share a lifelong bond of rivalry and camaraderie. Unlike the era's stereotypical Western perception of overseas Chinese as reserved, modest, and unfailingly polite, Gao Da, a tall, broad-shouldered, strikingly handsome sunlit boy, had from the very beginning behaved in ways that far exceeded their expectations. It was an ordinary yet not so ordinary team tryout. The subject of the tryout was precisely Gao Da, the one who had just shattered the Demon Deacons' collective stereotype of Chinese players, a freshman international student from China. On the sideline, Kerry Visser inbound the ball. A senior, he was the Demon Deacons' starting forward and one of the team's key players over the past 2 seasons. Explosive and eye-catching, yet burdened with the typical flaw of an American forward, a rather crude offensive repertoire. He lofted the ball high toward Chris Ellis, the team's starting center. Though only 2.05 meters tall, Ellis had secured the starting 5 spot on this traditional NCAA powerhouse, with his sturdy base, keen sense for rebounds, and rugged interior style. The other players spaced the floor for him as Ellis caught the ball in the restricted area and initiated a post-up, while the trainers courtside began the countdown. Down low, he was like a brown bear, backing down again and again, yet unable to create any space. Behind him, that seemingly slender Chinese player, a full half-head taller, did not so much as yield half a step. Their teammates stood around watching, eager to see Ellis teach this arrogant Asian giant a harsh lesson. Ellis clenched his teeth, forced to turn around hook, only for Gao Da, arms raised behind him, to pluck the ball cleanly from above his head. Yes, you did not missee it. Without even needing to jump, Gao Da simply confiscated Ellis's strained attempt, like a volleyball player intercepting the ball just behind the net. That genuine half-head difference in height, coupled with Gao Da's nearly 2.3-meter wingspan, stretched above, directly unlocked a standing grab block animation. Shit. Utterly embarrassed, Ellis could only curse freak in his heart. After the block, Gao Da handed the ball to Talon Downey, who had rushed back to receive it, then sprinted forward to join the offense. What further stunned everyone courtside was his speed in joining the fast break. From completing the block in the backcourt to arriving in position up front to set a screen, he outran most of the Demon Deacons players, including Talon Downey and Justin Gray, who had both started ahead of him. What's Gao's 3/4 court sprint time? Coach Speak suddenly turned and asked. The assistants responsible for testing player metrics froze for a moment, exchanged blank looks, and realized that none of them could answer. At that moment, assistant coach Bartle, still holding court before the general manager, came to their rescue. Sorry, Kalman. Gao only just joined the team. I didn't have them run him through the physical tests right away. Coach Speak frowned without replying, then turned back to watch the scrimmage. Guard Downey and Gouda initiated a high pick-and-roll Downey's drive, drawing a trapping double team from the two wing forwards, leaving the interior utterly exposed. Rolling hard after the screen, Gouda pointed skyward with one hand. Downey understood and lofted the ball toward the rim. Only the trajectory looked wildly off. Damn it, Talon's decision-making as a playmaker is always this bad. Hasn't the team ever put him through proper passing drills? Watching the ball carve an erratic path through the air, Chris Paul could not help covering his face and grumbling inwardly. But then something astonishing happened. Though Gouda had cut in on the right side of the rim, he rose in tandem with the ball with no time to change direction, yet somehow relying on monstrous core strength, he hung in the air and slid laterally, so that as he neared the hoop the ball drifting left arrived exactly within his reach. And then, bang! An alley-oop reverse dunk of breathtaking brilliance exploded across the court. The rim groaned under the violent pull, the crack of the dunk like sudden spring thunder echoing through the gym, leaving this gathering of NCAA elites utterly slack-jawed. Tomato. No one even cared what that Chinese word sounding vaguely like tomato meant. In everyone's eyes there was only that yellow-skinned beast still hanging from the rim, roaring to vent his surging emotions. A heavy silence blanketed the gym for a full 3 or 4 seconds until Coach Speak's urgent command sliced through the stillness. Go shut down every camera recording courtside. Confiscate all the tapes. Equally dumbfounded by that sequence of defense and offense, Chris Paul stared at the beast roaring atop the rim. In the eyes of this future titan among traditional point guards, fireworks seemed to explode, brilliant colors bursting behind his gaze. Only Chris Ellis, who had hurried over just in time to catch the ball dropping through the net, lifted his head. The Chinese player, now back on the floor, stood before him, and the wolf-like sharpness in those fierce eyes was so intimidating that Ellis did not dare meet his gaze. In that moment, only Paul's earlier soul-piercing question echoed in his mind. You call that 2.06 meters? My name is Wangda. Gouda, a so-called beloved and familiar type of transmigrator. As a member of the greatest invention of the 21st century, the vast army of corporate drones, aside from enjoying the so-called blessing of the 996 work schedule, my only hobbies are playing ball in my spare time and heading to internet cafes to play 2K with friends. As a not-so-hardcore, yet still seasoned fan of the China national team, a Chinese basketball fan, I have witnessed Chinese basketball rise from being the summit of Asia at the end of the 20th century to the glory of the 2008 Olympics, and then to the disastrous defeat in Manila in 2013. From that moment on, my career as a fan of the China national team came to a complete end. What did I do after 2013? As I said above, I went off to become a corporate drone. Joking aside, if the top 8 finish of the Chinese men's team at the 2008 Beijing Olympics was the starting point of our glory, then after the 2013 Asian Games in Manila, it marked the beginning of a steep decline and the curtain call of that brilliance. From then on, Gouda rarely paid attention to news about the CBA or the national team. At most, he would watch matches of veteran stalwarts like Yi Jianlian, while most of his viewing time was spent on the NBA or European basketball. In short, it was all just for fun. One evening after work, while drinking and watching a game with colleagues, I overdid it, stumbled into the bathroom, vomited wildly, and lost consciousness. When he woke up from that single sleep, Gouda had become a Chinese international student of the same name and surname, majoring in psychology at Wake Forest University in North Carolina, USA. Naturally, as a transmigrator, a mandatory system was also part of the package. As it happened, the previous owner of this body had been born into a basketball family. His father had once played as a power forward, then called a second center, for a period in the domestic GIA League in the 1990s. His mother stood at 1.8 meters tall. Although she was not engaged in any sports-related profession, she was remarkably open-minded and had always supported the father and son's basketball pursuits from behind the scenes. At the beginning of this year, March 2004, to be precise, through connections on his father's side, the newly graduated high schooler Gouda was sent to the small city of Winston-Salem in North Carolina, becoming an international student at Wake Forest University. In truth, his father's reasoning for such a choice was easy to understand. He wanted to grasp both academics and basketball. If Gouda failed to break through in professional basketball, he could still return home as a graduate of a prestigious North American university and would never have to worry about making a living. But this raised a question: since his father had such connections, why not let his son enter the domestic youth training system instead? To speak frankly, according to the original memories, his father had indeed wanted from an early age to place his son into the domestic basketball youth system, and he had actually done so. Unfortunately, before the age of 12, the original body had the frame of a bean sprout, standing under 1.7 meters. While other children his age were shooting up in height, there were no signs of growth in him at all. At one point, his father was so anxious that he suspected some rare medical condition, but examinations at major hospitals all showed that everything was normal. The worst conclusion was delayed development. Naturally, after the age of 12, Gauda stopped receiving domestic youth basketball training and, like most children from ordinary families, entered a traditional school to focus on academic studies. Fate, however, seemed to enjoy playing tricks. Just as his father was about to give up on his son's path toward professional basketball in the year that Gauda turned 15, his height suddenly skyrocketed. In just 2 years, he shot up from around 1.75 meters to 2 meters, leaving his father both shocked and overjoyed. Yet a new problem arose at 17 or 18. It was rather late to enter the professional basketball scene in China. Most domestic youth players of that age already had clearly defined roles and were preparing to assault higher-level professional leagues. By contrast, Gauda was merely a showy frame with a bit of basic basketball training. Even his 2-meter height was somewhat awkward. He was not tall enough nor strong or skilled enough to play inside. Yet on the perimeter, he lacked self-created offense organization and court vision. In short, his father saw no hope for him within the domestic system and only then arranged for his son to study. It was precisely at this moment that the other Gauda arrived, bringing along a cheat known as the basketball achievements. From this so-called basketball achievement system, Gauda drew its level star template card from the novice gift pack Amare Stoudemire, 2004-2005 season Phoenix Suns. In his third year in the league, this little tyrant was a beastly high school toe NBA big man who, alongside the Nash the Wind, unleashed the run-and-gun offense that reshaped the league. That season, he averaged 26 points per game and led the Suns to a franchise-best record of 62 wins and 20 losses. In that same year's Western Conference Finals, he poured in an average of 37 points per game over a peak Tim Duncan, though the Spurs still swept them 41 with gentlemanly efficiency. Even so, there is no denying that this power forward, one of the most versatile face-up scorers and the most dazzling explosive players at his position in NBA history, possessed physical gifts that were nothing short of a ceiling for the 4 spot. Drawing this star card within just a few months completely shored up what had been Gauda's greatest weakness, his dynamic physical gifts, elevating them to a level comparable to last year's #1 pick Dwight Howard and the ever-battling NBA warlord Kevin Garnett. Combined with the static physical advantages he already possessed, these two aspects became his greatest strengths in competing in the NCAA. And yet such a prospect, with off-the-charts physical gifts and absolute static advantages for a 5, had only recently been discovered by assistant coach John Bartle of the Wake Forest Demon Deacons. It was hard not to provoke suspicion. You're saying that you grew 10 centimeters in just 3 months. Right after the game, Anderson, the assistant coach responsible for checking Gauda's physical condition, glanced down at the freshly printed report in his hand and asked with a hint of hesitation. The honest man Gauda scratched his head, shyly raised 2 fingers, and made a gesture that would drive countless men in South Korea up the wall. It's just a tiny bit taller. Those words nearly made Chris Paul, who was listening nearby, explode with anger. You call 10 centimeters a tiny bit? Do you have any idea what an extra inch and extra advantage really means? Do you know how many young men yearning to grow taller and stronger have cried helplessly into their pillows late at night? Unaware of Paul's resentful little glances, the bespectacled assistant coach lowered his head again to review Gauda's file. Gau, your entrance physical report shows that when you checked in this March you were only 2.01 meters tall. By your explanation, your current height should be 6 feet 11 inches to 11 meters. His gaze filtered through thick lenses carried an indescribable scrutiny and pressure. As soon as that number was spoken aloud, Gauda could clearly feel many eyes around him turning his way. Taking a deep breath, this thick-skinned fellow, his face as unflappable as a city wall, replied without flushing or erasing heart, "You must have misread it, sir. I am absolutely 100% built like a genuine 4. He deliberately emphasized the words 4 spot. After a brief moment of astonishment, the assistant coach in front of him quickly grasped his meaning. And at this moment, Gauda's intent could not have been clearer. Play center at the 5. It's harder, more grueling, worse for padding stats. And in the NBA, I'd have to bang with Shaq. No way I'm doing that. In this training match, specifically designed for special recruits of the team, the focus of evaluation, Gauda led the Devils' steward team to a 2-point victory over the main team with a final score of 4-3-4-1. Gauda submitted a performance report of 18 points, 7 rebounds, 2 assists, 4 blocks, and 4 turnovers, leaving the team manager, physical trainer, and assistant coach on the sidelines in awe of his displayed talent on the court. Gauda was like a lion unleashing his fury on the court, with no one able to stop his assault on the basket. He reminds me of Strohmeyer from the Grizzlies and the genius high school player who was just selected by Atlanta this summer. Head coach Spick glanced at the enthusiastic assistant coach Bartle, already knowing what he was about to say. Josh Smith, a genius high school student from Georgia College Park, who last year's Ziffer set a new single-season scoring record for players at Oak Hill Academy in North America with 980 points. This record was later broken by Brandon Jennings with 1130 points. He is a super talented forward overflowing with athletic prowess with a draft report that lights up almost all historic player talents except for his crude offensive skills. He even possesses a rare playmaking ability in the paint for this era. He has been dubbed a low-cost LeBron James by the Boston Globe, proving how enticing his dynamic talent is. But I feel he resembles the high school player selected by Orlando this year. Paul stood by the sidelines stroking his chin. His abrupt interjection into the coach's conversation seemed a bit out of place, but no one ignored his remark. This guy always smiling has a face that everyone finds tiresome, but undeniably his potential on the defensive end is enough to make him a formidable rim protector for an NBA team. It's in your heart. Most people present silently criticized Paul's tendency to judge by appearance, yet they all agreed with his assessment. Team manager Adam Ampiria patted Coach Spick on the shoulder. Chris is right. We need someone who can cover for the other 4 players on the court defensively. You know, Ethan, we lost to St. Joseph's University this year. He glanced at Chris Paul, intentionally lowering his voice. We cannot solely rely on the 1 and 3 positions to solve problems. A team without a strong center to protect the rim faces severe consequences. Despite Wake Forest's impressive performance in this year's March Madness advancing to the Sweet 16, the exposed issues have made other powerhouse colleges in the same division start to take note of this team centered around the 1 position. Chris Paul, the ACC Rookie of the Year, chose to stay in school, indicating that Wake Forest's tactical approach will remain unchanged next year. In this year's 0-4 March Madness, they faced St. Joseph's, led by Jamal Nelson, who scored 2 critical late-game shots, undeniably revealing the most fatal flaw of this traditional powerhouse from the Atlantic Coast: their lack of a traditional center for rim protection. This made them vulnerable to being caught up or even overtaken by their opponents at crucial moments. Coach Spick's expression revealed no signs of joy or anger. He simply turned to a white assistant coach and asked, "Is the physical testing equipment ready?" The assistant coach looked taken aback. "Shouldn't we test it before the game? Or wait until tomorrow?" He was interrupted before finishing. "Tonight, no later than 6 o'clock. I want to see Gao's latest physical testing data report on my desk within 2 hours after this game." With that, he prepared to leave with the team manager. Everyone present quickly understood what they were about to do: prepare to register Gao to the Chinese exchange student with the school and NCA. This process, when expedited, would still take at least 3 days. "Hello, Gao? This is the team's general manager, Adam. I am the head coach of the Devils steward team, Carlman Spick. Nice to meet you." At that moment, the players in the scrimmage happened to take a break, and 2 team trainers surrounded Gao ready to check his real-time physical condition in order to formulate an initial training plan and personal development direction. Just as Coach Spick was about to leave, the 2 of them proactively approached Gao and extended their hands for introductions. "Hello, gentlemen." Gao was sitting on the sideline drying off his sweat with a towel. Upon hearing the introductions from the 2 sharply dressed men in front of him, he immediately stood up to shake their hands. Interestingly, in greeting Adam Ampiria, who was white, Gao exchanged a normal handshake, signifying a friendly acknowledgement. In contrast, when facing Coach Spick, who obviously had a mixed-race background, Gao opted for a fist bump and embrace, clearly a good habit of adapting to local customs. Unbeknownst to him, this gesture left a favorable impression on Coach Spick, who held considerable sway. "Forgive me for being presumptuous, but it's truly incredible. With such explosiveness and height, it's hard to imagine you're a native Asian player." Coach Spick gazed at the towering figure before him with astonishment, clearly showing that he genuinely admired Gao. "Don't get me wrong, it was purely admiration." Gao simply smiled and humorously joked, "If I had Yao Ming's height and shooting touch, I would never choose to play this way, relying on my body to score. Because that would likely lead me to hold a retirement ceremony before I turn 30. His statement was met with approval from the 2 important figures before him. Speaking of the second-year Asian lottery pick from Houston, they too found it astonishing. If today Gao showcased the ceiling level of athletic talent among Asian players, then Yao Ming demonstrated the pinnacle of post-offensive talent and basketball IQ in the history of the sport. The former is a crucial threshold to become a competent NBA starter, while the latter is one of the essential requirements on the path to superstardom. These are 2 drastically different styles of play, yet both have shattered the preconceived notions of fans worldwide regarding Asian players. After some pleasantries, a few minutes later, Coach Spick officially extended an invitation to Gao. "Gao, would you like to join the Devils steward team?" Upon hearing this, the general manager, Adam, seemed to feel that such blunt words wouldn't attract Gao, so he added, "We have a complete team system that rivals NBA standards, including assistant coaches, professional and targeted training teams, comprehensive team tactics, physical trainers, and all necessary training facilities. They will create a dedicated training space for you and tailor a training plan. Oh, and also a top-tier college basketball atmosphere. You know, Chris Paul, one of the best point guards in the entire country college, was just selected to the Atlantic Coast Conference all-defensive team last year. He made it to the Sweet 16 in his first year, and your combination with him will form an OK duo. in the NCAA. After pausing for 2 seconds, seeming to feel that this wasn't attractive enough, he continued, "Are you ready to enter the NBA and become a superstar like Yao in Houston?" He lifted his head, keenly observing the towering Chinese player in front of him, hoping to catch a hint of excitement on the young man's face. Unfortunately, he couldn't discern any expression of surprise or honored delight from Gaudet's smiling face. This young man, with exceptional athletic talent, seemed to possess many refined and wise qualities typical of Asians, and had a habit of keeping his emotions in check. Faced with Amperia's olive branch, he wasn't swept away by joy. "No, I don't wish to become a supercenter like Yao Ming." His words nearly caused the two sharply dressed, middle-aged men to break into a cold sweat, their expressions filled with surprise and confusion. They instinctively opened their mouths to inquire, but Gaudet's next statement made them relax. "I told you I'm a pure 4. In my hometown, the guys on the court prefer to call me the Kevin Garnett of the Chinese." Kevin Garnett. This self-promotion made the faces of the two men twitch, leaving them speechless. Coach Spick couldn't help but internally scoff. These young people coming up with ridiculous excuses just to avoid playing the 5 position. "So does this mean you're agreeing to join the Devil's Steward team? If you're concerned about financial matters, I believe the team can offer you a full basketball scholarship." "I appreciate it, sir, but at the very least I need you to arrange a dormitory for me. You know, although Vancouver's area and population isn't huge, rent isn't cheap, especially for a newcomer like me." Gauda, born on February 27, 1986, is a freshman majoring in psychology at Wei Koo Sun Lin University. Barefoot, height 6 feet 9 inches, subject to verification, weight 226 pounds, 103 kilograms, wingspan 7 feet 5 inches, 226 centimeters, standing reach 9 feet 5 inches, 289 centimeters, running reach 12. 63 feet, 385 centimeters, 84 kilograms, bench press for 9 reps. Standing vertical jump 34. 25 inches, 87 centimeters, running vertical 38 inches, 96. 52 centimeters, 3/4 court sprint 3. 67s. Lateral movement speed excellent, stationary positioning speed excellent. Player templates Xiao En Kan Pu A Ma Lei Si Tata My Air. Late at night, Coach C. Pick sat in his office staring at the thin physical test report on his desk. His face flushed, and his bloodshot eyes betrayed an excitement he could not hide. But soon his brow knitted into a tight crease. He chain-smoked one cigarette after another until the whole office filled with smoke, so thick he could not see his hand. As a veteran head coach with many years of college basketball experience, he had few marquee honors, yet was undeniably a competent team leader. Still, there were too many baffling aspects in the test results for this man named Gauda. First of all, an Asian, among yellow-skinned peoples traditionally regarded as having weaker average physical attributes, had produced a monster whose static and dynamic gifts rivaled the very ceiling usually reserved for black athletes. Indeed, in Coach C. Pick's eyes, Gauda had already become synonymous with the word monster. Moreover, judging by every metric on the report, this Chinese exchange student named Gauda was a superlative prodigy born for competitive sport. Even if he had never played a single game or earned any honors before, this single set of measurements alone made him worth a late first-round gamble in next year's draft for any NBA team. A height of 2'11", a big man whose mobility and agility rival NBA guards, would already be stunning. If he also possessed an 87 centimeters standing vertical, a 96 centimeters running vertical, and an almost 2'3" wingspan. Any basketball fan with even a passing knowledge would tell you such an athlete has existed in NBA history, but only one truly embodied that profile. The apex wolf reigning over the frigid courts of Minnesota, Kai Wen-Jianiite. That newly crowned league MVP had just led the Sun Lin Lang to a franchise-best 5,824 regular season, and in the MVP voting secured the 0304 NBA regular season honor, with over 97 of first-place votes outpacing stars such as Deng Kin and Xiao and Ayer. Among later-generation NBA fans, a certain conversation became legendary if a player averages 8 points. Wow, that must be an exceptional scoring superstar. And adds 7 assists and 1 steal. That would be a top-tier floor general. What if you add 14, 8 rebounds and 2 blocks? Impossible. There is no such player in the world. Such a player. His name was Kai Wen-Jianiite, a genuine on-court behemoth capable of playing from 1 through 5. And Gaudet's test results instantly brought this league superstar to Coach C. Pick's mind. One had to admit that in terms of physical talent, the freshman, who had just joined the Wei Koo Sun Lin University Mo Guizhishir team, seemed blessed by providence. For NBA-level scouts, the measure of a draft prospect's value does not primarily rest on how stellar his college statistics are. Of course, those numbers carry weight. But more importantly, scouts assess the potential the player displays. In other words, his talent. Technical traits and developmental direction are not problems for professional NBA coaching staffs. As long as a player has room to grow youth and abundant upside, he can secure a very high draft slot. Recent examples include this year's top pick Da Huai Te Hua Hua, the fourth pick Xiao and Li Wen Si Dun, and the prodigious guard from Lincoln High School in New York Saiba, CD, and Tayer Fayer, the nephew of former NBA star Mabu Li. All three were nationally renowned five-star high school talents who each graced the cover of a Sports Illustrated issue during their high school careers, archetypal prodigies. Further back are examples like Ku Bai Bu Lian, Te the Wolf King Kai Wenjia Nei Te, and Tai Sun Qian De Lo. This is why Coach C. Pick and everyone at the Mo Guizhishir team were elated to discover Gauda. They knew the team might gain a second NBA caliber star, that Kuli Si Bao Luo would no longer stand alone, and that the club's interior strength would be bolstered. So which college team should they pick for the warm-up games? Moving his mouse, Coach C. Pick opened his computer late at night and played pulse-quickening, face-flushing game footage. Don't get the wrong idea. He was watching last season's divisional game between Beikajoda and Zuizhi Yili Gong Shui Yuan. The team assigned you as my roommate. Kuli Si. At 10 o'clock in a Georgian-style apartment building, Gauda, who had just hauled his luggage into the room, heard the door open and hurried out to greet his roommate. The result was obvious from the surprised yet pleased note in his voice. It was clear he approved of this new roommate. Kuli Si Bao Luo, whose wardrobe hinted at West Coast swagger, shrugged a gilded chain off his chest, left his shoes on as he walked and fetched a drink from the fridge. Without looking at Gauda, collapsed onto the sofa. Gauda had just cleaned and turned on the TV. Kuli Si Bao Luo made no effort to acknowledge his newly arrived roommate. From his manner, it was plain he had known for some time he would be rooming with a Chinese exchange student, and like Gauda, he was reluctant to share a roof. A rush of later-era information about this 58 tragedy victim flashed through his mind. Gauda puzzled it over for a long while and found that the memory that lingered most vividly was the on-court passionate episode between this man and a certain towering center. The two remained silent for quite some time. Eventually, in this awkward atmosphere, Gauda turned and entered the room to continue tidying up. After he had organized everything and arranged the room neatly, he suddenly realized he seemed to have missed his sixth meal of the day. Indeed, ever since the system had loaded the little C-Star card for him, he had transformed into a different person over these past few months. Not only had his height, wingspan, and weight skyrocketed, but his appetite had also become terrifying. 6 meals a day had become his standard, and during the initial adjustment period, he had to replenish a large amount of high-calorie, high-protein food almost every hour. As time progressed, he found himself awakened multiple times at night by hunger, getting up to find food to replenish his energy. In America, Gauda was not accustomed to the typical white cuisine, quickly becoming bored with fried chicken burgers and steaks. Therefore, during this time, he had developed the good habit of providing for himself, dedicating time to studying the various cooking methods and techniques of Chinese cuisine, which successfully illuminated his cooking skill. The dishes he prepared could not be compared to those made by professional chefs, but in this foreign land, being able to taste the flavors of home was already a luxury. Besides, Gauda had not been unfamiliar with the Chinese food in Chinatown. Compared to the so-called General Tso's chicken and North American-style Kung Pao chicken, the dishes he made could definitely be considered delicacies. He rummaged through some essential spices sent from home, took out a complete set of pots and pans from his luggage, and after a satisfied check to confirm nothing was damaged, he left the room to prepare a late-night snack for himself. Passing through the living room, he noticed that Paul had no intention of going to sleep. The guy was nestled on the sofa, engrossed in watching NBC's hottest talk show, The Tonight Show. The host of this variety show was not the humorous and approachable Jimmy Fallon from the future, but since its premiere in 1954, its ratings had remained high, making it one of the best talk shows in the hearts of the American people. Gauda found it puzzling that Chris Paul, a star player in the team and a top-tier celebrity at Wake Forest University, chose to stay in the dormitory at night watching a reality show instead of hitting the bars or throwing a party. However, he did not have much time to ponder this question. He was currently only focused on satisfying his hunger. He took out the fresh ingredients he had just bought at Walmart after leaving the training facility, including pork, ham, steak, tomatoes, eggs, and self-sufficient seasoning ingredients like scallions, ginger, and garlic to remove the fishy smell, then walked into the kitchen and heated the oil in a seamless process. Soon the kitchen was filled with waves of delicious aromas. At midnight, Paul, who had barely eaten much for dinner, was aware that the nutritionist of the Devil's Servants team was definitely the least professional in the NCAA. Players' daily diets were regulated down to minute details, but the taste of each meal. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Even a white person who liked white cuisine would shake their head and curse, saying, "This is so damn awful." This previously unheard-of marvelous aroma successfully whetted Chris Paul's appetite, and his attention quickly shifted from the television to the brightly lit kitchen. What is this big guy doing? How could such a strange aroma be coming from there? It's like the apple that the black serpent tempted Eve with in the Bible. Paul sniffed hard, his gaze piercing through the thick glass door of the kitchen to the busy figure of Gao De, filled with curiosity and inquiry. An hour later, Gao De, donning a specially made bare apron, placed 5 dishes on the table. The mixed aromas of various fresh ingredients infused with the essence of the cooking process instantly filled the apartment. Sweet and sour pork, fish-flavored shredded beef, tomato, and egg soup, braised beef, with potatoes cold shredded. These 5 simple dishes, which would be considered ordinary home-cooked meals back in the country, were vibrant in color and bursting with fragrance, both visually appealing and delicious. It's a pity I need to control my carbohydrate intake now. Gazing at the table filled with mouth-watering dishes, Gao De swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his expression filled with regret. After hesitating for a moment, he ultimately couldn't resist the temptation of the freshly cooked rice, grabbing 2 bowls the size of human heads. Yes, you heard it right, using bowls to hold the rice. Embracing the thought of this is the last sinful intake of carbohydrates this year. From now on, I will not coexist with sin carbohydrates. Gao De couldn't suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth as he filled a bowl with wuchang rice. As he was about to leave the kitchen, passing by the poor rice cooker, he caught a glimpse of the nearly empty pot and suddenly felt guilty, scooping a small spoonful of rice back. Having completed all this, Gao De finally felt satisfied and prepared to eat. He returned to the living room, sitting at the dining table less than 20 feet from the sofa, and began to eat the delicious food. In an instant, the entire living room was filled with the sounds of Gao De's chewing, accompanied by the delightful aromas of the food. Paul, who was also hungry, initially tried to pretend he didn't notice, for even if he were starving, he would never lower himself to ask this simple-minded, physically strong big guy for a bite of food. Of course, this first point guard was a title he had given himself. The likes of Darren Williams from the University of Illinois and Raymond Felton from North Carolina were not players he could easily claim to surpass at this stage, especially with Felton seemingly outpacing the other 2 young point guards. But with Gao De's eating more tempting than that of a food streamer and the dishes on the table disappearing at an observable rate, Chris Paul clearly felt a sense of urgency. Damn, Gao, didn't they say Chinese people are very hospitable? As a roommate, doesn't this guy know to invite me to try a taste of his hometown's flavors? If that's the case, the great successor to Duncan, the greatest point guard in Devil's Servants history, the esteemed Mr. Chris Paul, could lower himself to accompany this big guy for dinner. Watching Gao De eat with increasing relish, the peculiar aroma of Chinese food lingering in his nose felt like millions of ants crawling on his heart, making Paul restless and his mouth water, yet he felt embarrassed to speak up. Thus the stubborn Paul prepared to ignore it, angrily shutting off the television and getting up to head back to his room. However, with this movement, he successfully pulled Gao De, who was immersed in the live eating broadcast, back to reality. Looking up, he saw Chris Paul with a frown getting up from the sofa, and he finally realized he had been somewhat impolite. After all, Paul had been living here for a year and was a core player on the team. His earlier actions were indeed inappropriate. Before Paul reached the door to his room, Gao De finally spoke his second sentence to Paul. "Do you want to eat together, Chris?" He thought his invitation would be rejected, but unexpectedly Paul, who had just placed his hand on the doorknob, suddenly paused. However, he did not respond immediately, seemingly in hesitation. Gao De felt a surge of joy. This was a great opportunity to strengthen his relationship with Paul. If he could get along well with this guy, wouldn't he be able to enjoy all the benefits on the court in the future? Thus, thinking Paul was worried about the leftovers, Gao De hurriedly said, "Paul, no, Chris. Wait a moment, I'll make you some more." Saying that, Gao De quickly opened the refrigerator, took out some cheese steak and ribs, and walked into the kitchen, starting a new round of delicious cooking. By the time Gao De was nearly done, nearly 20 minutes had passed. When he brought out the 2 new dishes, black pepper beef strips and onion stir-fried meat, he found that Chris Paul, who had just been standing at the door, was now sitting in the position Gao De had just vacated. He was using a fork and knife to awkwardly get the food from the bowl of untouched rice, and awkwardly bringing the food to his mouth in a very strange manner. The rich and varied flavor characteristics of Chinese cuisine struck Paul's taste buds, which had been dormant for 20 years, immediately. Each ingredient's unique texture and flavor blended perfectly together, flooding his mouth, instantaneously showcasing the diversity in every dish. Paul was left in shock. He had eaten in Chinese restaurants in Chinatown before, where the prices were steep and the flavors peculiar. As an American, even he found it hard to adapt to the modified bad Chinese food, let alone a true Chinese person. But the dishes made by Gao De were different. They perfectly replicated the charm of Chinese cuisine, revealing a feast for the taste buds in front of Paul, who had never experienced such flavors before, making him fall in love with this feeling instantly. "Oh my God, I swear this is simply the best food I have ever eaten in my life." Paul was devouring the dishes on the table at an incredible speed. Even the 2 new dishes Gao De had just prepared did not escape his appetite, and quickly disappeared in the collaboration of the 2. Smack! In no time, the clean plate action was completed in less than 5 minutes. Rubbing his slightly bloated belly, Paul collapsed in satisfaction onto the chair, exclaiming with contentment, "Gao, you can definitely get a sports nutritionist certification. You should help clean up the unhealthy practices in the American nutritionist industry. The meals they prepare are nothing but garbage compared to yours." In this way, without much verbal communication, Paul and Gao successfully drew closer through the medium of traditional Chinese cuisine. Gao, picking his teeth, happily accepted Paul's form of praise. "Big guy, can I eat the Chinese food you make every day from now on?" Paul's eyes shone with an intense desire as he looked at Gao with anticipation. "I'm afraid not, Chris." Paul's expression instantly darkened. After eating such a delicious meal today, if he had to go back to the days of raw chicken breast juice, dry bread, and vegetables, he felt he would definitely go insane. "But we can occasionally cook together." After all, the new season was about to start, and the coach and teammates surely wouldn't want to see us looking like inflated swimming rings. Gao's vivid metaphor successfully amused Paul, who usually had a stern demeanor. This was the first time he felt a different kind of fondness for his new roommate. Just as Coach Speak had privately told him today, "Chris, Gao will be your strongest ally this year. Add some points for me." "Congratulations, host. You have successfully formed a bond with the future defender of the Alliance. 1. Reward settlement in progress." At night, lying on the extended custom-made bed, Gao tossed and turned, his excitement and joy evident. At this moment, a virtual screen appeared before him, visible only to him, named Gao. Age 18 years, 6 months, and 24 days. Height 2.11 m, weight 103 kilograms, wingspan 2.26 m, static talent S, rank dynamic talent SS. Star player card pool 0405, season Amare Stoudemire. Offensive attributes: ball control 47, mid-range 85-93, growing 3.29, dunk 90-98, growing breakthrough 67-85, growing organization 70-75, under the basket 70-90, free throw 67-80. Defensive attributes: perimeter defense 62, interior defense 7,780, rebounds 82-88, blocks 66-82. Physical attributes: strength 82-89, jump 95-95, speed 80-85, stamina 88-93, explosion 88-95. Health status: copper steel body, initial enhancement of player injury resistance. Offensive and defensive badges: none. Current achievement points 2,500, can be exchanged for 2 enhancement points. Gao carefully examined his player data panel and noticed an option for enhancement appeared after each data point. This should be the legendary Deep Blue Points enhancement. However, this nearly unlimited enhancement option is not without restrictions. Enhancements can only be applied when the data is supported by a star player card. This means that if Gao cannot complete system tasks in the future to obtain star player cards with new enhancement limits, then no matter how many enhancement points he has, it will be futile. Moreover, the only 2,500 achievement points he had were earned from joining the Devil's Steward team today and establishing a meal friendship with Paul. In other words, achievement points do not have a stable source of acquisition. It all relies on Gao's own exploration to meet the system's implicit requirements. He lay in bed, his mind constantly recalling the confrontation with the school team members earlier today. It wasn't hard to realize. His tactical understanding and court awareness still had a long way to go to match NBA players, but relying on the growth bonus from the Stoudemire star card, he could dominate in college leagues like the NCAA with just the innate advantages of his body. Moreover, this was under the condition that the Stoudemire star card had not yet fully transformed his body. It could be foreseen that once the enhancement effects brought by this star card fully integrated into his body, he would surely be able to make a living even in the NBA, where fierce competition abounds. At this stage, Gao's goal was very simple: to make a name for himself in the NCAA. First, then attract the attention of NBA scouts through high exposure and media coverage, ultimately aiming for a good draft position in next year's NBA draft. Joining the Wake Forest University Demon Deacons was just the first step. As a traditional NCAA team that has nurtured 28 NBA players, including Tim Duncan, Josh Howard, and Chris Paul, Wake Forest University has never claimed the national championship title in March Madness, but it has had 1 Final Four appearance, 6 Sweet 16 appearances, and 9 appearances in the round of 32. In fact, this college team situation is quite awkward in their league, the ACC Atlantic Coast Conference. There are perennial championship favorites like Duke and North Carolina, which hold a dominant position in the nation. Duke Blue Devils, North Carolina Tar Heels. These two teams need no further introduction. They are the prestigious programs in North American college basketball, having produced numerous well-known stars for the NBA, the most famous being His Airness Michael Jordan. However, apart from these, the other college teams in the ACC seem rather average. Only North Carolina State, Wake Forest University, and the University of Maryland rank next to Duke and North Carolina. In other major conferences like the Big 12, American Athletic Conference AAC, and Southeastern Conference teams are strong contenders for the championship year after year. Unfortunately, in the ACC, North Carolina and Duke are two insurmountable mountains. In recent years, the Maryland Terrapins have risen unexpectedly, winning the NCAA championship in 2002, while Wake Forest produced one of the new generation's top three-point guards, Chris Paul, which has slightly attracted attention away from these two basketball powerhouses. Other college teams like the Clemson Tigers, Florida State Seminoles, and Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets have collectively had barely enough appearances in March Madness to count on one hand. Georgia Tech has recently produced a talented point guard, Jarrett Jack from Maryland, who led the East Region's 6th seed, the Yellow Jackets, to an unexpected run to the NCAA championship finals, successfully taking over the torch from the former star player Chris Bosh, who was drafted 4th overall in 2003. Aside from that, the school has had a rather mediocre record in the ACC. As for the Demon Deacons, they won the regular season championship of the Atlantic Coast Conference last season, with the Maryland trio being selected by NBA teams in the 02-03 drafts. Chris Paul's Wake Forest Demon Deacons and Georgia Tech's Yellow Jackets became the only two college teams in the same conference that could compete with Duke and North Carolina. Maryland's trio Lonnie Baxter won Dixon Steve Blake last season. Wake Forest was rated by the Associated Press as the 6th best team in the nation, with none of the teams ranked above them being anything but leaders in their respective conferences. Of course, it is an established fact that there are two leaders in the Atlantic Coast Conference. However, it means that this year fewer than 5 teams in the entire United States could be considered stronger than the Wake Forest Demon Deacons. This statement may be somewhat one-sided, but it undoubtedly represents the highest acknowledgement of Chris Paul's Wake Forest basketball team. Even a strong team like Wake Forest was eliminated by St. Joseph's University after 2 overtimes in this year's Sweet 16, which was unacceptable for the entire Demon Deacons team, who had advanced as the 3rd seed in the East region. After a meeting summary by the team management and coaching staff, they realized that the gap in strength between their inside and outside players was too great, and the rebounding ability of the 4 and 5 positions was too poor, often resulting in opponents gaining offensive rebounds in crucial moments. So in the new season, to avoid wasting Chris Paul's last year in college, head coach Speak planned to focus on strengthening the interior, and Gowda appeared before him like a shooting star from the heavens. It is not difficult to understand why this guy looked at Gowda with such an aggressive gaze. Gowda, don't underestimate the bond between Chris and me. Time quickly moved to the next day. At 6 in the morning, Chris Paul was awakened from his deep sleep by the alarm clock. This was the signal for the start of his new day, a habit he had maintained for many years. Just as he got out of bed and prepared to wash up, he opened the door and saw Gowda sitting on the sofa, dressed neatly, looking like he was about to leave for a long trip. "Good morning, Chris." Gowda raised his hand and greeted his roommate. "Hey, pal. Are you going to the gym?" Looking at the basketball next to Gowda and the sports bag filled with gear, Paul, wearing Winnie the Pooh pajamas, was somewhat incredulous. "Yes, I just joined the team yesterday. I think I need to go to the training facility early every day to warm up. I've already prepared breakfast. The milk is in the thermos in the kitchen. Remember to take it out to eat." After saying that, Gowda was about to get up and leave the apartment, but Paul called out to him hesitatingly, saying, Are you going to?" Gowda was somewhat surprised, glancing at his wrist to check the time. "Are you sure you want to go to the gym at this hour? The team doesn't meet until 10. Seeing Gowda's incredulous expression, the last remnants of sleep disappeared from Paul, and he felt a bit annoyed. "You damned big fool, who do you look down on? I go to the gym at this time every day, okay? Moreover, you alone can't open the locker room and gym's doors without a key. Security Damien and I are quite familiar. He left me a spare key." Upon hearing this explanation, Gowda looked enlightened, feeling fortunate that Chris woke up early, otherwise he might have recklessly gone to the team training facility and found the door locked. So he sat back down on the sofa, seemingly prepared to wait for Paul to set off together. The other, feeling belittled, snorted lightly, glanced at Gowda sitting on the sofa, and proudly went into the bathroom to wash up. About 10 minutes later, under the golden sunlight of the morning, the silhouettes of Gowda and Paul appeared on the campus of Wake Forest University. In this academy filled with Georgian decor, the shadows of the two, one tall and one short, walked side by side, stretching infinitely long. That warm feeling was like that of a harmonious father and son. Around 9:30 in the morning, as Coach Spick parked his old Ford SUV and was about to push open the training facility's large door to enter, bang, 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 bang. A rhythmic sound of basketballs hitting the floor entered his ears, accompanied by a chorus of laughter and shouts. His steps involuntarily slowed, realizing that today there were more players arriving early at the training facility than just Chris. Coach Spick nodded comfortingly, greeting the staff members passing by with a nod, and after saying good morning, he entered the gym. He did not go to the third-floor office as usual. Instead, he clutched his briefcase and made his way to the spacious training area. Bang! Creak, creak. Shit! Damn it, you big fool, can you only dunk? Chris Paul, dressed in a short-sleeved training outfit, was already sweating profusely, currently expressing his grievances towards the guy hanging on the rim behind him with a friendly greeting. "Why didn't the coaching staff check your brain in yesterday's physical test? Do I have to tell them that you were just a rough guy who can only finish at the rim? Damn it, you're practically a beast, uncivilized by human civilization." In the face of Pau's accusations, Gauda wore a nonchalant smile, and with a bang, he landed, picked up the basketball, walked up to Pau, and forcefully shoved the ball into Pau's arms so hard that he nearly knocked the 183-meter Pau off his feet. If a problem can be solved with physicality, there's no need to use your brain. As for the beast moniker, Chris. Before I came to America, I scored 107 on the TOEFL IBT and 2320 on the SSAT. After saying this, Gauda extended two fingers. "They'll be sure to save 2 months' worth of socks for you, Chris." Listening to him flaunt his success for the umpteenth time today, Paul felt like he could grind his back teeth to powder. This guy is truly infuriating. You can't blame Pau for being narrow-minded. After all, anyone who gets humiliated on the court by someone using self-throw-one-dunk methods over 10 times would feel murderous intent. Moreover, Gauda, who dared not show off his dribbling skills in front of Paul, had been scoring all morning using this method repeatedly, making Chris Paul the best point guard in the ACC suffer during the standard American unknown matches. "Hey boys." Suddenly Coach Spick appeared, interrupting the two's 3-hour-long unknown session. Upon seeing the coach standing at the sidelines, both Gauda and Paul simultaneously turned serious. "Sir, boss." Their titles were inconsistent, but it was evident that Paul was more familiar when addressed. "Indeed. The team's choice to make you roommates was correct. You two can generate a good positive chemistry." The satisfied gaze of Coach Spick continually surveyed the two sweaty men, confirming their speculations. "The coaching staff will implement a specialized training plan based on your physical test data and technical shortcomings. If you have any suggestions in this regard, feel free to communicate with me in a timely manner." Gauda nodded. Yesterday afternoon, he had already proven his strength and talent to everyone in this college team, including the head coach Spick in front of him. Therefore, the coaching staff's emphasis on him was evident. "I request to be separated from this guy during the training match this morning." Paul, still angry, actively proposed his idea, but was decisively rejected by Coach Spick. "No, Chris. You not only cannot be separated from Gao, but you must also play the role of Gao's passer well. We don't have much time left. In the coming week, you must develop enough chemistry with Gao and perform well on the court." Coach Spick's expression was serious. "Next month we will face our first opponent of the new season. Although it isn't a regular season game, we must take this warm-up match seriously." Paul was not the type to be swayed by emotions. Except for some extreme situations, his performance on the court could be described as calm. The earlier dispute with Gao stemmed more from the petty squabbles between newly acquainted friends. Of course, if Gauda were willing to give him some face and cancel the punishment of washing 2 months' worth of socks, even the magnanimous Chris Paul could forgive Gauda this annoying new roommate. But evidently, "Don't forget our wager, Chris." After Coach Spick left, Gauda leaned in, whispering in Paul's ear, "He'll make sure you uphold your promise." Paul angrily swung his fist at Gauda, vowing to teach this extremely annoying Chinese good roommate a lesson, a pow punch attack. "Damn it. Why did you hit my knee, Chris? You bastard, you'll pay for this." The morning training session of the team primarily focused on specialized individual training. Led by Chris Paul, the guards conducted individual drills on ball handling. Under the guidance of the assistant coach, they formed pairs and practiced dribbling through obstacles on the court, ultimately completing passes and layup assists. Meanwhile, the newly joined Gauda trained with Ellis on footwork in the paint, focusing on hook shots, back-to-the-basket moves, and turning techniques for finishing at the rim. Notably, Gauda demonstrated an extraordinary mid-range shooting percentage during the morning training, particularly hitting an impressive 87 out of 100 attempts from just outside the paint. His close to 90% shooting accuracy from mid-range caught the attention of Coach Spick, while assistant coach John Bartle, who was directly overseeing Gauda's special training, also displayed a look of surprise. Clearly, he had no prior knowledge of Gauda, the Chinese exchange student, having such a stable mid-range shot. The coaching staff quickly developed a training plan focusing on contested mid-range shots for him. The afternoon scrimmage needed no further explanation. Gauda was able to complete alley-oop dunks over opponents standing at 2.06 m, relying solely on his exceptional physique. Despite his average rebounding instincts, he managed to grab 15 rebounds in a training game, including 6 offensive boards, showcasing his beast-like athleticism aided by a rebounding attribute of 82. On the defensive end, Gauda showed immense potential, but his somewhat impatient shot-blocking habits made him susceptible to opponents' fakes, especially against seasoned players like Chris Paul, often resulting in him conceding 2 free throws. These strengths and weaknesses were meticulously recorded by the trainers under Coach Spick's guidance for targeted training in the upcoming days. After a week of specialized training, Gaudet's improvements on both ends of the court were evident, particularly in correcting some of his bad habits. The coaching team of the Devil's Advocate found this progress very satisfying. Initially, they believed that while Gaudet had received foundational training from a youth development system in the Eastern Superpower, most of his technical training had revolved around ball handling and shooting. This was primarily because Gaudet developed later and his physique was not initially considered suited for playing inside. His skills and footwork in the post, as well as his defensive performance, relied heavily on his exceptional dynamic talent. Indeed, Gaudet's current performance appeared to them like an uncut diamond. His physical attributes made him qualified to be an NBA caliber big man, but his biggest flaws remained his crude offensive techniques and defensive habits in the paint. Meanwhile, Gaudet's strengths, or rather the impressive aspects he displayed during this time, were quite astonishing. A player standing at 2'11" not only possessed the mobility comparable to guards, allowing him to execute aerial plays and defensive rotations in the paint at will, but also had a mid-range shooting percentage exceeding that of many NCAA guards, which opened up numerous possibilities once he posed a shooting threat. In just this week, Coach Speck's tactical board had accumulated 11 new face-up offensive strategies initiated by power forwards. It is worth noting that the Wake Forest Devil's Advocate is a college team centered around their point guard, and their lack of a strong inside presence over the past 2 seasons has become a recognized weakness. In this context, adding a versatile big man who can play both the 4 and 5 positions undoubtedly adds a secret weapon for the team to conquer their opponents. If they face an opponent with strong perimeter defense, they can entirely rely on Gaudet to open up the game, as he can create the same level of pressure on the perimeter as Chris Paul, while also assisting teammates for layup scores. In summary, Gaudet's presence has instilled hope for tactical diversity in the coaching staff of the Devil's Advocate. Soon they will welcome their first opponent of the 04-05 season at the Joel Coliseum. Gaudet will also make his NCAA debut. On October 4th, the Wake Forest Devil's Advocate faced their first challenger of the new season, the North Carolina State Wolfpack, from the same conference. Not just a letters difference. Although this college team's strength is far inferior to that of North Carolina, which boasts 4 potential NBA players, they should not be underestimated. They feature Julius Hodge, projected as the 20th pick in next year's NBA draft, and second-round pick forward Deon Thompson. The former recently won the ACC Player of the Year award, averaging 14.7 points, 4.5 rebounds, and 2 assists, making him one of the most outstanding players in North Carolina State's history. Standing 6 feet 7 inches, 2.01 he plays as a shooting guard, possesses excellent physical attributes, displays flashy playing style, excels at driving to the basket after screens, and is undoubtedly a big guard. The latter also stands at 2.01 and plays as the starting small forward for the Wolfpack. His style is aggressive, primarily focusing on driving to the basket and drawing fouls, though he lacks shooting ability. However, he possesses decent three-point shooting skills, having led the Wolfpack to victory over the newly joined University of Virginia in last year's ACC postseason, successfully reaching the final 6 second round. Notably, Deon Thompson made an impressive showing by hitting 7 three-pointers in 2 games. Nevertheless, much like Wake Forest University, they too have a weak inside presence. The starting center, Sean McCauley, despite standing at 2.08 is slow, has poor rebounding instincts, and offers little offensive contribution beyond shot blocking. This is also the main reason Coach Speck chose North Carolina State as Wake Forest's first warm-up opponent of the new season. He wanted to see how Gaudet, the newly joined talented big man, would perform against the North Carolina State Wolfpack. Soon, while training with Paul in a scrimmage, Gaudet was urgently called off the court by assistant coach Bartle, who handed him a player dossier titled Sean McCauley. "You mean tomorrow night I have to go up against this white butterball weighing at least 265 pounds, 120 kilograms. Listening to Gaudet's unique metaphor comparing the player to a white butterball, assistant coach Bartle couldn't help but chuckle, trying to hold back his laughter. "Yes, Kalman hopes you can deliver an outstanding performance in tomorrow's game." Gaudet, holding a stack of materials, looked somewhat disheartened. "Damn. In the end, I still have to go up against the 5 position. Oh, what a cursed fate." However, it wasn't all bad news. At least tomorrow, in his NCAA debut, he would take the court as the starting center for the Devil's Advocate, becoming the 6th freshman in NCAA history to debut as a starter. This could be seen as a silver lining in an otherwise unfortunate situation, right? Gaudet could only comfort himself with this thought. In fact, at the turn of the century, long before smartphones evolved into the age of Apple, if you wanted to learn about a professional player, it was not as simple as just searching online for expert commentary or match footage. Well, at least with Gaudet's old Nokia brick, that was impossible. Gathering data from the information sheets provided by the coaching staff was the quickest way for college players like Gaudet to understand their opponents. After receiving the player profile on Sean McCullen, Gaudet spent over an hour studying his playing style, and once back in his dorm, he took out a brand new notebook to jot down his insights. Not every basketball player would go through such lengths, but for Gauda, a latecomer to the NCAA, this was one of the fastest ways to adapt to the American Collegiate League. As he prepared for his debut match against McCullen, who weighed nearly 20 kilograms more than him, Gauda had already formulated a strategy in his mind. To summarize, advance when the enemy retreats, retreat when the enemy advances. Utilize strengths while avoiding weaknesses, and strike decisively. Wait, why does that sound so aggressive? Filled with confidence, Gauda began envisioning the game tomorrow night. Soon a whole day passed. On the evening of October 4th at 6 o'clock, Gauda attended his first pre-game meeting since joining the team. With half an hour left before the match, he planned to leave the locker room and wash his face in the restroom not far away. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. After all, this was Gauda's first true professional, semi-professional basketball game in his lifetime. He wanted to relieve his nerves by taking a bathroom break and washing his face. As he greeted his coach and teammates, he pushed open the locker room door and saw a group of young men and women of various skin tones, likely students from Wake Forest University, holding DIY support signs nearby. The arena's security personnel tried to stop them, but clearly it was futile. Seeing this scene, Gauda was momentarily stunned. He had sensed something was off since this morning's class. There were many unfamiliar faces on campus, and his classmates pointed at him standing out in the crowd, enthusiastically introducing him to these strangers. Look, this is the new Chinese player Gao from our team. He is a compatriot of Houston's Yao, and an equally outstanding tall player. He will help us continue to compete against Duke and North Carolina. Clearly, the Wake Forest Demon Deacons had a significant influence among these students and in the surrounding city of Winston-Salem. Although Gauda had yet to play a single game for the team, his towering height and approachable appearance had indeed attracted considerable attention from fans. Currently, his fame was limited to the student fan base within Wake Forest University, with people referring to him as Yao's compatriot or Chris Paul's new roommate. But soon he would make more fans know his name. The Joel Coliseum was packed to capacity, the atmosphere electric, with over 10,000 fans crammed into the venue that could hold just 14,000. The full name of the Joel Coliseum is Lawrence Joel Veterans Memorial Coliseum. The deafening cheers echoed through the entrances of the player tunnels, reaching the ears of the Demon Deacons players standing behind the doors, whose faces showed no visible emotions, yet their subconscious actions betrayed them. Paul stood at the front of the line, expression calm, hands clasped behind his back. Justin Gray and Ellis were fervently praying to God, murmuring incantations. Johnny Ayton and Karn Amada were whispering to each other, seemingly exchanging thoughts. Only Gauda's nerves were nearly palpable. At this moment, no one was there to comfort him or alleviate his anxiety. Even Coach Speak, who usually held him in high regard, turned a blind eye. Everyone had experienced such feelings before facing a significant match. For the first time in their lives, no one could maintain the calm of a predator stalking its prey. The solution to such emotions was simple. Once the game began, when the players' eyes were solely focused on that orange leather ball, all negative emotions would dissipate. Soon, amidst the thunderous applause, the arena DJ's voice announced, and the doors at the front of the player tunnel swung open. Let's welcome the number 6 seed in the nation, the Sweet 16 contenders, last season's regular season champions. Wake Forest, the Demon Deacons. The sparks flew from both sides of the player tunnel as the Demon Deacons players poured in, with the deafening cheers and screams ringing in their ears. Chris Paul led the charge, and Gauda, as the tallest player on the team, surprisingly took the stage as the closing act. Is this guy the new member of the team? That Chinese exchange student majoring in psychology. Damn. Look at his size and build. He looks like a human spider, similar to Kevin Garnett of the Minnesota Timberwolves. He's only 18. Damn, how did an 18-year-old college student pass the SAT? I remember he caused quite a stir when he first entered school. His photo was displayed on the bulletin boards of several football teams. But it seemed he wasn't this tall, then so many teams wanted to recruit him. In the stands, some fans who clearly recognized Gauda began discussing him. Big guy. Gauda quickly got into warm-up mode, practicing finishing under the basket under the guidance of an assistant coach. At that moment, Chris Paul approached him with a basketball. Make sure you remember this guy's face. He'll throw you a few lobs, and you better slam dunk on him. Following Paul's finger, a young black man with a pot-like hairstyle came into Gauda's view. That was Julius Hodge, the starting shooting guard for North Carolina State. He was practicing dribbling and shooting after receiving the ball on the other side of the court. Do you have a grudge against him? Gauda asked, puzzled. No, but that guy took away the honors that should have been mine last season. Mentioning this, Paul gritted his teeth in frustration. In his view, the ACC Player of the Year award should have been his, even if he was just a freshman at the time. As you wish, Chris. Gauda grinned, mischievously ruffling Paul's hair, and teasingly asked, I saw quite a few guys in suits in the player tunnel today. They looked like scouts from some NBA team. Their target tonight is you, right, Chris? Paul swatted Gauda's evil claw off his head with annoyance, holding back the impulse to insult his teammates' parents. He said with a hint of pride, according to the latest draft predictions, experts think I'll be picked in the top 3. Oh, really? What about me? What do you think my draft position will be? Gouda asked, his big eyes wide with anticipation. You. Paul looked disdainfully at Gouda, pointing at a black player from North Carolina State performing a dunk who had potential as a second-round pick, Deon Thompson. With a contemptuous tone, he said, if tonight you score double what that guy does, then I'll admit you have a chance to be picked by an NBA team with a second-round draft pick next year. You. This remark instantly angered Gouda, causing him to unleash a stream of colorful language. Although Paul didn't understand what Gouda was saying, it was clear it wasn't anything nice. After being suppressed by Gouda for days, Paul finally had his revenge and swaggered away, leaving Gouda standing there in a fit of rage. Soon the warm-up session ended, and at the referee's signal, both teams' starting lineups began to take the court. Gouda, serving as the starting center for the Demon Deacons, stepped into the center circle for the jump ball. Besides him, the starting four for Wake Forest University that night were Chris Paul PG, Justin Gray SG, Kerry Sevi SF, and Chris Ellis PF. While the starting lineup for North Carolina State included Alex Guillon PG, Julius Hodge SG, Deon Thompson SF, Blake Murray PF, and Sean McCullen C. When Gouda stood before McCullen, the latter's expression turned stiff. He looked at Gouda, who was a good half a head taller, then glanced at the head coach Jim Valvano on the sidelines, his expression seemingly asking, are you telling me this guy is 2.06 meters? Coach Jim was equally perplexed. He had only briefly glanced at the player profile for Gouda, the new recruit for the Demon Deacons, and hadn't given it much thought. After all, in this era, besides Yao Ming, no other Chinese athlete could adapt to the American basketball system, which was an undeniable fact. Hey man, I think your height must be exaggerated. Let me guess, you probably inflated it by 2 to 3 centimeters. Gouda casually greeted McCullen. What on earth does this big guy eat to grow? How can he jump so high? During the jumping ball segment, as the fans below gasped in astonishment, covering their mouths, when they saw the opposing center barely reaching Gouda's elbow height with his leap. I've heard that this guy Carlman has found a Kenyatta Martin-like jumping freak in the paint. Old Coach Jim recalled a recent rumor circulating in the circles, glancing at the sprinting Gouda on the court, and thought to himself that perhaps this was the person. In the first attack of Wake Forest, Paul initiated the offense with the ball, calling for Gouda's screen in front, easily breaking through the defense after getting the defender entangled. I must say Gouda's screen quality is far superior to that of another Chris on the team. Paul, who successfully passed the defender, did not say it out loud, but was quite satisfied with Gouda's pick-and-roll quality in his heart. Facing the slow and cumbersome defense of North Carolina State center Sean McCullen, Paul merely made a ball-protecting delay action and successfully pulled McCullen out, clearing the interior for the Wolfpack. Oh no. Old Coach Jim at the sideline thought to himself that it was not good. Sure enough, in the next second, a flash of yellow lightning dashed swiftly into the paint, and Paul tossed the ball lightly, which arced in orange-yellow through the air. Boom. Gouda jumped with both feet, throwing his entire body into the air, limbs stretched to the extreme like a bowstring pulled taut, catching the ball with both hands and powerfully slamming it down. 2-0. The first attack of the Devils' Butler team came from the team's new recruit Gouda with a powerful alley-oop. Such explosive jumping speed and body extension, along with the solid screen foundation displayed during the pick-and-roll. The NBA scouts who had originally come to see Chris Paul from Wake Forest were suddenly captivated, their eyes fixated on Gouda, who was wearing the black and white number 10 jersey of the Devils' Butler team. Gouda, who had just scored for the first time in his NCAA career, was exceptionally excited, constantly patting the head of the assist provider, A. Powell, on his way back on defense, while the latter impatiently swatted away the large hand that was causing mischief. According to common sense, the first shot of the game should be made by the team's core player. However, the star player of Wake Forest was a traditional point guard master who enjoyed helping others, so Gouda reluctantly took the honor of scoring the first point of the game. North Carolina State star guard Julius Hodge immediately wanted to retaliate, but Paul, who had been patted by Gouda, was not someone to provoke. Get away from me. He shouted at his teammate on the court, and Justin Gray, the starting shooting guard, wisely completed the switch. But Hodge, regardless of whom he was defending, chose the most reckless way to confront a Powell, the best defensive player of last season's ACC, and charged in. As expected, this guy's drive was forcefully halted by Paul, who possessed exceptional physicality, and while Hodge was momentarily distracted, Paul slapped the ball out of Hodge's ball handling hand, the action subtle and hard to detect. Hodge winced in pain, unable to reach out to call for a foul, and the basketball was knocked out of his hands by Paul, with both of them instantly scrambling for it. The ball was poked away in the chaos and somehow landed in Gouda's hands in the paint. Is this a fight or a basketball game? Without time to complain about the brawl-like play between Paul and Hodge, Gouda charged forward with the ball, while the overweight McCullen could not keep up with him. North Carolina State's other star forward Deon Thompson tried to stop him outside the three-point line, but was bypassed by Gouda with a swift move. What is this guy doing? Pass the ball to Chris. The fans on the sidelines watched with urgency. Gaudet's ball handling speed far exceeded people's expectations. Coach Spick at the sidelines watched helplessly as he shook off everyone rushing into the front court beyond the three-point line. With legs coiling to jump, he took off from just inside the free throw line, holding the ball in a fire-up pose, and amidst the incredible gazes of numerous fans below, Gaudet glided through the air at nearly eye level with the rim, ultimately successfully dunking the ball into the hoop. Holy shit! A chaotic wave of disbelief erupted inside and outside the arena, and the fans in the stands couldn't sit still, all standing up to look at the man who had just made a top 10 dunk. 4-0 Gaudet began the game with two thunderous dunks that astonished everyone, scoring all the points for the team so far. This Chinese player's violent aesthetics in dunking make me think of the number 32 forward from Phoenix and the Rain Man from the Supersonics of the last century. A middle-aged man in a suit with blonde hair said as he pulled out his player record book, writing, "A young player from the distant Eastern Ancient Kingdom, a compatriot of Yao from Houston Gao. He possesses the standard height of 7 feet, and his body seems as if God himself crafted it, with both static and dynamic talents, delivering a stunning visual impact. His basketball IQ, focus, and professionalism need to be evaluated, but aside from that, he is undoubtedly a symbol of talent with the physique of an interior player combined with rare dynamic abilities enough to make him unstoppable in college leagues." This scout from the Atlanta Hawks, Phil Exxon, was on the lookout for a talented interior rookie. The genius high schooler Marvin Williams from North Carolina, the sophomore interior player Charlie Villanueva from this year's NCAA championship team UConn, and traditional center prospect Andrew Bogut from the University of Utah. All on his scouting list. Beast. A beast from China. I can't help but love this guy, starting with 2 dunks that would be top plays in the NBA, this visibly explosive talent. Where did the team find such a physically gifted Chinese player comparable to the number 1 pick? The fans in the stands began to stir their affections for Gaudet, rapidly increasing at an astonishing pace. North Carolina State's Wolfpack were originally on par with Wake Forest, led by Paul, and although they did not face each other in the playoffs last season, they had both won a game against each other in the regular season. In fact, overall, North Carolina State's strength was slightly better than the Devils' Butler team. The reason they did not gain much advantage in their encounters was that Wake Forest had Chris Paul, a star point guard predicted to at least start in the lottery. And now Gaudet's addition tipped the scales between the two teams, with the pick-and-roll combination of Gaudet and Paul making the Wolfpack's defenders suffer greatly. North Carolina State couldn't find a player capable of defending Chris Paul, which forced their defense to constantly adjust based on Paul's movements, as he would punish the Wolfpack's compact defense with mid-range shots and drives. If they did that, McCullen and Murray inside would be forced to switch to guard Paul, leaving the paint vulnerable, resulting in Gaudet and Ellis from the Devils' Butler team continually feasting under the basket. Last season, North Carolina State had a regular season game where they led by nearly 15 points, yet they were pushed to overtime, and although they narrowly won by 2 points, it proved that their gameplay was restrained by Wake Forest. It was just that they were lucky to win in the end due to their relatively deep roster. God, what am I seeing? North Carolina State, who battled us for 2 overtimes last season, is trailing us by nearly 10 points just in the first half. Fans in the stands occasionally expressed their astonishment. Meanwhile, Wake Forest coaching staff was not much better off, discussing in fervor the tremendous leap in team strength brought by the combination of Gaudet and Paul. Indeed, Gaudet's addition has brought a qualitative change to the team's strength. He can do things that Chris Evans and Kyrie could not do last season, just relying on his physical gifts. Chris has found his best helper, and their pick-and-roll tactics with Gaudet are enough to defeat nearly 70 of NCAA teams. Assistant coach Bartle could hardly conceal his excitement, and the head coach Spick shared the same joy. Don't forget, John, Coach Spick reminded, an excellent traditional point guard also provides indescribable benefits to a gifted young interior player. At the end of the first half, the players returned to the locker room with the current score standing at 3-6-4-5 in favor of the visiting team. Throughout the first half, the direction of the game was firmly in the control of Wake Forest University, maintaining their initial lead for most of the half. The 2-star players from North Carolina State University took turns leading the charge for a counterattack, but were effortlessly neutralized by the steady Paul. It must be acknowledged that Chris Paul in his sophomore year already possessed the strength to challenge at the NBA level, dominating the college league with an overwhelming presence. In the first half, he and Gaudet combined to score more than half of the team's points. Gaudet had 13.6 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 block, and 2 turnovers, while Paul recorded 11.7 assists, 3 rebounds, and 3 steals with no turnovers. On the other hand, the 2-star players from North Carolina State, Julius Hodge hit 3 of 9 shots, scoring 8 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 assists. Deon Thompson went 2 for 7, scoring 6 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists, and also had the highest number of 3 turnovers in the game, contributing a spectacular block against Gaudet, who was attempting a fast break dunk. If we look solely at this game for Goad, the NCAA level competition posed no real intensity, even less than their internal practice games. However, considering this was Goad's first official game in the NCAA and the opposing team didn't employ any specific defense against him, it allowed him to score the highest points for his team in his debut first half. Despite Coach Spick not calling a single timeout in the first half, they thoroughly trounced North Carolina State, who were of comparable caliber last season. Paul enjoyed the loudest cheers and screams in the arena. Over the past year, this small player with an almost obsessive desire to win and an outstanding performance on the court became the #1 representative for Wake Forest University basketball. Undoubtedly, he was second only to Coach Spick in the hierarchy of this Devil's servant team. Watching Paul return to the locker room with an arrogant demeanor, signing autographs and taking pictures with fans lining the player tunnel, Goad couldn't help but admire this guy from the bottom of his heart. Indeed, obsession and an almost pathological thirst for victory are essential qualities for every superstar. You're truly an amazing guy, Goad. Upon returning to the locker room, assistant coach Bartle immediately handed him a towel and an energy drink, offering timely praise. Do you know what the fans call you? The bomb guy, the one with a bomb strapped to his leg, soaring through the sky. Goad nearly spit out the sip of water he had just taken as Bartle casually mentioned this nickname, causing Paul Gray and other teammates to burst into laughter. The bomb guy, ha, that's the strangest nickname I've ever heard. What a ridiculous yet vivid nickname, Goad. You should find the person who calls you that and rip open their brain to see. Laughter echoed in the locker room, with teammates teasing one another until Coach Spick's appearance finally brought an end to the antics. Well done, Chris. Coach Spick began by complimenting Paul's performance before shifting his gaze to Goad. Goad, it'll increase your playing time in the second half. Can your stamina handle it? Goad wiped the sweat from his chest with a towel and nodded. Thank you for your trust, coach. From the look in Spick's eyes towards Goad, it was clear he was pleased with Goad's outstanding performance in the first half. Chris, I need you to invest more energy into defense in the second half. Don't worry about getting beaten. Goad will handle the help defense in the paint. Don't let them score easily in the second half, and certainly don't let them close the gap. Understood? Yes, sir. As the second half commenced, the North Carolina State Wolfpack's forwards initiated the attack. Just before halftime, Deon Thompson, who had been humiliated with a shameful block from Wake Forest's players, sought the ball for an isolation play. Although Kyrie Survey's defensive efficiency didn't rank among the top 3 for the Devils' servant team, his explosive physicality provided the necessary conditions to defend against the opposing star player. Thompson's first step was thwarted, and as he hesitated, almost losing the ball, he altered his strategy to pass it back to Hodge at the top of the arc. Using Sean McCauley's screen, he cut into the paint, and Hodge, seizing the opportunity, lobbed the ball to the cutting Thompson. With all his might, Thompson leaped undeterred by Goad's timely defense and aimed to respond to the embarrassment of the block in the first half with a powerful dunk. Smack! Goad responded to the 5-star high school player from North Carolina with an authentic Chinese hop. Thompson was sent crashing to the ground, and after completing the block, Goad even had the audacity to wag his finger in front of him, his smug expression seemingly saying, "Dunk on me. No chance." A moment later, the referee didn't let him off easy either, issuing a technical foul to Wake Forest's number 2. Goad immediately stopped smiling as the big screen above the Joel Coliseum cut to his frozen expression, causing the fans in the stands to feel a mix of anger and amusement. Damn, arrogant rookie, Paul thought to himself as he watched Goad steal the spotlight, while Thompson, who had been humiliated, dared not voice his anger and left without looking back after being pulled away by teammates. Goad, who had just received his first technical foul in the NCAA, didn't appeal to the referee, acknowledging that it served as a wake-up call for him. Uncle Mew's signature wagging finger celebration was only exempted from technical fouls in January 2007, meaning that even if Uncle Mew himself did it before that, he would still be penalized. This meant that prior to that, even if Uncle Mew himself performed this gesture, he would be called for a technical foul by the referee. Goad was simply exhilarated today, somewhat carried away. Fortunately, it did not cause any severe repercussions. In the next play, Hodge from the Wolfpack scored 2 points, and Goad made a turnover on a baseline inbounds pass, with the vengeful Thompson successfully stealing the ball, adding another turnover. In the next round, Hodge from the Wolfpack team scored 2 points, while Gouda made a baseline turnover. Thompson, who held a grudge, made a successful steal out of nowhere, adding a mistake to the tally. Fortunately, Paul reacted quickly and positioned himself to block Thompson's path to the basket, forcing the latter to pass the ball and reset. Under Coach Spick's stern guidance, the Devils' Butler team ramped up their defense to the highest level from the very start of the second half, nearly causing a shot clock violation for North Carolina State University. Ultimately, the ball found its way back into Thompson's hands, who hurriedly took a 3-point shot that missed. Under the basket, Sean McCauley, using his weight advantage, kept Gouda behind him, seemingly set to secure the offensive rebound. In a crucial moment, Gouda utilized his height and long arms to snatch the falling rebound ahead of others. The ball soared into the air once more, and this time Gauda, with a faster and higher jump, caught the rebound with one hand. Paul rushed to receive the ball, effortlessly maneuvering past the entire North Carolina State defense, charging into the unguarded half of the Wolfpack team, and took off for a powerful dunk. Almost forgot the style of play Paul displayed early in his career could also be described as airborne. He even had the glorious feat of dunking over Orlando's young beasts. His small physique belied a tremendous energy. This phrase perfectly encapsulates Paul at this moment. Who can dunk better, you or Nate Robinson from Washington University? This was a question Gauda whimsically posed while driving back to the apartment a few nights ago. Paul's response at the time was, "Don't compare me to that guy who has bombs strapped to his legs. Players like him relying on their physicality won't have long careers in the NBA. My goal is to surpass EJ and Jason Kidd. But now, did you see that? Damn big oaf, you're not the only one who can perform flashy dunks." On the court, Paul shouted at Gauda absent-mindedly. From the expressions of his teammates, it was clear that this was not the first time he had vented his frustrations during a game. Well, in a certain sense, you will definitely surpass those two in the future. After all, neither of them has suffered a brutal defeat of 58 points in the playoffs. Next up was a genuine clash between the two teams' defenses. Gauda and Ellis fought hard for every rebound under the basket for Wake Forest, while the two from North Carolina State were no pushovers, especially that forward Cedric Simmons, the 15th overall pick in the 2006 draft. The battle in the paint also left the inside duo of the Devils' Butler team at a disadvantage, boxing out, weaving around aggressive contact and relentless pursuit. In this war of inside giants, Gauda suffered due to his lighter weight, but luckily Ellis, acting as a shield, helped him box out, and his rebound count quickly climbed into double digits. Gauda's advantage as an interior player in this era lies in his excellent mobility, allowing him to switch from the perimeter to the paint effectively, while also serving as the team's last line of defense, providing rim protection. His multifunctionality is the best interpretation of his role with Kevin Garnett, the big ticket of the NBA, as a typical representative. The emergence of a meat shield center like Macaulay owes a lot to the presence of great traditional centers like Shaquille O'Neal and Yao Ming, who have powerful offensive capabilities in the paint. Every team needs one or two meat shield interior players for defense, which has promoted their birth and pop. However, it must be acknowledged that the era has shaped such players, and they are also the most distinctive representatives of this era. Rebounding, boxing out, and protecting the rim are their greatest advantages. For example, in the second half, Coach Jim from North Carolina State noticed that Gauda struggled in unknown situations against traditional centers. Thus, he adjusted the strategy on the fly, designing isolation plays for big man Sean Macaulay to take on Gauda. I have to say this indeed had an effect. Initially, Macaulay scored on Gauda twice in a row, significantly exhausting the latter's stamina, allowing North Carolina State to quickly close the gap by 5 points, reducing the deficit to less than 10. But as Gauda gradually figured out Macaulay's offensive habits and successfully defended against several of his shots, the veteran Coach Jim was left both surprised and helpless. After all, one cannot expect a rim-protecting center to possess exceptional individual offensive skills, right? Once Gauda deciphered the limited offensive repertoire of Macaulay, unknown defense became straightforward. Thus, Wake Forest University secured this warm-up match with relative ease, winning 6-5-7-7. Without a doubt, the standout performer in this match was the newly joined Chinese exchange student Gauda. He played for 29 minutes, shooting 8 out of 12 for a team-high 18 points along with 13 rebounds, 2 assists, and a game-high 6 blocks. In contrast, Paul's regular stats of 1695 seemed rather lackluster. The Wake Forest fans watching the game were practically ecstatic. They knew that the Devils' Butler team had not defeated just any college team, nor some obscure nameless bad team. North Carolina State's Wolfpack, a two-time NCAA championship team, a traditional powerhouse, second only to North Carolina, and Duke in the ACC, ranks among the top collegiate teams in the NCAA's 32 Division I leagues and hundreds of teams. Moreover, they boasted star players with NBA potential like Julius Hodge and Deion Thompson. They never allowed such a team to lead even once throughout the game, and even in the last 5 minutes, main players like Paul Gray and Gauda hardly saw the court. They managed to win so easily against such a team by over 10 points. After this battle, with Gauda rising fame as a new player for the Devils' Butler team, a brand new nickname was bestowed upon him by the fans. The Beast, the airborne beast of a student from China. The news of the Demons' Butler team brutally defeating North Carolina State University in a warm-up match spread quickly, attracting the attention of several sports media outlets, including North American Basketball News and TNT. People initially thought this would be a battle for the third seed in the ACC conference outside of North Carolina and Duke. However, it turned into a one-sided slaughter due to the emergence of a Chinese exchange student. Chris Paul continued to perform steadily, organizing the team's offense meticulously, while his aggressive defense was sufficient to dominate the entire Atlantic Coast Conference. But compared to the already renowned super point guard Chris Paul, the Demon's Chinese beast attracted even more attention from fans and media. His powerful dunks under the basket undoubtedly resonated with the current era's theme of interior dominance in professional basketball, showcasing explosive athleticism and leaping ability. Not only did he complete alley-oop dunks with ease in North Carolina State's paint, but he also contributed 6 blocks on the defensive end, 18 points, 13 rebounds, and 6 blocks. Such debut statistics successfully helped Gao to break the doubts surrounding him. Those fans who thought he was merely a facade before the game were left feeling ashamed after watching his performance. Indeed, fans who considered him just a showpiece due to his 611-inch height felt embarrassed after watching his game. Soon the influence of this warm-up match spread rapidly within Wake Forest University and even throughout the entire Winston-Salem college town as American college students who became fans of Gao gave him the nickname Second Duncan. In the following month, the Wake Forest Demons Butler team had 4 to 8 more warm-up matches to play until the NCAA Division I Atlantic Coast Conference regular season officially began in early November. 4 days later, they welcomed their second warm-up match opponent, the Boston College Eagles, at Joel Coliseum. This team will join the Atlantic Coast Conference next year, and with 2 other college basketball teams, they currently belong to NCAA Division I, the Atlantic 10 Conference. They only have one star player who can stand out, a sophomore from San Diego, California, Jared Dudley. Indeed, this player later successfully entered the NBA, but throughout his professional career, the most memorable moment for fans was winning the championship with the Lakers in the 1920 season. Dudley, who later successfully joined the Dallas Mavericks coaching staff, was undoubtedly a core player for any NCAA team during his college years. In his sophomore season, he averaged 16, 5.7, 5 rebounds and 3.2 assists per game, earning the title of Most Improved Player in the Atlantic Coast Conference. However, for the next 2 seasons, due to his reluctance to enter the NBA draft, Dudley, who played all 4 years of college, was selected by the Charlotte Bobcats with the 22nd pick in the first round in 2007, thus beginning his NBA career. Compared to his entire career spent as a key rotation player for an NBA team, Dudley's college years can be considered as those of an absolute star player. Actually, there was also a second-round pick from 2006, Craig Smith, but currently this junior plays the role of a third or even fourth option on the team. Only after Dudley entered the NBA was he fully established as the team's star, posting impressive averages of 18 points, 9 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block, and he was selected to the Associated Press All-American Third Team in 2006. However, to be fair, the strength of the Boston College Eagles is simply not on the same level as Wake Forest University, led by God and Paul. Thanks to the tremendous attention garnered from the previous game against North Carolina State, this warm-up match against Boston College drew significant attention and a large crowd of fans. Before the game, assistant coach Bartle mysteriously brought God a player report detailing all the games played by Boston College starting center Eldon Jeffries throughout his 3 years in college. Upon reading it, God was shocked. 7 points, 5 rebounds, and 0.5 blocks. These were the average stats for a starting interior player on an NCAA Division I team. The report mentioned that Jeffries had an older brother who was drafted in the same year as Yao Ming and currently plays as an interior player for the Wizards, Jared Jeffries. Both hailing from basketball families, the gap between the two brothers is indeed staggering. The elder brother was the 11th pick in the first round in 2002, while the younger brother played 3 years in college without ever appearing on any draft prediction lists, even being mocked by local Boston media as a college player afflicted with polio. Nevertheless, God dared not underestimate him, for he believed that coming from a basketball family, especially with an older brother currently playing in the NBA, he must possess some notable skills. As the game against the Boston Eagles started, God quickly realized he was wrong. Terribly wrong. The player before him, standing at 2.05 meters, weighing 100 kilograms, looked even less muscular than himself. Not only was his defensive habit incredibly poor, but he also failed to extend his arms in unknown situations, merely absorbing elbows passively. Even his rebounding instincts were lacking. No wonder the player data analysis meeting had noted Jared Dudley is a forward with a keen sense for rebounding, and he is currently the rebounding king of Boston College. With the starting center performing so poorly, if they didn't do something to compensate for the team's lack of interior strength, it wouldn't be long before the Boston Eagles would disband. However, this was a great thing for God. Having gone through the baptism of McCarlin, the starting center of North Carolina State, in the previous game, God found this matchup against Jeffries, who has an NBA-playing older brother, to be remarkably easy. He dunked with his back to the basket, effortlessly hit mid-range shots while being guarded, and finished alley-oops from Paul's passes. Shortly into the second half, the game had already entered garbage time. With a score of 35-58, while looking at the significant gap between the two teams, God couldn't help but doubt. Was the intensity of college basketball in America really just like this? Following his previous performance of 18,136, he again scored the highest in the team with 25 points, 15 rebounds, 2 assists, and 3 blocks in this game against the Boston Eagles. Paul played a total of 38 minutes, almost racking up assists during garbage time, finishing with a remarkable. The final score was 60-92, with the Devils' Butler team winning by 32 points. Such a humiliating score gap made Coach Speak feel embarrassed. During the post-game handshake, both coaches repeatedly bowed and nodded an apology to each other. However, the smile on their faces was impossible to hide. In the following days, God traveled with the team to Clemson, South Carolina to play a friendly match against the Clemson Tigers. This NCAA team, which once produced NBA players like the Cobra Grant and dunk champion Larry Nance, had a history of great success. However, from the 1990s to the early 2000s, they had not made it to March Madness for over a decade, and the star power of this college team had dimmed with scarcely any standout players. As expected, Wake Forest University easily claimed victory. They then took a flight to Florida, where they played 2 games against the University of Florida and the University of Miami. Winning both matches without any suspense, they crushed these 2 rivals from the same conference, earning the Devils' Butler team a hero's welcome upon returning to Winslow. Now their warm-up schedule for the month had ended, achieving an impressive record of 5 consecutive victories. The entire team's confidence soared, and even the Wake Forest University fans looked forward to the upcoming ACC regular season. Meanwhile, some NBA teams had begun to take notice of the rapidly rising star god. The baseline shuttle run was 12.5 seconds, the 34 sprint was 3.5 seconds. In Milwaukee, Larry Harris, the general manager of the Bucks, scrutinized the data report in his hands, his astonishment evident on his face. Is this the physical test data of an Asian player? He removed his glasses, shifting his gaze to the well-dressed man before him. Bucks player personnel manager Bob Babcock nodded. This young man, named De Gao, a Chinese exchange student from Wake Forest University in the Atlantic Coast Conference, is currently a freshman. Based on his exceptionally outstanding physical test results, I consider him the next Shawn Kemp or Kevin Garnett. These are 2 entirely different star player templates, and De Gao has the potential to become a future all-star inside player. Babcock added, if we disregard injury and career longevity factors. Harris stared at the man before him for a long time, and after regaining his senses, he nodded, suddenly placing the data report down. Do you think he is worth using a lottery pick on next year, or in 06? Babcock remained silent, his gaze slightly hesitant. Harris continued, a Chinese player who has yet to prove himself on the NCAA stage, relying solely on outstanding physical test data, does not merit us considering him as a potential target. Keep an eye on him. Michael Redd will lead us back to the playoffs next season, and I will personally watch footage of this young man's games when I have the chance. In the video conference room of the Rose Garden Arena in Portland, all the trainers and assistant coaches of the team had gathered here, including the team's general manager Mr. Patterson and the new head coach Nate McMillan. Chris Paul, a sophomore from Winston-Salem, is an extremely versatile point guard. Utilizing his speed and explosiveness, he can effortlessly drive past defenders to the hoop. While maintaining an exceptionally high shooting percentage near the rim, he can also create numerous offensive opportunities. The Trailblazers' lead assistant coach Nils Walker spoke enthusiastically while pointing at the footage of Chris Paul. The game footage currently playing was from Wake Forest's first warm-up match against North Carolina State. What's the story behind the Asian player wearing number 10 for the Demon Deacons? Does the team staff have detailed player information on him? Suddenly, Trailblazers general manager Patterson interrupted Walker, turning his attention to the airborne Asian player in the footage. McMillan, sitting nearby, was equally intrigued. To be honest, he had initially been drawn in by Chris Paul to attend this video analysis meeting. However, as the game footage progressed, his attention shifted more towards De Gao, who was wearing the number 10 jersey for Wake Forest. Talent. It's that kind of all-encompassing basketball talent on the court. This was McMillan's first impression of De Gao as a former Seattle Star point guard. But everyone present looked at each other in confusion, collectively shaking their heads, indicating that they had not paid attention to Wake Forest number 10 before this. All along, when they mentioned the Wake Forest Demon Deacons, the first name that came to mind was the former Flying Devil Tim Duncan, followed by the current ACC Rookie of the Year Chris Paul. De Gao, a Chinese exchange student who had played only a few college games, seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Who would have the time to focus on him? Just as this video meeting became stalled over a Chinese player, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps was heard from outside. Bang! The door of the conference room was pushed open and the newcomer appeared before everyone, without even a basic nod. General Manager Patterson was about to explode when he heard the newcomer breathlessly say, "Sir, I apologize for interrupting you, but the situation is urgent. Zach Randolph and Damon Stoudemire have been arrested by the Multnomah County Police for illegal possession of excessive marijuana at a private club." What the hell? With a buzzing sound, everyone present felt as if their heads had exploded, instantly falling into a state of paralysis. General Manager Patterson instinctively swore his mind, now far from focusing on any Chinese exchange student. Notify all team management to come to my office for an immediate meeting. He then left the bewildered coaching staff behind, hurriedly exiting the room. This team, which had made the playoffs for 21 consecutive years, was entering the most chaotic and disordered period in its history. With Rasheed Wallace, the Raging Bull, being traded to the Detroit Pistons in a 3-team deal this February, the Portland Trail Blazers officially entered a rebuilding phase with young players like Zach Randolph and Damon Stoudemire, who had strong ties to gangs taking over, causing the team to descend into chaos. The nickname Portland Jail Blazers was firmly established during this period. That year, the NBA was filled with a mix of talent. The Little Emperor from Cleveland coveted the throne. The Flash teamed up with the Sharks for a joyful double Q on the East Coast. The Stone Buddha stood like a rock in the Holy City. The Young Driver in Dallas Independent as a Golden Rooster. The reigning champions, the Motor City, boasted a quintet of civilians. The Black Mamba from Angel City revealed its fangs to the entire league. The unstoppable Yao Ming duo from Houston. With the introduction of the no-hand check rule at the beginning of the new century, the style of play in the NBA underwent a complete transformation, ushering in an era where perimeter superstars thrived, while the traditional big man-centered team-building philosophy gradually declined. De Gea arrived in the NCAA during this period and made a name for himself. The impact he would bring to this era was just beginning. As the general manager of the Demon Butler team at Wake Forest University, Ampuya was seated in his office, engaged in the final task before the official start of the NCAA new season, player registration. Upon reaching the last line of the folder, he noticed a player named De Gea with the height listed as 2.06 m. He adjusted his glasses, slightly hesitant, wondering, will this raise the scrutiny of the event investigation team? His worries were not unfounded, but in basketball, instances of height inflation were common, and as long as the lie wasn't too blatant, the public wouldn't delve too deeply. However, Gauda was particularly egregious. During the team's recent player fitness assessment, the team doctor measured Gauda's height, revealing the latest result, 2.13 m. This was the standard height for a center, yet this guy shamelessly had the team register him with a height reduced by 7 centimeters. Do not underestimate this 7 centimeters height difference. In the NCAA Division I league, the normal height for interior players on college teams ranges from 2 m to 2.08 m, with very few exceeding 2.13 m. Generally, such players like Tim Duncan, Andrew Bogut, and Greg Oden are the interior powerhouses in NCAA games. The team's head coach Spick sat calmly across from him, waving his hand dismissively. Don't worry, Gao is only 18. If there are concerns about his height being fabricated, we can easily say he has grown taller. Ampuya's mouth twitched slightly. He hadn't expected that within just a month the entire team, from the coach to the players, had already colluded in such a way. Then what about Chris' registered height of 1.91 m? Are we supposed to explain that he shot up nearly 10 centimeters in the past year? In response to this question, Coach Spick displayed a look of confusion. That's Chris' own decision, though I don't understand why he did that. Perhaps it's due to his natural shortcomings and subsequent insecurities. Goodness. If Gauda were here, he would surely mock his good roommate A. Powell, while others might only inflate their height by 1 or 2 centimeters, or use tricks like standing on their toes during measurements. Are you literally trying to give yourself a physical meaning of stunting growth? 1.83 m pretending to be 1.91 m. You are like a pig's nose stuck in a scallion. What a show. The ACC conference has a total of 30 regular season games, each season a number that will expand to 36 next year with the addition of 3 teams from the Big East. The playoffs, known as the Atlantic Coast Conference Championship, follow a single elimination format. Even the national champion team of the season only needs 6 games to win after advancing to the Madness tournament. Gauda's goal was clear: to make a name for himself in about 40 college games, attract the attention of NBA teams, and secure a decent first-round draft position. This goal was still quite challenging for him. Despite having the system's support, he lacked a notable high school basketball resume and was unfamiliar with the twists and turns of the NBA draft. Due to NCAA rules, he could only sign a contract with a reputable sports agent after the Madness tournament next year, using that connection to reach out to NBA teams and further showcase his talent and potential. Wake Forest University's opening game this year featured a formidable opponent, the Tar Heels from the University of North Carolina. This team hardly needs introduction. As one of the most prestigious college teams in North America, they have produced NBA stars like Michael Jordan, Vince Carter, and James Worthy, winning the NCAA championship 3 times, tied with Duke for first in the ACC. Their lineup this year is unprecedentedly strong, featuring freshman 5-star recruit Marvin Williams, the top point guard from the 2005 NBA draft Raymond Felton, and the interior offensive powerhouse Sean May, along with the All-American guard Rashad McCants. Just looking at this lineup on paper is enough to take your breath away. Unsurprisingly, they reached the finals of next year's Madness tournament, and successfully defeated the Illini led by the trio of Illinois to claim the championship. In the 2005 draft, all four were selected in the first round by NBA teams, creating a historic basketball event for North Carolina. Before the game, Coach Spick did not engage in lengthy tactical discussions, and even motivational speeches were. After all, he knew well that just the presence of the 5 players from the Tar Heels on the court would create an overwhelming sense of despair. To put it bluntly, this North Carolina team was like the Golden State Warriors of the NCAA, terrifyingly perfect in their lineup. At the entrance of the players' tunnel, Gowda was performing simple warm-up exercises while his teammates were similarly activating their muscles and joints. Suddenly, a middle-aged Asian man in security attire approached him, pulling out a signed book and a Nokia as thick as a brick, nervously asking, "Can I take a photo and get an autograph?" Upon hearing the familiar Mandarin, Gowda instantly realized he had encountered a fellow countryman. He immediately agreed and took a photo with him. Due to the impending start of the game, Gowda didn't chat long with the Chinese uncle. After a brief greeting, the uncle wisely bid farewell, understanding how important it was for players to maintain a good state before the game. Initially, Gowda didn't think much of this encounter until he formally entered the court, where he saw a large number of Chinese fans in the stands holding up posters with his image and giving him a warm cheer and applause as he took the court. "Hey, big guy. Looks like your popularity is soaring, huh?" Chris Paul's sarcastic voice came through. After several warm-up games, Gowda's playing style had clearly become more eye-catching, and he was gaining popularity among the Wake Forest fan base. Gowda looked at the overseas compatriots who had traveled thousands of miles to support him in this small town of Winslow, extending his hand to wave at them. This action elicited an even more enthusiastic response from the Chinese fans. This scene caught the attention of the 4 Tar Heels across the court, their expressions revealing a sense of eagerness. "Damn, that guy is just a freshman, yet he has so many supporters." The core point guard of North Carolina, Raymond Felton, felt a twinge of jealousy. "Hey, how about a bet? Let's see who can dunk on that Chinese giant tonight. One dunk counts as a success." The team's junior Sean May excitedly proposed. "Sure, what's the wager?" The genius forward from North Carolina, Marvin Williams, showed interest. "Everyone puts up $2,000 as a stake. Whoever completes the dunk takes all the money." McCants flashed a bloodthirsty smile. Although he was the least remarkable among the 4 Tar Heels, he was second only to point guard Raymond Felton in career achievements after entering the NBA. "Ha ha ha, I love the taste of money. It sends my adrenaline soaring tenfold during the competition." Dynamic talent at its most explosive, Marv Williams couldn't help but feel exhilarated, believing he would be the one to ultimately win the bet, even if this guy didn't even know what adrenaline was. At the moment the match commenced, Marv Williams, who volunteered to jump ball at center court, suddenly wore a look of suspicion, his eyelids twitching violently. "This guy is really the same height as me, both standing at 6 feet 9 inches. Meanwhile, Chris Paul, receiving a pass back to his half of the court, was preparing to launch an attack. The player standing in front of him, Raymond Felton, found himself momentarily stuck in thought. Coach Roy Williams warned me to be cautious of Wake Forest University's No. 3, saying this guy has grown a lot this season. The bewildered 4 from North Carolina had no idea they had fallen into a bizarre cycle known as the Wake Forest University height conservation law. The extra height doesn't vanish, it simply shifts to others in ways people could never imagine. Sean May, standing at 6 feet 9 inches 2.06 m, and weighing 266 pounds, 121 kilograms. Goder, standing at 6 feet 9 inches unconfirmed, and weighing 234 pounds, 106 kilograms. When these two appeared together in the public eye, people's astonishment was not at the half-head difference in their similar heights, but rather at the stark contrast in their physiques, with Goder completely overshadowed by Sean May. Goder was also baffled. How could any random big man be so much heavier than him? What did his hard-won 3-kilogram muscle gain under the guidance of his trainer over the past month amount to? Trainer, at least you have a good appetite. Moreover, when the two stood together, those familiar with them knew they were both college students, while those unaware might think there was a generational gap. Sean May, despite his young age, already bore a face weathered by life, and Marvin Williams, born in June 1986, sported a scruffy beard that prompted anyone who saw him to question. "You call that just turned 18? Roy Williams, the head coach of the North Carolina Tar Heels, is known as the NCAA version of D'Antoni, also referred to as the budget version of the Little Mustache. This seasoned coach led the University of Kansas to a shocking NCAA championship victory in 1988, and his coaching philosophy has always been ahead of its time. If the Tar Heels core players succeed in winning the championship next year, half of the credit will undoubtedly go to this old gentleman. Before the game, he conducted a thorough analysis and study of the formidable Wake Forest University. Ultimately, he believed that as long as they locked down Chris Paul, all the team's strategies would crumble, reducing them to yet another defeated team under the Tar Heels. But evidently, his hasty judgment would come at a painful cost. In the first play, Chris Paul and Goder's pick-and-roll strategy left the Tar Heels core players reeling. After using the screen, Paul feigned a two-point shot, prompting Felton and Williams to quickly collapse their defense, showcasing the Tar Heels' textbook defensive system. Yet Goder, as the true finisher, successfully cut into the paint after shaking off the slow-moving Sean May, catching Paul's fake pass in the air and finishing with a powerful dunk. The rushing Rashad McCants almost became a mere background character. Is this guy really not just a yellow-skinned version of an Igo? McCants broke into a cold sweat, realizing how close he was. If only he had been a tad quicker in his help defense. Given Goder's leaping ability, he might have become a victim of a posterization. Damn, where did this freak come from? Absurd and unreal thoughts crossed his mind. Instead of posterizing, he almost ended up being posterized. Be careful, this guy is not so simple. Observing Goder, who was celebrating his first NCAA points, Felton with a keen eye reminded his teammates. Next play, give me the ball, let me teach this guy a lesson. The anger in Sean May's eyes was palpable. Sure enough, in the next play, the Tar Heels dragged the game into a half-court battle, with Sean May backing down Goder to receive the ball. In this day and age, traditional centers like him still wield significant influence on the offensive end. Felton directed his teammates to create space before throwing the ball to Sean May in the post. Goder stretched his long arms to interfere, but lacking the strength was easily pushed away by Sean May, who caught the basketball. He opted for a direct back-to-the-basket move. Goder was knocked back several steps by this meat mountain bulldozer, a brutal scene that made Coach Spate anxious, fearing Sean May might exert too much force and damage his prized player. Tomato. Goder gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength to withstand Sean May's backing, but with a nearly 40-pound weight difference, even though Goder's interior defense reached 77, just shy of NBA-level prowess, he was still scored on by Sean May's turnaround hook shot. This guy's low-post threat is too great. Goder couldn't help but curse internally. Earlier he was pushed out of position, and even with all his effort to jump, he could only watch as his opponent scored. However, he was not discouraged. After all, Sean May is projected to be the 13th pick in next year's draft, consistently ranking in the top 20 on various draft boards this year. Most importantly, the weight difference had created a restraining relationship, making it very difficult for Goder to limit Sean May on the defensive end. But that doesn't mean he couldn't find a way to retaliate on the offensive end. Damn, if you can't guard that guy, just leave it to Chris Ellis. No one will laugh at you for being a defensive idiot. Paul's stern words were laced with concern, but Goder shook his head, rejecting the suggestion. In the next play, Paul opted to take on one of North Carolina's aces, Raymond Felton. As one of the top three-point guards in the NCAA, although his NBA career accomplishments pale in comparison to those of Fat Boy and Paul, he was universally recognized as the best among the three during his college days, despite only being 185 centimeters tall. Paul's first step drive was halted, but immediately the next half-spin fake successfully fooled Felton, and his speed remained undiminished after the change of direction as he approached Sean May ready to dunk. One must admit, before his injury, Chris Paul's style was quite explosive, often featuring poster-worthy dunks during college. Bang! The ball ricocheted off the front of the rim. Unfortunately, Sean May's defensive habits were excellent, and his positioning underneath the basket was too forward, denying Paul's dunk. But just then, a figure as swift as a cheetah leaped from behind Sean May. Like a shark breaching the surface, Goder soared from a standing jump to reclaim the basketball and forcefully slam it into the net. Wow! The violent putback dunk shocked everyone, causing a collective gasp from the audience, who were transfixed by Goder, the one who executed this astonishing dunk. A Shaquille O'Neal-style super putback. Such an extraordinary play is rarely seen, even in NBA games, coming from Wake Forest University's number 10. Goder. The official commentator of Joel Coliseum, Alfred Dupree, excitedly slapped the commentary desk as the arena's big screen repeatedly played this jaw-dropping moment. What a remarkable anticipation of the rebound's landing. Marvin Williams, another athlete with explosive physicality, clearly observed all the details of Goder's play from the sidelines. He understood that to accomplish such a high-difficulty putback, relying solely on beast-like physical strength was not enough. This guy, who is just a few months younger than him, is not simple at all. Felton caught the ball at the baseline and just past midcourt made a long pass to Marvin Williams, cutting into the paint, who easily completed a layup over Ellis' defense. 4-4 with 2 minutes into the game, neither team had missed a shot. But soon in the next play, Wake Forest offense was stalled. Paul's bounce pass was intercepted by McCants, and North Carolina showcased a textbook fast-break rhythm. Ultimately, Felton hit a three-pointer from the corner. 7 for the Tar Heels, led by 3 points. Paul reorganized the offense, and Justin Gray successfully created a good open shot opportunity through his movement, but his two-point attempt was swatted away by Marvin Williams, who had surged in from the side. This play showcased the physical talent and defensive instincts of North American high school stars. At the moment Paul was about to pass, he quickly assessed the end point of Wake Forest University's possession and decisively abandoned his assigned defender to complete the block. The basketball was picked up by Felton, and North Carolina launched another fast break. Coach Speak, watching from the sidelines, felt a pang of anxiety and prepared to call a timeout after this possession to soothe his players' emotions. In a 2-0 situation in the front court, only Paul had returned on defense for Wake Forest. Felton barreled into the three-point line, while McCants, who had arrived behind him, was about to take off for a dunk. A large yellow hand appeared behind him out of nowhere, and with such force that it directly swatted McCants' certain dunk away. The latter could even feel the rush of wind by his ear, along with the exclamation, "Tomato Tim D." The referee did not blow the whistle. The clean and forceful nature of the defense left no room for complaint. Gouda landed steadily, but McCants, who was swatted from behind, was not so fortunate. He lost his balance and fell heavily, though fortunately, he wasn't seriously hurt. "Good play, rookie." Paul's irritating voice rang out as Gouda celebrated with a vigorous high five and chest bump. McCants, helped up by his teammates, was filled with a mixture of anger and disbelief looking at Gouda. Are Asian players' physical qualities really this good now? That shot almost got swatted into the stands behind them. However, the two college coaches on the sidelines saw the highlights differently. Coaches Speak and Roy recognized the defensive prowess Gouda exhibited during this play. He completed a block from the paint to another part of the half-court, and his recovery speed was even faster than that of seasoned star guards Chris Paul and Raymond Felton. The potential this young man displayed on the defensive end was almost visibly apparent. He possessed nearly all the physical attributes of an NBA Defensive Player of the Year. Coach Roy Williams thought to himself. North Carolina resumed their offense. In this possession, they sought to repeat their previous success by leveraging Sean May's weight to stabilize their output against Gouda. As a result, Gouda executed a chair-pulling move under the basket, successfully thwarting Sean May's offensive attempt and earning a steal. Paul quickly assessed this as an excellent fast break opportunity, sprinting with his short legs and reaching out for the ball as he ran. Although Gouda's playmaking ability wasn't outstanding, it was all relative. A 70 playmaking attribute was already quite remarkable among guards in the NCAA Division I league. Executing a standard quarterback long pass from the backcourt, Paul received the ball after successfully penetrating North Carolina's half-court and finished the possession with a two-handed dunk. The Wake Forest fans became increasingly boisterous as the momentum displayed by the team in the first 5 minutes was entirely different from last season, even able to compete evenly with the top college team in the nation. North Carolina's offense was thwarted, but they adjusted promptly in the next possession. Felton, using Sean May's screen, penetrated and attracted a double team, allowing Marvin Williams cutting in from the side to finish with a two-handed dunk. Taking advantage of North Carolina players being distracted, Paul cunningly threw the ball to forward Kyrie Seve from the baseline, then circled into North Carolina's half-court. After receiving the pass, he went past McCants and made a simple layup. Gouda couldn't help but exclaim at this scene, "Oh, Paul was truly Paul, with a top-notch court vision and awareness." However, this kind of sneaky play felt a bit too fishy. Moreover, the so-called 4 little ones from North Carolina seemed a bit misnamed. For little ones. More like 4 fools. During North Carolina's offensive setup, although Felton looked down on Paul's sneaky behavior, he still recognized the guy's defensive skills. In the first 5 minutes, he hadn't attempted a single shot on his own. Perhaps that's why in the team-oriented college basketball leagues in America, he overshadowed Darren Williams, and this possession followed suit. At the top of the arc, holding the ball, Sean May positioned himself to receive it, but instead of lobbing it into the paint, he passed to McCants, who had moved to an open spot. McCants, however, was off his game and missed the three-point attempt. Gouda positioned under the basket blocked Sean May and swiftly grabbed the rebound, forcing Marvin Williams, who was trying to crash the boards, to retreat on defense. In this possession for Wake Forest, Paul and Gouda continued their pick-and-roll tactic, while North Carolina's 4 little ones were no pushovers either. Through a fluid 23 positioning, they successfully locked down Chris Paul's driving path and sealed off the paint, preventing Gouda from cutting in. Fortunately, Paul was excellent at ball handling. After encountering a double team, he passed the ball back to Gouda near the free throw line. A puzzling scene unfolded. Sean May, who had been guarding Gouda, inexplicably took a step back, seemingly afraid that Gouda would blow by him. However, only Sean May knew that in the previous few warm-up games for Wake Forest, Gouda hadn't exhibited any shooting ability, so he probably wouldn't now. Swish. What followed was the crisp sound of the net swishing behind him. Coach Roy Williams was stunned, and the North Carolina 4 little ones had the same ghostly expression. Previously, when watching game footage of Wake Forest, this Chinese player had shown not a hint of mid-range shooting ability. Furthermore, according to player analytics, nearly 90 of Gouda's shots came from under the basket. This led them to mistakenly believe that Gouda was just a brute with no technical skills. And now luck. It must be luck. Sean May comforted himself this way. Unbeknownst to him, Gouda wore a look of incredulity. "If you've got the guts, keep letting me shoot like this for the rest of the game. Let's see if I can score on you." The upcoming match continued to be fiercely contested until halftime, when both teams entered the break tied at 41. Holy shit. As the next quarter approached, the arena's cameras focused primarily on the Chinese player Gao De, wearing jersey number 10 for the Demon Deacons. Tonight, he was undoubtedly the biggest contributor to Wake Forest University, performing even better than Paul. With 15 points, 7 rebounds, 1 assist, 4 blocks, and 1 steal, this was his performance sheet for the first half against North Carolina's 4 little ones. Everyone knew that after this seemingly ordinary ACC regular season game, the name Gao De would undoubtedly appear on the latest draft prediction boards, and it wouldn't be in a low position. The 4 little ones from North Carolina probably never imagined that the first game of the 2004-05 season would become the backdrop for a freshman from Wake Forest University. Main task: make a name in the NCAA. Additional update for the brothers who are hard to appease. At the start of the second half, North Carolina's 4 stars joined forces to launch a 70 offensive wave, forcing Wake Forest University to call a timeout to ease the momentum. Did you see that? Just a moment ago, I was so close to completing a dunk over that Chinese guy, Marv Williams said regretfully while wiping his sweat on the bench. Felton rolled his eyes. That shot at the beginning of the second half was indeed a good one, but unfortunately the height of that Chinese guy is just too inflated. No matter how explosive the dynamic talent of a 2.06 big man is, it is impossible to achieve the level of a towering pillar in the paint where 2 hands blocking is simply disruptive. Marv Williams' missed dunk can be understood. Come on, buddy, that guy almost blocked you in the first half. I figured it out. This Chinese guy is definitely a tough character. McCants, still haunted by the defensive prowess of Gao De in the first half, couldn't help but interrupt Marv Williams. Facing the dismantling of the upperclassman and team leader freshman, Marv Williams dared not argue, lowering his head in silent frustration. Beside him, Sean May, panting, had no intention of joining his teammates' discussion. If anyone on the North Carolina team had the most authority to speak about Gao De's strength, it was undoubtedly Sean May, who matched up against him throughout the first half. Although that Chinese guy looked weak, his ability to withstand contact far exceeded that of an average big man at his weight. Sean May believed that in terms of low-post offensive firepower, there were hardly more than 3 players across hundreds of NCAA schools who could surpass him, and very few could limit his performance. Perhaps the best high school player joining Ohio State next year might have that ability. Yet Gao De, who had only played a few NCAA official games, managed to keep his shooting percentage below 40%, though his methods weren't exactly honorable. Sean May didn't blame Gao De's defensive style for being dirty. After all, which big man these days doesn't have a few dirty tricks? In the NBA, grabbing, pulling pants, moving chairs, and elbowing during box-outs are all common occurrences. Besides, who wouldn't get influenced by the bad habits of those who share the same roof with Gao De? Over time, it's inevitable to assimilate some bad playing habits. Paul MMP, after the timeout, Paul bulldozed through the North Carolina defense like a dynamite blast, scoring a difficult layup. Felton rubbed his chest, looking displeased as he watched Paul stride away, muttering curses under his breath. In transition, North Carolina leveraged their advantage on the perimeter to score another 2 points, bringing the lead back to 7. Paul directed his teammates' movements from beyond the 3-point line, while Felton aggressively pressured him, nearly forcing Paul into a turnover. Fortunately, he stabilized the ball and passed it to Gao De, who was rushing in for a screen. Gao De, holding the ball high against Sean May's defense, faced the latter's unwavering focus, fearing another sudden attack from Gao De. In the first half, Gao De hit 2 out of 3 mid-range shots with a notably high shooting percentage. With his back to the defender, Gao De took a probing step to find space, quickly dribbling left to break through. Sean May hurried to block, while Marv Williams on the wing was also ready to help. Unexpectedly, Gao De's breakthrough was a feint, while his shot was genuine. With a fluid guard-like crossover that almost made the overweight Sean May fall, the ball swished through the net. This kid has that skill too. Coach Speck on the sidelines was dumbfounded, and even the North Carolina players on the court were confused. Are you a guard or a big man? Gao De proclaimed, I am but a humble apprentice of the first guard in Philadelphia. North Carolina's next possession displayed an extremely smooth team offense, but unfortunately Marv Williams, cutting into the paint, was once again met with a block from Gao De. In this situation, Williams had actually seen Gao De coming in for the side block, but fueled by the desire for revenge from the first half's block and the thought of the $2,000 from his older brothers, he charged in without hesitation. The result was predictable, successfully assisting Gao De in achieving his 5th block of the game. McCants caught the ball flying in from the baseline, shook off his defender, and effortlessly hit a 3-pointer. He was last season's scoring champion in the Atlantic Coast Conference, averaging 20 points. Coach Speck on the sidelines crossed his arms, standing in front of the bench, his anxious expression evident to anyone watching. The combination of North Carolina's 4 stars was simply too overwhelming. They were like a hexagonal team capable of breaking through from any direction, leaving opponents at a loss. As the game progressed, North Carolina's lead became increasingly secure, even as Gao De and Paul teamed up to launch an 114 counterattack. In the final minute of the game, the gap between the two teams remained a despairing 7 points. Ultimately, with Paul's three-point attempt failing, North Carolina secured their first victory of the season against Wake Forest University with a score of 7,772. However, Wake Forest did not lose unjustly. After all, they were facing next year's national champions North Carolina, and throughout the game North Carolina's four main players hardly had any time off, playing nearly the entire match. It can be said that Wake Forest pushed North Carolina to their strongest state. Gowda played for 37 minutes, shooting 10 out of 14, making 5 out of 7 free throws, efficiently scoring the highest of the game with 25 points along with 14 rebounds, 4 assists, 7 blocks, and 1 steal. Faced with the combined 66 points from North Carolina's 4 stars, Gowda's performance, along with keeping the game competitive until the final minute, can be summed up as Wake Forest University lost, but Gowda did not lose. Gowda's roommate, A. Powell, also performed well with 18.7 assists, 3 rebounds, 2 steals, and 1 block, compared to Felton's 8 points, 11 assists, and 4 rebounds, seemingly more deserving of the title of the best point guard. Congratulations, host, on completing your first NCAA regular season game. Individual stats: 251,447. Rewards are being calculated. Ding. Successfully earned 1,500 achievement points. Main task initiated. Make a name in the NCAA. Task requirements: the host must successfully be selected for the All-American team, the ACC First Team, the ACC All-Defensive Team, and be named ACC Rookie of the Year while leading the team to the Final Four in March Madness. Reward preview time: Karl Malone's elbow 1 when equipped, all offensive attributes in the paint 3, 100 critical strike rate against opposing players, and a chance to produce concussion extra damage effects. Note the degree of concussion varies based on impact. Badge: Bronze Master of Paint Domination enhances the success rate of dunks in the paint, temporarily boosts physical attributes, 1 achievement points, 10,000. Karl Malone's elbow. Gowda's expression turned grim as he turned to look at a Powell who was venting his anger towards the trash can in the locker room after the loss. Could it be? If something like that were equipped, a careless turn on the court could lead to a direct elbow to someone as tall as a. The impact would hit precisely at the vulnerable spot, dealing critical damage. For some reason, Gowda suddenly felt a strange itch in his heart. I swear it's definitely not for the Malone's elbow that I completed this task. The influence of NCAA in North America far surpasses that of the NBA, a professional sports league, due to the pure basketball atmosphere combined with college sports. The annual March Madness is an important event that countless American sports media eagerly anticipate. In terms of market size, NCAA may not be comparable to the NBA among North America's 4 major sports. However, when it comes to popularity and the love from fans across the United States, NCAA undoubtedly eclipses any NBA team. According to a report from the Orange County Register in Los Angeles this June, after the 4 finalists of the NCAA tournament were determined, the broadcasting fees for each match were 2 to 3 times that of the entire series of the Lakers vs. Pistons finals. Although these matters have little to do with players like Gowda and Paul who play for certain college teams, their head coach and team managers can earn salaries of no less than $10 million a year. This treatment is much higher than what most renowned coaches in the NBA receive. However, this double standard has led to complaints from NCAA star players. After all, while NCAA rakes in money under the banner of being the purest basketball event in the world, it has imposed regulations prohibiting players from collaborating with any off-court sponsors, yet offers high salaries to the head coaches and managers of various colleges. On one hand, they develop team facilities with sponsor money, while on the other they refuse to allow players to collaborate with the financiers. Why not just make the broadcasting fees public and let fans enter for free? Complaining aside, this also proves the influence of the NCAA league in America. In the Atlantic Coast Conference regular season opener, Gowda led Wake Forest University in a battle against the formidable North Carolina 4. Although they ultimately lost, the talent and highlights he showcased during the game quickly attracted the attention of numerous media outlets and NBA scouts. Gowda were the standout performer in tonight's game, achieving an impressive stat line of 25 points, 14 rebounds, 7 assists, and 4 blocks. You are the first college player in Wake Forest's history to record 7 blocks in a regular season debut. This is something even Tim Duncan could not achieve. In the bright and clean team meeting room, facing the surrounding cameras and journalists, this was Gowda's first time attending a press conference. So do you think you will become the second interior player from Wake Forest University to enter the NBA? Asked a white journalist from the Winston-Salem Journal, apparently there to build hype for Gowda. I think that's not something I can decide, sir. Gowda was in a bad mood after the loss. Anyone who loses in their NCAA debut, especially after performing so well, wouldn't feel great. Coach Spick recognized Gowda's frustration. He waved his hand to signal the press officer to move on to the next question. Next was a familiar face that made Gowda feel a bit more at ease, a Chinese reporter from the North Carolina Daily, who spoke broken Mandarin in Ai Hao Gao. Tonight, we saw many local Chinese fans in the audience at Joel Coliseum holding your posters and jersey numbers. Clearly, they are excited about your joining. We sincerely hope you can become the next Yao, make it to the NBA, and lead Asian basketball to prosperity. Go for it. Clearly, this guy is already a loyal fan of Gao Da. His hopeful and encouraging words slightly comforted Gao Da's gloomy mood after the game's loss. After this match, Gao Da's name and influence spread across the United States at an unimaginable speed, and almost every fan following North American college basketball knew Wake Forest University had produced an explosive Chinese interior player. Even the invincible North Carolina four were nearly knocked off their pedestal in the game. In Winston-Salem and nearby cities, Gao Da soon became a household name in basketball. In an era where internet media had not yet fully taken shape, people primarily learned about current events and news through newspapers and television. WJZY Charlotte TV, WSKY TV, Ottoman Exclusive TV, and CNN, three influential television programs, all broadcasted this game the next day. The combination of Chinese international students from Wake Forest University and Chris Paul quickly topped the trending searches across the United States. This means that Gao Da's fame is rapidly spreading to every fan group in the U.S. that follows college basketball at an unimaginable speed. In the following days, whether Gao Da was dining in restaurants, attending classes, or hanging out privately with teammates like Paul, he was constantly approached by fans requesting photos and autographs. At first, Gao Da was quite unaccustomed to the feeling of being surrounded like a star wherever he went. But soon he got used to this highly public life because his good roommate Chris told him, "This is a process that every college player about to become an NBA millionaire will experience." Gao Da's rapid rise can be attributed to the widespread and popular nature of American college education. Oh, and also to the high mobility of the American populace. This is why in the minds of American fans their love for college basketball surpasses that of the NBA. Unlike in our country, where the population is concentrated and not very mobile compared to the U.S., they have a much stronger sense of belonging to their university than to their city. This also explains why most Americans, even after leaving college life, continue to follow news related to their school, typically identifying as fans of their university team. Successful college teams attract five-star high school students from various states with their glorious pasts, leading to the birth of many traditional powerhouse teams in NCAA Division I, such as North Carolina, Duke, Kansas, and Georgetown. The so-called celebrity effect is what this means. For Gao Da, although he lost the season opener, he gained a reputation in the draft market. As for whether he will become the next Tim Duncan of Wake Forest University, a classic example of the school's celebrity effect, let's wait and see. After losing the first game of the season against North Carolina, Wake Forest University showcased the strong momentum of last season's ACC regular season champions, achieving an impressive record of 9 wins and no losses in the subsequent 9 regular season games. Against various college teams from the Atlantic Coast Conference, they displayed overwhelming dominance. Their monthly record of 9 wins and 1 loss was second only to North Carolina, which maintained a perfect 10-game winning streak. The combination of Paul and God seemed to transform into an NCAA version of the Glove Rain Man duo, leading the Wake Forest Demon Deacons to defeat formidable opponents with an average margin of victory of 8 points. 3 points. During this period, Paul, as the undisputed core of the team, averaged 14. 3 points, 4. 5 rebounds and 7 assists and 3 for steals. His imposing defensive presence in games, along with his current top defensive win shares among ACC players, has left countless media and fans in awe. He definitely has the qualifications to be a starting point guard on an NBA playoff-level team. The impeccable performance on both ends of the court has led to Chris Paul during his college years being referred to as the max-level version, Little Tim Duncan among NCAA perimeter players. Of course, one should overlook some of the unsightly little tricks this guy employs on the court. Since June of this year, Paul's draft stock has never fallen below the 8th pick of the first round, and now he has even surpassed 2 other talented big men, becoming a hot candidate among the top 3 prospects of the 2005 draft. As for God, his evaluations are mixed. Most are positive, with only a small portion of media outlets downplaying his draft prospects. In the first 10 games, God has averaged 36.7 minutes per game starting every match, with astonishing statistics, averaging 17, 4 points, 13, 8 rebounds, 2 assists, and an astonishing 5 blocks. These statistics would make anyone regard him as a behemoth in the paint. Across the 32 NCAA Division I leagues, it's rare to find a player capable of producing such average statistics. This year's MOP of the Final Four from the University of Connecticut's Huskies, who was selected by the Wildcats with the 2nd overall pick, Emeka Okafor, had numbers in his final college season that barely match God's. In contrast, the latter, as the primary core of the traditional powerhouse UConn, possesses a well-rounded skill set and footwork in the paint, successfully proving his leadership abilities during college. However, God, having only played 10 official NCAA games as a freshman, has not yet displayed sufficient self-scoring ability in recent games, with most of his points coming from pick-and-rolls, second-chance putbacks, and mid-range shots. This is a primary reason why some media outlets have criticized God. Nevertheless, considering the potential that God has displayed at his age, the authoritative sports media outlet ESPN's draft site still ranks him among the top 10 prospects for next year's draft. Currently among NCAA big men, only Utah's Australian center Andrew Bogut, North Carolina's Marvin Williams, and Okafor surpass God, who is the core of UConn's frontcourt. Including strong interior players like Arizona's Twin Towers' Channing Frye and Onyeka Okongwu, North Carolina's Sean May, and Florida's White center David Lee all rank behind him. Such high evaluations not only bring God increasing attention, but also motivate opposing players in each game to try to dunk over him or lead their teams to victory against Wake Forest, thus gaining exposure in the draft market. These players have become the important nutrients for God's remarkable average of 5 blocks. This has allowed him to break another record set by his predecessor Tim Duncan, becoming the fastest college player in Wake Forest Demon Deacons history to reach 50 blocks. God achieved this in just 10 games, while the formidable Tim Duncan took 21 games during his college career. Currently, God leads the entire Atlantic Coast Conference in average rebounds and blocks, reigning as the ACC's rebounding champion and blocking king. Especially his average blocks per game, which is more than double that of the second place, Sean May too. Well, to be honest, God is somewhat baffled by why those guys are so eager to dunk over him during every game. But this does not affect God's ability to serve them a truly authentic Chinese hot pot. On the defensive end, he executes superhuman block actions, and every time he blocks an opponent's layup, the Joel Coliseum erupts with synchronized cheers. Tomato. Although Americans do not understand the deep connection that the three letters TMD hold for every Chinese, as long as he is the hottest core of the team, what God likes to say, they will eagerly imitate, creating a classic scene in the arena. Almost the entire team's fans chant the English word for tomato. This has undeniably become a vibrant sight in the stands of the Demon Deacons' home games, and God himself finds it both amusing and frustrating. His outstanding performance and influence led to God being named the ACC Player of the Month and Rookie. This unprecedented honor unexpectedly unlocked for God his first badge. Bronze dreamlike footwork increases the chance of faking out defenders with back-to-the-basket moves while enhancing the player's shooting accuracy under the basket. This badge will significantly enhance his threat level in the paint in upcoming games and effectively compensate for his limited offensive options. This aligns perfectly with the current training goals set by the coaching staff for God. Coach Speak has prepared a detailed and comprehensive muscle game plan for him, and the Atlantic Coast Conference regular season schedule is not too tight, allowing him to complete the muscle game plan while playing throughout the season. However, the process will undoubtedly require God to endure pains that ordinary people find hard to bear, and the target weight gain is not excessive, merely around 7 pounds, approximately 3 kilograms. The aim is to enhance his unknown defensive capabilities against traditional big men, while maintaining his current speed and agility in providing help defense. This undoubtedly represents Coach Speak's tactical measures to elevate Wake Forest University's competitiveness, recognizing God as a strong point and making adjustments to leverage his strengths. Such an approach will undoubtedly have some impact on God in the short term, as a decline in competitive state and performance on the court is inevitable. However, from a long-term perspective, increasing muscle mass to strengthen his capabilities in the paint will be beneficial for God, who aspires to break into the NBA. Time swiftly approached the end of December at this juncture, where the year 2004 was about to give way to the 5th year of the new century. The players of the Wake Forest Demon Butler team, who had just concluded their Christmas holidays, gathered together once more. They exchanged their Christmas gifts silently, making wishes and hopes for the new year during the party. Gouda and Paul had planned to go to Los Angeles for Christmas to watch the classic showdown between the Miami Heat and the Los Angeles Lakers. The 2004 Christmas battle featuring Shaquille O'Neal's return to Staples Center, facing off against his former teammate Kobe Bryant. This marked the first time the league's top center Shaquille O'Neal returned to Staples Center after being traded to the East Coast during the offseason, competing alongside his former protege Kobe Bryant. It can be regarded as one of the classic battles in the eyes of countless Shark fans and Kobe enthusiasts, and team manager Ann Puya managed to obtain 2 tickets for the Christmas showdown through a friend intending to take his son to Los Angeles for Christmas, but ultimately could not go due to a last-minute commitment. Thus the tickets went to Gouda, who was helping Paul set up the Christmas tree at his home. "Hey Gao, just wait, in the future I will visit this arena as an all-star player." Amidst the explosive atmosphere on site, Paul leaped up, wrapping his arm around Gauda's neck as he spoke. What did you say, Chris? It's too loud here, I can't hear a thing." With no pressure on his side, Gouda was completely unfazed. Even sitting did not affect his viewing experience. "Damn it, I said you are an incurable fool." "Thank you, Chris. But I don't need a beer right now because I'm not of legal drinking age in the U.S. Shit. The entire game was a fierce duel between Kobe and Shaquille O'Neal, two icons of. At the start, Kobe continuously attacked the paint, attempting to score over O'Neal, who guarded the Heat's restricted. But the Shark was not one to back down. Of facing the Black Mamba's provocation, he displayed a defensive attitude that had long been dormant, blocking Kobe's first shot with force. However, the Kobe of the number 8 days was characterized by sheer determination. Coughed the Mamba spirit, and on the second shot he faced O'Neal's aggressive help defense and made a jump shot. Following that, the on-fire Kobe hit 3 consecutive three-pointers, leading the Lakers to a 135 lead over the Heat, which forced the Heat to call a timeout. Gowda, watching the game live, was equally awed by Kobe's terrifying scoring ability during this period, and his enthusiastic cheers made Paul feel a bit jealous. Ultimately, the game was dragged into overtime amidst such intense physical confrontations. With O'Neal fouling out, the Heat's Dwayne Wade, wearing number 3, led the team to a narrow 1-0-2 victory over the Lakers. Number 8, the Black Mamba Kobe scored a game-high 42 points, while O'Neal had 24 points, 11 rebounds, and 3 blocks, and Wade contributed 29 points, 10 assists, 3 rebounds, 2 steals, and 1 block. After the game, Gowda and Paul left still feeling unsated, as they had to catch the earliest flight back to win. The next day, in a corner of the bottom left of California's Orange County Register, news of the Wake Forest Twin Stars visiting Staples Center was reported. Meanwhile, far away in Miami, in the office of the Heat's general manager, the computer was playing footage of Wake Forest University's recent game against Georgia Tech, and behind the desk, the meticulously styled Heat patriarch Pat Riley was intently watching the game tape. His gaze had not left the number 10 of the Demon Butler team. "Stan, it's me." He picked up the phone and dialed. The person on the other end clearly did not expect Riley to call him at this time, his tone a bit hurried and anxious. "Don't worry, buddy. I'm not calling to hold you accountable for that foolish timeout you called during the regular season in Los Angeles." Riley took a puff of his cigar, savoring it before exhaling, then continued. "Did those 2 young men from Wake Forest appear at Staples Center last night?" I think. Maybe." Riley frowned and extinguished his cigar, slamming it onto the desk in front of him. "If you can't even handle such a simple task, what use are you, you dimwit?" The current head coach of the Heat, Stan Van Gundy, was sweating profusely on the other end of the line. "Sir, I did give the tickets to Adam, but I'm not sure if he passed them on to those 2 young men." "So you mean you don't even know if they came or not?" Riley's anger was palpable. Wait, sir." At the airport on the bus carrying all the Heat players, Van Gundy suddenly caught sight of veteran Alonzo Mourning flipping through a newspaper. Like a drowning man spotting a life raft, he snatched the newspaper from Mourning. Mourning, taken aback by the sudden theft of his newspaper, was about to fume, but seeing it was head coach Stan Van Gundy, he held back his anger and was about to voice his question. "Those 2 young men were at Staples Center last night. I saw a report about them in the newspaper. They were right there at our game against the Lakers." "A newspaper? What newspaper?" Riley did not delve into that question, suppressing his anger as he asked. "So you did not actually make contact with them?" The death question loomed once more. Van Gundy, who also served as the Heat's president of player operations, was sweating profusely again, hurriedly explaining. "Sir, the general manager of the Demon Butler team is my friend. I will persuade Gao to meet with them." Hearing his assurance, Riley was not satisfied, but now was not the time to dwell on this matter. His anger stemmed from Van Gundy's unreliability, which sparked thoughts of changing coaches. "Gao? Who is Gao?" The death trio appeared in the minds of the Heat players, who overheard the conversation, exchanging curious glances about this. Gao? Sounds like the surname of Yao from Houston, or could he be Yao's compatriot? Over the years, if anyone left the most profound impression on O'Neal in matching up against him, it was undoubtedly that Chinese player selected by the Houston Rockets in 2002. O'Neal immediately speculated about the identity of Yao's compatriot. Wade, who wore sunglasses sponsored by himself, even in the car, coolly remarked, "I don't care who Gao is, but next month in the game against the Rockets, I will definitely dunk over that Chinese giant Yao." Wade, who was stepping into the peak of his career in his second year, was feeling quite pleased, not forgetting the grudge from his rookie season, when Yao as a senior sent him a massive Chinese hot pot. The teammates had mixed reactions. Eddie Jones Haslam and Damon Jones laughed and approved of Wade's idea, firmly believing that Yao would become Wade's next backdrop, just like Kobe Bryant did last night. Only Mourning and O'Neal's expressions darkened, revealing a different shade of concern. As fellow centers, they knew all too well how difficult it was to deal with such a versatile big man who could shoot and was incredibly agile. Moreover, Houston's Yao stood at 2.26 meters tall. When he stood in the 3-second area, it was like the Empire State Building in New York. Opposing players couldn't even see the rim from under the basket, let alone dunk over him. Their attention quickly shifted from Gao to Yao. while Stan Van Gundy, having barely managed to deal with the general manager's inquiries, was now troubled about how to obtain the contact information for that Chinese exchange student from Wake Forest University, 1,000 miles away in Miami. Riley's eyes gleamed as he watched the recent game footage of Gao, feeling as if he were gazing at an unrefined gem. The speed of help defense that can cover any corner within the three-point line, historically exceptional physical talent, an obvious knack for rebounding, and a steady mid-range shot. For some reason, the face of the peak Kevin Garnett in Minnesota suddenly emerged in Riley's mind. This player's size and the versatility he displayed on the court, apart from the playmaking ability that Gao currently lacked, made him a complete Kevin Garnett in college basketball. A player like this is only a freshman, almost the same age as Garnett when he entered the NBA draft. So many similar shining points. How could Riley not connect the two? Billy Knight, the general manager of the Hawks, is quite an eccentric individual. To be precise, he is a rather peculiar character among the management of the 30 teams in the NBA. He has neither the ruthlessness of Danny Ainge and Pat Riley nor the astuteness of Greg Popovich and Mitch Kupchak, and his draft judgment is rather average. But this man has a habit of waking up at precisely 5:45 a.m. every morning to meditate at the gym until he returns to his office by 9 a.m. He fondly calls it the union of soul and body, feeling the profound cultural heritage of the oldest team in the NBA. On the first working day after the Christmas holiday, having just finished his meditation, he tidied up and prepared to head to the office. At the office door, he encountered an unexpected person, Sheldon. And I was somewhat surprised. Oh, wasn't this guy supposed to be in North Carolina scouting potential big men from several ACC college teams? What could be so important that he personally rushed back to Atlanta to report to the team? Sheldon Hunter, at 36 years old, was at an age where he had both aging parents and young children. Having previously played as a semi-professional for 3 years overseas, although he does not boast as illustrious an NBA career as Billy Knight had in his youth, he still qualifies as an outstanding basketball player. After retiring, he honorably took a position as a scout for the Hawks, which was quite relevant to his profession. Sir, I believe you must see the scouting report on the freshman from Wake Forest. Although Sheldon appeared excited, his fatigue was hard to disguise. Clearly, he had rushed back to Atlanta by plane. Moved by the dedication of this scout, Knight immediately opened the office door for him and personally poured him a cup of coffee. Taking the document bag from Sheldon's hands, Knight returned to his desk and pulled out the latest scouting report along with the game tape. Half an hour later, Knight removed his glasses and rubbed his temples, feeling a sense of lingering curiosity. I finally understand what the report means by historically exceptional physical talent. Is your suggestion that we include this freshman named Gao in the team's rebuilding plan? Sheldon, having downed several cups of coffee, now looked invigorated. Yes, sir. You know, Gao is already ranked among the lottery picks on authoritative draft prediction lists like ESPN Sports Illustrated and Today's Basketball. He's only 18. Even without considering the vast Chinese market behind him based solely on this physical assessment and his performance in the Atlantic Coast Conference, he is entirely worthy of a lottery draft pick. Knight's face showed clear signs of interest. It would take a fool not to recognize Gao's basketball talent. Even just for the potential of the Chinese market, numerous NBA teams would be inclined to select him with a later draft pick. However, he also had his own concerns, so after careful thought, he made a compromising decision. From now on, I want you to provide me with a scouting report on Gao every month until the March Madness next year. Upholding the belief that one should specialize in their field, he entrusted this task to Sheldon. After all, the latter's responsibility was to discover talented young players for the team to aid in their rebuilding or playoff pursuits. San Antonio. The starters and substitutes on the training court formed two teams for an intra-squad scrimmage, while the team's core Tim Duncan sat on the sidelines in loose training gear, chatting and laughing with head coach Greg Popovich. By the way, Crawford was absent, and Duncan unabashedly displayed his villainous grin. Tim, have you been following the news about the Devils' Butler team lately? I heard they have an incredible freshman this year who seems to be an exchange student from China. Oh, Popovich subtly steered the conversation towards Wake Forest University, and upon hearing his question, Duncan reined in his smile, showing a contemplative expression. Sir, are you referring to Gao? Popovich's heart leaped with joy, and he continued, how is your foot injury recovering? The team is in great shape now. Oh, I can grant you more time off to visit your alma mater. How does that sound? Duncan was taken aback. Oh, visit his alma mater. When had Greg become so kind? As the saying goes, the most frightening thing is sudden concern from others, even if that person is the closest to you. Yes. Popovich's cheerful demeanor reminded one of the amiable grandfather images often seen hanging outside KFC fast food restaurants. But only those familiar with the cunning Popovich would realize that he was a man with a blade hidden beneath a friendly facade, a fierce competitor among the battle-hardened college coaches. What do you think of him? Who? Gao. Duncan felt increasingly perplexed. Sir, our goal this season is to compete for the championship. We need immediate contributors. Popovich snapped back, who said, "I want to select that Chinese young man at next year's draft. I hope you can return to your alma mater more often, engage with the young talent, and ideally." Popovich paused, finally revealing his true intentions as a senior advised him to enjoy his brief college basketball career and like you to seize the honors available before considering entering the NBA. Duncan pondered thoughtfully. Time rapidly moved to January 2005, and Wake Forest University's first opponent of the new year was the Blue Devils from Duke University. They headed to Durham, the college town, where they would face off against Duke University in their first regular season game of the year at Cameron Indoor Stadium. It is worth mentioning that Duke's home court has always been one of the most intimidating venues in the NCAA, with their fans dubbed Cameron Crazies. Whenever there is an important game, the open spaces outside the venue are filled with various camps and countless tents. In 1999, Sports Illustrated rated this arena as the fourth best multi-purpose venue for all professional and collegiate sports teams, earning the title of the most intimidating home court in America. Duke University's impressive home record of 48 wins and 2 losses over 3 years stands as a powerful testament to this reputation. Among their current roster, the starting guard J. Redick and center Sheldon Williams are undoubtedly the core players, both declaring for the NBA in 2006 and being selected in the lottery by the Magic and the Hawks respectively. Additionally, there is a small guard Daniel Ewing, who averages 9.5 points and 4.5 assists, selected in the penultimate position of the 2005 draft. What about the Duke in North Carolina or the Celtics and Lakers in the NBA? When the bus carrying players from Wake Forest University, including Gauda and Paul, arrived outside Cameron Indoor Stadium, it was surrounded by nearly 10,000 fans of various skin colors, along with 40 to 50 broadcasting vehicles parked in the lot. It's worth noting that during the season opener, North Carolina's visit to Wake Forest did not draw such a large crowd, as few believed the latter could compete with the renowned four from North Carolina, with the only strong point in the team being sophomore Chris Paul. However, now with the rising fame of the inside-out combination of Gauda and Paul, the Wake Forest Demon Deacons have been ranked 4th in the latest NCAA Team Power Rankings. It must be noted that there are 346 college teams in the NCAA's Division I-A, and Wake Forest's placement in the top 5 already demonstrates their terrifying strength, earning recognition from the vast majority of fans and media. In this nationally televised focal match, Gauda unexpectedly encountered an old acquaintance. Before the game, Gauda was checking his gear when he was informed by head coach Speck to go to a temporary meeting room for an interview. Guided by the venue staff, Gauda arrived at a well-equipped small meeting room on the 2nd floor of the stadium. Upon opening the door, he saw a middle-aged man with a cheerful smile. "Hello, Xiao Gao. Hi, it's great to finally meet you in person." The visitor confidently stepped forward and shook Gauda's hand. "What the heck, Wei Ping Bryant?" Seeing that familiar face, Gauda had countless sarcastic remarks in mind, but what came out was a brief 8-character expression. The moment he met Gauda, expletive coach Zhang's expression darkened, but this way of greeting undoubtedly brought the two closer together. At least it proved that Gauda, who had been studying abroad for nearly a year, had not let the evils of capitalism erode his red heart. "Ha ha, Xiao Gao is truly genuine." The host of CCTV's Basketball Park, Yu Jia, chuckled. These two were very familiar to Gauda, and using a phrase popular in later years, they represented a significant part of his childhood memories. Gauda could now easily recall Coach Zhang's classic quotes. "Let me introduce myself, my name is Yu Jia." Before he could finish, Gauda waved his hand to interrupt. "You two are too familiar to me. I've been watching your shows back in China for a long time, no need for introductions." Yu Jia and Coach Zhang exchanged glances. This young man from the youth training system truly exhibited a natural closeness and spoke fluent Mandarin that was pleasing to the ear, which was quite a delightful surprise. Gauda was equally surprised because the arrival of these two undoubtedly indicated that someone back home had begun to pay attention to him, and some domestic fans and media must have already known about this underground worker fighting alone in American college basketball. After some pleasantries, Coach Zhang directly moved to the topic and was ready to start the interview. Considering the time crunch before the game, they first asked a few personal questions, essentially inquiring about Gauda's background and family situation, which he answered truthfully until the end. "Xiao Gao, you have already been ranked in the top 10, even top 5 on some draft prediction lists. It can be said that you are already a confirmed NBA player. So may I ask, do you have the confidence to match up to Yao Ming and become the next Asian All-Star center?" Before this, Coach Zhang and the others had seen reports about Gauda in some domestic media, but everyone knew the quality of domestic media at this time. Considering the operations of Korean media 10 years later, the exaggeration was off the charts. The credibility was still very low, which was why Coach Zhang asked such a question today. Gauda's response came quickly, but his tone had lost the earlier lightness as he answered the question earnestly and straightforwardly. "I will enter the NBA and will strive to reach the same level as Brother Yao." I cannot guarantee how great my achievements will be in the future, but no matter what challenges I face, I will not shrink back, because I know I have 3 billion people behind me. Upon hearing the last sentence, Coach Zhang and Yu Jia were so surprised that their mouths nearly dropped open. The meaning contained in this statement was profoundly resonant. Moreover, they knew that if this report were aired domestically, Gouda popularity would skyrocket, reaching a level comparable to Yao Ming in a short time. However, what they did not know was that Gouda's heartfelt statement, "I have 3 billion people behind me," was inspired by a classic quote from the national football and basketball teams in later years. Out of 4 billion people, we can't find 5 or 11 who can play football or basketball. Gouda quickly bid farewell to the two, and when they saw him again, the entire Cameron Indoor Stadium was Let's welcome the Chinese beast from Winsler Gouda. The passionate voice of the commentator resonated through the amplifiers, reaching every corner of the gym, accompanied by the roaring cheers and screams of over 10,000 fans. Among them were some local Chinese fans who brought their families to watch Gouda game, offering their support to this compatriot whom they had never met, but shared the same skin color. Coaches Zhang and Yu Jia on the stands were instantly engulfed in the cheers, looking at each other in shock, their astonishment evident. Prior to this, they had never imagined that a Chinese player with yellow skin who was not even supported by the home fans could receive such overwhelming support. This is the charm of American college basketball. As long as you have the ability, even if you are not a player for that university, you can still gain respect and admiration. And now, as the most popular freshman in the Atlantic Coast Conference, Gouda, his influence here clearly exceeded Coach Zhang's expectations. Tonight, Duke's opponent is Shelton Williams, one of the Twin Towers from Duke. This 69-inch, 2.06 African-American center has played for Duke University for 4 years, and this year marks his junior season, averaging 7 points, 8 rebounds, 2 assists, and 2 blocks per game, making him the core pillar of the Duke Blue Devils inside game. He entered the draft only after completing 4 years of college. It's unclear whether to admire his love for his alma mater or to think he wants to follow in Duncan's footsteps, perfecting his skills before entering the NBA. However, looking at the honors Shelton has achieved throughout his college career, he is undoubtedly a notable figure in Duke Blue Devils history, having not only received the ACC Defensive Player of the Year, but also being selected to the AP All-American team, and is one of only 3 players in NCAA history to have over 1,500 points, 1,000 rebounds, 350 blocks, and 150 steals. Such a resume is quite impressive, earning him a first-round 5th overall pick from the Hawks in next year's draft. Not only did he make it to the NBA and become a millionaire, but his college number 12 jersey has also been retired by Duke University. Even if he fades away after a few years in the NBA and ends up playing in overseas leagues like the CBA, one cannot deny that this guy's life is quite fulfilling. However, what truly earns Gouda's admiration is that this brother managed to tame the so-called female version of LeBron, Candace Parker, a WNBA powerhouse, with a career full of honors. The two married in 2008 and have a daughter together. However, none of this stops Gouda from repeatedly making this brother a mere backdrop on offense tonight. The beast from Wake Forest once again finishes with a violent dunk, and our poor Shelton boy feels like a drained shrimp, becoming nothing more than a backdrop for the dunk under the basket. In one play, Gouda received a pass from Paul, took a step down the lane, and leaped to dunk. Shelton Williams, who was desperately trying to block him, felt as if he had been run over by a fully loaded truck, and then there was nothing else. Having successfully gained 3 kilograms, Gouda now weighs 240 pounds, 109 kilograms, a weight that enhances his competitiveness while retaining his agility and speed. This has been a major reason for his increasingly violent finishes and more frequent dunks in recent games. The cheers from Duke University's home crowd are dwindling, while many Chinese fans holding signs saying "Go Gouda, Go Wake Forest" are facing verbal attacks from nearby Duke fans. The atmosphere on site is growing more intense, having shifted from mutual indifference to a scene of one-sided insults directed at the Wake Forest players. In the crowd, Zhang and you are sweating profusely, but it's not from the heat, they're scared. Their obvious appearance as Chinese media reporters has drawn the hostile gaze of numerous Duke fans, and several disgruntled fans have begun throwing beer cups and popcorn at them. Is this the intensity of college basketball in America? While watching the game, Zhang couldn't help but sigh in front of the camera. The intensity of some domestic professional leagues probably doesn't even compare to this. No wonder American basketball is so formidable. It's hard not to stand out in such a fiercely competitive environment. Reflecting on this, Zhang also gained a new understanding of Gouda's strength. Being able to dominate a college team that rivals some strong domestic professional teams, how can you say he's not strong? The quality of basketball talent and the training system really matter. Yu Jia also sighed, while the clever cameraman turned off the lens, ensuring their conversation was not recorded. Look at Xiao Gao's height, physique, and competitive ability. He is not at all inferior to these older players. How many dunks has he made just in the first half of this game? Even Yao Ming wouldn't have dunked this many in a single game, right? Oh look, he dunked again. How many has Duke's number 12, the black player, been dunked on by Xiao Gao? People are left stunned by the number of dunks. The experience of such a one-sided game is always like this. Oh, no one pays attention to the team being dominated. Instead, all eyes are on the stronger side. This is true even for many Duke fans who have switched sides. To be honest, after the game started, Gao didn't expect the renowned Duke Blue Devils to be so easily overwhelmed. After all, they were among the top 16 teams in this year's 05 March Madness, right? At halftime, the score was 5-6-4-1, and the gap had already reached 15 points. It's important to note that this is not the small ball era of a decade later where a few three-pointers can close the gap. In this era where the mainstream style of play is a half-court battle, a gap of several points, especially in the NCAA, with a 35-second shot clock, means 15 points can already be considered a death sentence for the opposing team. However, fans who watch the entire game understand that Duke University is being bullied so badly due to a combination of Wake Forest's strategy of using Gauda and Paul's pick and roll to counter their style of play. On the other hand, it also owes to Duke's top scorer J.J. Redick, who averages 25 points per game. This star guard, known for his three-point shooting, made 450 three-pointers during his college career, but tonight under Chris Paul's full-court defense, he delivered a performance of 4 out of 14, with 0 out of 7 from three-point range. His poor performance almost bent the hoop at Wake Forest University. It was undoubtedly the worst performance for Duke since the start of the season. If the offense is this bad, at least show some effort on defense, so there would still be a game to play. Instead, not only was the offense lacking, but Redick was also almost left exposed on defense by Paul's pick-and-roll tactics. In the first half, Paul scored 18 points while Redick had never allowed his opponent to score more than 12 points in the first half before. This clearly shows how poor Redick's defensive performance was tonight. In fact, during his 4 years of college, J.J. Redick was always at a disadvantage against Paul, who was in the players like Paul, who are offensively sharp and known for their defensive antics, have been a headache for Redick since he entered the league. Despite Redick's impressive three-point shooting against other ACC teams, even managing to maintain suspense in games against the 4 stars of North Carolina until the last few minutes. Against the Wake Forest team, led by Paul, Redick frequently found himself in embarrassing situations. Logically speaking, a super scorer averaging 25 points in college shouldn't be so suppressed, right? He must have other offensive methods besides three-point shooting and shooting right. The future Lakers' new coach and NCAA's all-time three-point king J.J. Redick tells you. In Coach K's Duke system, Redick is positioned as a tactical player who runs out for open shots and shoots three-pointers. You can let him shoot and he can handle the ball decently, but if he encounters an all-around perimeter player, well, he can show you what it means to have no limits on pulling up. Some might ask, how has Duke University managed to reach the Sweet 16 or Final Four in recent years, but now struggles here? One reason is that last year's Duke 4 stars Luol Deng and Chris Duhon were both picked by NBA teams, which immediately lowered the strength of the championship caliber team. Secondly, it's about mismatched playing styles along with the thorough tactical research that teams in the same league have done on each other. Don't forget that the opponents in March Madness are likely not from the same league, so they only have a few days after the draw to catch up on each other's tactics and systems. Moreover, NCAA March Madness has always been a single elimination format, which leads to numerous seemingly unknown teams causing upsets against giants like Duke, North Carolina, and UConn to advance to the next round. This is not uncommon. With Duke's primary core Redick struggling to find his rhythm, the second Dinkaman Shelton Williams was also being held down and rubbed against the floor by Gauda. How can Duke University win? Should they rely on point guard Daniel Ewing to step up and take control of the game? Or should Coach K call in the future all-star roster for the 2008 Olympics to play against the duo of Gauda and Paul? In the end, Duke University lost this regular season game with a score of 7-7-9-1. Wake Forest University's record improved to an impressive 18 wins and 1 loss, remaining undefeated since the opening game. The 18-game winning streak is also the longest in Wake Forest University's history. Currently, there is hope for this record to continue. As the tournament progressed, the coverage and promotion of Wake Forest University's games in the United States increased significantly. Gauda's reputation in America skyrocketed, particularly in North Carolina and surrounding areas, to the point where he became a household name. His combination with Chris Paul was dubbed the Glove Rain Man by their fans in the ACC region. After they defeated 3 teams that made it to the Sweet 16, Duke, North Carolina State, and Georgia Tech, in the regular season. The media and experts have already rated their duo alongside the Illinois 3 and the North Carolina 4 as the most dominant combination in the NCAA. Thus, the rankings of 4-3-2 came to be. Many media outlets eager to stir the pot even used the headline 4-3-2 in the sports section, igniting a war of words among fans of the 3 universities to boost exposure and newspaper sales. Meanwhile, back home, the coverage of the game between Wake Forest and Duke by director Zhang and the CCTV Sports channel brought considerable attention to Gouda and the Wake Forest Demon Deacons among domestic fans. Perhaps limited by the outdated methods of news dissemination in this era, people could only stay informed through newspapers and television news programs. However, many basketball-loving fans in China have learned about this Chinese student playing in the NCAA through CCTV's broadcasts and director Zhang's team's interviews with Gouda. Powerful. I can hardly think of any other words to express my shock other than this four-character phrase to describe Gouda's performance on the court. Director Zhang wrote in a report, "The only players I have seen who can start on an American team and undoubtedly become core players are Yao Ming and Gouda. His explosive dunks ignited the fans' enthusiasm, and he is a completely different type of player compared to Yao." Currently, domestic fans are primarily focused on the CBA and Yao Ming across the ocean, with only a small fraction aware of the NCAA College League in America. The promotion from director Zhang's team undoubtedly helped Gouda gain recognition, making domestic fans begin to pay attention to this young man playing in a foreign land. He referring to Gouda won't turn 19 until the end of February this year. What does this age signify in the American draft system? Zhang Weiping wrote in the report, "This means that Xiao Gao is almost one of the youngest players in the NCAA, and at this age, averaging 171,352 in the fiercely competitive NCAA, which is no less than the NBA. His age combined with these statistics essentially guarantees him a top 10 draft pick." Some newspapers in America have described him as the best interior player in North Carolina and the entire ACC league bar none. His visual impact on defense inevitably reminds people of Dikembe Mutombo, the NBA's Defensive Player of the Year, who once played for the Nuggets and the 76ers. At this point, most basketball fans in China understood that this young man named Gouda has the potential to become the NBA's Defensive Player of the Year, if not more. After all, they might not know the level of competition in the ACC, nor do they fully grasp what it means to be the best interior player in the ACC. But they definitely know Uncle Mu, who just joined the Rockets as Yao Ming's primary backup. However, excessive exposure and news coverage may not be a good thing for Gouda and Wake Forest University right now, as it means more teams will start to focus on them, especially several strong teams within the same league. Fortunately, they are currently ranked second in the regular season, benefiting from the firepower drawn by the formidable North Carolina, who have not lost a single game in their first 20 matches. Soon they will face North Carolina in a rematch, which will also be a battle for the positioning of the two teams this season. On January 7th, the first Sunday of the new year, in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, at the Dean Smith Center. Tonight is the second regular season matchup between the top two teams in the ACC, featuring the dynamic duo of Wake Forest and the seemingly hopeless North Carolina Four. However, the spotlight tonight is not on either of the teams. Sitting in the front row dressed in a white oversized suit and wearing sunglasses, the Black Egghead has captured most of the fans' attention. Next to him is a stunning Cuban model, and his Airness Michael Jordan, having completed his last NBA season less than 2 years ago, is starting to show signs of rounding out. The moment he appeared in the Dean Smith Center amidst the screams and cheers, he became the brightest star of the night, not just because of his shiny black egghead. Before the game, when interviewed by a Sports Illustrated reporter and asked what advice he had for tonight's North Carolina players, Michael, holding the slim waist of the young model, said, "Advice? Why would I give them advice? Young people always have their own ideas. I was the same way back then. But this doesn't affect them at all. Being youthful and arrogant is a process everyone goes through. Only by overcoming this process can one grow." Then, when mentioning the Wake Forest duo that has swept most teams in the league, Jordan, perhaps to boost the morale of his alma mater, or due to his own jinx powers, boldly stated on camera, "The spirit of North Carolina is to destroy all enemies in our way. We will not be defeated. Even if knocked down, it's just a brief rest. I have high hopes for the 4 young players on the team. They will lead the team to the March Madness finals this year." In fact, Jordan was being conservative, given his cocky nature, not outright declaring North Carolina is this year's NCAA champion already shows consideration for other college teams. Then at the moment the game began, or rather when Gouda successfully jumped for the ball on behalf of Wake Forest University and the Demon Deacons secured the first possession of the game, the North Carolina Tar Heels were about to face their darkest night of the season. Tonight, Wake Forest University's first offense, as per tradition, comes from the pick and roll play by Paul, and Gordon successfully received Paul's bounce pass, soaring high as he faced the helpless Sean May under the basket, slamming the ball into the hoop. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded, adding a free throw. Sean May, knocked to the ground, shouted in protest, unable to accept the foul in the first round at his home court. Unfortunately, the referee's decision did not change. Instead, he signaled for Gordon to step to the free throw line. Bang! Gordon's shooting touch had yet to ignite tonight, the free throw bouncing off the rim. Just as Sean May prepared to collect the rebound, Gordon's figure appeared behind him like a ghost. The basketball was snatched away by a large yellow hand. Damn! Gordon roared in anger, quickly completing a second jump, seizing the rebound amidst the crowd spinning past Sean May, with a powerful move lightly flicking the ball into the basket. 4-0 Wake Forest University scored 4 consecutive points at the start, the process dramatic and absurd. On the sidelines, Jordan's face dark as a cooking pot briefly contorted in displeasure, but soon the media turned their cameras towards him, and Dan, with excellent expression management, quickly adjusted his demeanor. Gordon and his teammates celebrated excitedly. Great shot. You damn guy finally figured it out. Scoring under the basket isn't just about dunks. Paul happily uttered words that displeased Gordon, as if he was merely seen as a brute who could only dunk. However, this shot indeed benefited from the newly acquired Copper Dreamlike Steps badge. Ding! Side quest triggered. Defeat the University of North Carolina on their home court, ruining the basketball gods' good mood for the night. Reward 1 pick and roll badge. Gordon's lips curved into a smile, his peripheral vision catching Michael Jordan on the sidelines, the indescribable excitement within him heightened. In Jordan's alma mater, right in front of Jordan, to slap Jordan in the face. Wow. Is there anything that could hit Gordon's sweet spot more than this? North Carolina quickly retaliated. Rashad McCants gained an opportunity to shoot from the top of the arc through his movement, and he instantly prepared to launch a three-pointer. Smack! A devastating block. The ball was swatted away from near the three-point line to the midcourt. Paul, who was obstructed, immediately surged forward, snatching the ball and quickly dunking it in. 6-0 predicted to be defeated by Wake Forest. North Carolina had not scored a single point in the first. The high-tech screen in the Dean Smith Center replayed the previous play, showing Gordon, who had originally retreated to the paint, suddenly charging out like a hunting eagle, sharp and precise, as he soared down to block the shot from McCants. Seeing this scene, the fans on the sidelines collectively gasped, and Rashad McCants felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Was there anything more humiliating than this? After completing the block, Gordon roared, and this moment happened to be displayed on the big screen, showcasing the typically gentle and low-key Chinese player performing so passionately and wildly in the American Collegiate League, contrasting sharply with the American players behind him who were left dumbfounded. This moment would be permanently recorded in NCAA history, becoming another classic in promoting the globalization of basketball. The Chinese guy wearing jersey number 10. On the sidelines, Michael Jordan finally began to take Gordon seriously, squinting his eyes, unconsciously rubbing his chin. Even the beautiful Cuban model next to him struggled to catch his attention. The second Chinese player to enter the American League after Yao Ming. Interesting. Wake Forest University's players seem to have taken some kind of medicine tonight, playing aggressively on both offense and defense, especially the perimeter players, who under Chris Paul's full-court defense made life extremely difficult for North Carolina's outside players led by Raymond Felton. In the paint, Gordon was a towering presence, almost single-handedly dominating Marvin Williams and Sean May, both of whom were potential NBA players. If it weren't for Marvin Williams off the bench, who played more like a small forward and occasionally pulled Gordon out for some onion-on action, North Carolina's interior would have likely been completely overwhelmed by Gordon tonight. While the 4 stars of North Carolina were underperforming, even to say it was abnormal, throughout the first half North Carolina remained in a passive state, led around by Wake Forest University. 5-5-4-5. Shortly after the start of the second half, Felton, distracted on the court, was stolen by Paul, who quickly converted it into an end-one, officially widening the point gap to double digits. The basketball god watching from the sidelines already had a grim expression, even being captured by the media, while ignoring the tissue handed to him by his female companion. This clearly shows how dissatisfied Michael Jordan was with his younger peers' performance. His frustration was evident, and Coach Roy Williams on North Carolina's bench must have been even more upset. During halftime, he singled out everyone, including the 4 stars of North Carolina, to scold them, yet it yielded no results. Some players were distracted, others made mistakes in pick and rolls. Even in the second half, when McCants had an opportunity for an open layup, he hesitated, fearing that Gordon might emerge from somewhere to block his shot, and instead passed the ball out, resulting in a shot clock violation. In truth, when McCants drove to the basket, Gordon had already been taken out of the 3-second zone by his teammate Marvin Williams. In such a scenario, even if you called in the defensive monster Kevin Garnett from the NBA, he might not be able to recover in time. Yet McCants, plagued by the psychological shadow of being blocked so easily, gave up an open scoring opportunity. Jordan, watching the game, was so furious that his blood pressure skyrocketed, almost wishing to don his Bulls jersey number 23 and teach them a lesson on the court. It's evident that the 4 stars of North Carolina, who remain undefeated this season, have fallen into a winning curse, and facing the evenly matched Wake Forest University has completely exposed their issues. Players lost their fighting spirit, the head coach was anxious on the sidelines, and the fans were somewhat disappointed, but hoping someone would step up to take control of the game. In the end, the North Carolina Tar Heels were defeated at home in the Dean Smith Center by Wake Forest University with a score of 8-8-7-5. The 13-point winning margin was also the largest victory for Wake Forest University over North Carolina in history. The last time Wake Forest defeated North Carolina was back in the Duncan era. In this match, North Carolina faced its first loss of the 04-05 season, bringing their record to 21 wins and 1 loss, tied for first with Wake Forest, who had just defeated them. Gordon, undoubtedly the MVP of the night, not only played a crucial role in Wake Forest's victory over the 4 Stars of North Carolina, but also broke a historical record. Playing for 33 minutes, he scored 35 points, grabbed 12 rebounds, and blocked 6 shots on 14 of 19 shooting. He successfully broke the NCAA record for the highest single-game score by a freshman, previously held by Cameron Anthony of Syracuse University, with 33 points. This record would later be broken by Zion Williamson, nicknamed Fat Tiger, with 35 points. It can be said that in the NCAA, where the offensive time is shorter and the pace of the game is slower, scoring over 30 points in a single game is a significant challenge, as it is common for a team score to remain in the 50s or 60s throughout a game. The clever use of the screen and drill badge. 35 points. With a slaughter-like style of play, any interior player matched against him will be completely torn apart. The court beast from China is simply unstoppable. His impact on both offense and defense is already comparable to any great player who has left behind a legendary story in the NCAA. This was the exclamation made by the official commentator Buck Nim at the Dean Smith Center after the game. Anyone who watched this game knows clearly that North Carolina, with 4 potential NBA players, was brutally beaten under the basket by Gauda. If Shaq is the most dominant interior player in NBA history, then Gao is the great shark on the NCAA stage, unstoppable on offense while being able to deny all players from scoring on defense. Sports Illustrated published all the details of the game the next day, with renowned editor Jason Smith giving such high praise to the Chinese beast from Wake Forest University. Gauda is the most talented player I have ever coached. His performance on the court always reminds you of Tim Duncan from the Spurs. They are both team players that no one can stop from scoring. Coach Speak praised Gauda in a post-game interview, calling it a milestone night in the history of the Wake Forest Demon Deacons. In response, Gauda humbly stated, "I still have a long way to go to reach Tim's level of play. In fact, the gap between us goes far beyond our impact on offense and defense. It includes court leadership, the ability to bond with teammates, and the locker room. These are all things I need to learn. As for Yao from Houston, I bet you won't compare me to him anymore, right?" Gauda's humorous response in the interview earned him a wave of goodwill from both American and domestic fans. Come on, he is already a superstar of all-star caliber, the king of fan voting. From a certain perspective, Tim cannot even compare to him, let alone someone like me who is far from Tim's level. Soon the news of Gauda's interview following his explosive 35-point game against the championship favorite North Carolina spread throughout North America. At this moment, Gauda's name appeared for the first time in the top 3 positions of the ESPN draft. Only the Australian sophomore center from the University of Utah and Darren Williams from the Illinois trio were ahead. Oh, it should be mentioned that ranked 4th is Gauda's good roommate Chris A. Pao, who loves Chinese food. Thanks to Gauda, A. Pao's draft stock is much better than it was in previous years. Rumors suggest that several rebuilding NBA teams, including the Trailblazers, Bulls, and Jazz, have expressed interest in him. Regarding news about Gauda's draft status, the day after he scored 35 points to defeat North Carolina, Bucks GM Larry Harris publicly stated at a post-game press conference after the team's game against the Heat, "If we can get a top 3 or top 5 pick this year, we will do everything we can to trade up for the first overall pick and select Gao from Wake Forest." Whether he chooses to enter this year's or next year's NBA draft, this marks the first public expression of interest from NBA executives regarding Gauda. This also means that Gauda has officially stepped into the threshold of being a hot prospect in the 2005 draft, becoming one of the strong contenders for the first overall pick. After losing to Wake Forest, North Carolina unexpectedly faced a 3-game losing streak. First, they lost to their visiting rivals, the Duke Blue Devils, who were led by the hot-shooting J.J. Redick, scoring 33 points to lead his team to a convincing 11-point victory. Then in mid-January against Georgia Tech, with 2 of their 4-star players absent, North Carolina fought through an overtime, but lost 7,678. Afterwards, North Carolina, under the guidance of Coach Roy Williams, managed to recover, finishing their regular season journey with a 6-game winning streak. With a record of 27 wins and 3 losses, they failed to match last year's performance, ultimately handing over the ACC regular season top spot to Wake Forest. The Demon Deacons achieved the best regular season record in their history, 28 wins and 2 losses, claiming the ACC regular season title for 2 consecutive years. Especially with their terrifying 25-game winning streak. Although it did not break the Atlantic Coast Conference's historical winning streak record, it was because both Duke and North Carolina have previously achieved perfect regular season records. In this context, Wake Forest's 25-game winning streak this year seems even more precious, especially in a new century with improved rules and statistical facilities. Averaging 20, 3 points 12, 8 rebounds 1, 7 assists 5, 2 blocks and 0, 5 steals. Gouda has also become a strong contender for the ACC Rookie of the Year, Best Defensive Player and Player of the Year. After the regular season ended, they quickly entered the ACC Championship. In this single-elimination tournament format, upsets and surprises are common. In the history of the Atlantic Coast Conference, there have been instances where the regular season champion was eliminated in the first round, similar to the NBA's Black 8 miracle, although rare, it has happened. Thus, Coach Speak put in considerable effort to prepare the players psychologically before the tournament, ensuring they would not make the elementary mistakes of underestimating opponents and arrogance. However, compared to the self-aware and clear-headed Demon Deacons, the outside world's expectations for them were quite evident. Experts and media began to proclaim during the quarterfinals that they would become this year's ACC championship winner, even suggesting that the invincible North Carolina quartet would become their stepping stone. As a result, although Wake Forest easily defeated the Maryland Terrapins by nearly 20 points in the quarterfinals, they still faced a tough battle against the Duke Blue Devils in the semifinals going into overtime. No one expected that Shelton Williams would suddenly explode, going 9 for 9 in the first half, catching Wake Forest completely off guard. Even Gouda, the interior core of the Demon Deacons and a top prospect, was stunned. He simply could not understand how the guy he had single-handedly dominated before suddenly became so daring and fierce. Fortunately, in the second half, Wake Forest quickly adjusted their status, and with Gouda and Paul's inside-outside combination taking the initiative, the 8-point deficit from the first half gradually narrowed, until with 23 seconds left in regulation, Wake Forest was still leading by 6 points. As a result, Duke's sharpshooter J.J. Redick stepped up at a critical moment, hitting 2 outrageous three-pointers and making a steal, dragging the seemingly settled game into overtime despite Coach Speak's 2 timeout calls. Fortunately, in overtime, Gouda and Paul's regular weapon, screen and drill, consistently contributed 7 points and successfully limited Duke's team to under 5 points in overtime. In the end, the Wake Forest Demon Deacons passed through the Duke Blue Devils without any major issues, successfully advancing to the finals. The biggest contributor to this game was undoubtedly Gouda, who scored 6 points in overtime. After all, his presence was a point that Duke's entire team could not defend. The new badge copper iron wall greatly enhanced his ability to delay screens, providing Paul with significant space for breakthroughs and passes, which created numerous scoring opportunities for him. This year's ACC Championship Final is held in Charlotte, North Carolina, at the home arena of the NBA's Bobcats, the Time Warner Center. Since its opening in 2005, this team has never had a corporate representative or entity to name it. The Bobcats games have always been broadcast live by the 14th North Carolina channel of Time Warner News. As the youngest team in the NBA, the Bobcats have a history of less than a year, officially established last year and announcing their entry into the NBA. At the beginning of their establishment, they received permission from League President Stern to select players outside the protected lists of the other 29 teams to form their roster, a process known as the expansion draft. Outstanding NBA players like Gerald Wallace and Emeka Okafor became the main forces of the Bobcats during this period. Tonight, these 2 NBA players and the Bobcats' African-American owner Robert Johnson also attend. The excitement surrounding this ACC championship final far exceeded that of other sporting events during the same period, overshadowing the finals of the Atlantic 10, Pacific 10, and several other major NCAA Division I league championships. Experts referred to this match as a preview of this year's March Madness Finals, implying that in their eyes this year's NCAA championship would emerge from these 2 teams. This undoubtedly shows contempt towards traditional powerhouses like Illinois, Connecticut, and Kansas. North Carolina is one thing, but what can a small Wake Forest do to compete with us? Apart from Chris Paul and Gold, both top pick candidates, what other mediocre players are on the team? Yet in this very game, the devil's advocate made these people silent with facts. The game situation was extremely tense. North Carolina had a lead of 15 points at one point, but Wake Forest, led by Gold and Paul, managed to tie the score at 76-76 with half a minute remaining. North Carolina's coach Roy Williams called a timeout to set up the final offensive play of the game. On Wake Forest side, Coach Spiker could vaguely guess his tactical execution choices, so he decisively substituted Justin Gray for the 2.01-meter-tall forward Keldon Leon. As the timeout ended, people were surprised to find that apart from point guard Chris Paul, none of the 5 players on the court for Wake Forest were shorter than 2 meters. What about the cutting-edge basketball philosophy? The 4-out 1-in strategy. North Carolina was also thrown into disarray, as Coach Spiker predicted. After running down the clock, McCants found an open spot, while Felton at the arc passed the ball to the wing for a 3-pointer, attracting all of Wake Forest's defensive attention and unexpectedly tossing the ball to the post for Sean made a finish. However, Coach Spiker had prepared for this, arranging Gold to vacate the paint and compress the space for North Carolina's off-ball screens, positioning himself cleverly to affect the opponent's movement routes and ensure timely defense under the basket. As a result, Sean May's dunk was interfered with by Gold and missed, turning the area beneath the basket into chaos. In a critical moment, the crafty Paul elbowed Marvin Williams, who was blocking him, passed the ball to Gold, who could not let the rebound slip away, securing it and making a long pass to Keldon Leong on the fast break. This player, who had only averaged 4 points, 5 rebounds, and 1 assist over 3 seasons with the Devil's Advocate, completed a near buzzer beater in front of thousands at the ACC Championship Final. This dramatic scene coincided with the electronic buzzer, signaling the end of the game, with the score fixed at 78-76, plunging the entire Time Warner Center into a frenzy. Wake Forest Devil's Advocate team claimed their 5th ACC championship title, returning to the pinnacle of the Atlantic Coast Conference after 9 years, since 1996. Marvin Williams of the Four Horsemen of North Carolina collapsed onto the court floor, covering his face in tears, as Keldon Leong made the near buzzer-beater layup. Sean May, who missed the game-winner, stood in a daze, surrounded by a sea of blue and white, representing Wake Forest University. This 2.06-meter giant stood with his hands on his hips, bewildered under the basket. Only Raymond Felton maintained a shred of composure, embracing Chris Paul, one of the NCAA's big three-point guards, offering his blessings before disappearing into the player tunnel. What about the other player? Rashad McCants left the court immediately after the game ended, vowing to reclaim all the honors in the March Madness tournament. Wake Forest University's center, the international student from China Gold, was awarded the dual MVP of the Atlantic Coast Conference. Averaging 3 points, 12, 8 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 blocks, and 5 steals during the regular season, he was named the ACC regular season MVP for the 2004-05 season. Averaging 3 points, 15 rebounds, 3 assists, and 3 blocks during the tournament, surpassing his teammate Chris Paul, who also posted impressive stats of 16,105, becoming the tournament MVP. During the award ceremony held by the event organizers, Gold, wearing the champion's hat representing the ACC championship, soaked in drinks and blue and white confetti, stood at the center, holding a trophy with his teammates, creating a highly memorable group photo. In this photo, Coach Spiker and Paul raised the ACC championship trophy together, standing on either side of Gold, their smiles bright and radiant. The championship trophy signifies more than just honor. It means that Wake Forest University's Devil's Advocate team will advance directly to this year's NCAA March Madness tournament as the Atlantic Coast Conference champions. Gold was pushed onto the podium amidst the playful banter of his teammates, ready to deliver his remarks on the victory. As he gazed at the crowd filled with thousands of attentive eyes, his eyes suddenly grew misty. Yes, just a year ago, he was an ordinary Chinese international student, standing out only slightly due to his height. But now he would step onto the stage of the most highly regarded sporting event on the planet as a core member of an NCAA team. I want to first thank my parents and coach for guiding me on this basketball journey, and to Chris, Justin, and my teammates. Without you, I wouldn't have this championship trophy in my hands. His speech was unremarkable, starting with gratitude towards those around him and concluding with, I am honored to fight alongside my teammates to achieve this championship, a process that raised no complaints but was not particularly touching. Until a reporter in the audience suddenly asked, will you participate in the NBA draft this June? Gold on stage was left speechless by this unexpected question, while Coach Spiker and teammates like Paul turned their inquiring gazes towards the event organizer, seemingly questioning if he had arranged for the reporter. The event organizer, an old white man, wore a look of surprise as well. It definitely wasn't him. His instinctive reaction explained everything. As a rising star in North American sports, Gold had never publicly discussed his future career plans, naturally piquing the curiosity of many media and fans. During this period, the concept of the talent theory by the executive vice GOAT had yet to emerge. The statement, I will bring talent to, was not only not overused, but also sounded incredibly powerful and confident to the fans of this era. Anyone who heard this would inevitably think, regardless of their evaluation, that anyone bold enough to say such a thing in public must possess sufficient strength. Clearly, just leading Wake Forest University to defeat North Carolina and rise to the top of the ACC Galpita was one of the few star players in NCAA who had the qualification to say such words. On the day after he announced his candidacy, the headlines of all sports sections in North America transformed into the following news. Dukes Gauda announces candidacy, officially launching an assault on the 2005 first overall pick. Meanwhile, domestic media began to extensively report on Gauda's participation in the NBA draft, including his background and the reasons for studying abroad in the United States, all presented with great seriousness. Even if half of the hype was fabricated by the media, as long as it achieved the goal of increasing click rates, these unscrupulous media had no qualms. With the increase in domestic reports about Gauda, more and more Chinese fans began to wonder how such a talented basketball player became a missed gem in the domestic youth training system, ultimately being sent abroad for further studies. This brings us to Gauda's father, a former professional player with foresight. Although there were also domestic youth training coaches who overlooked Gauda, it was precisely for this reason that his father was determined to send him abroad for education. The incident with Yao Ming made most domestic fans and media realize the gap between Chinese basketball and American basketball, or rather between Asian and European American basketball. Before Yao went to the United States during the 2002 Busan Asian Games men's basketball final, we suffered a devastating defeat to South Korea and regrettably lost a gold medal. Yet the following year Yao returned and dominated the paint, nearly smashing the South Korean and Iranian teams with his sheer power. The Chinese men's basketball team predictably won the gold medal at the 2003 Asian Championships. Thus, the domestic perspective on players going to the U.S. for the NBA draft had shifted from a previous closed-door policy to a more open stance. Not long after Gauda, who was far away in the United States, received a call from Coach Zhang. The two had met quite frequently over the past month. As the only reporter team that had obtained qualification to follow Wake Forest University, Coach Zhang led the Chinese journalist group to cover nearly the entire tournament schedule of the Demon Deacons. It was only natural for Gauda and Coach Zhang to exchange contact information. Draft journalist team. Upon hearing Coach Zhang's intentions, Gauda almost immediately agreed. He couldn't have wished for someone to follow and report on his draft journey more. Wasn't this just the perfect opportunity? It seems that Gauda's skyrocketing popularity in China had many fans eagerly wanting to learn more about this Chinese star, making a name for himself in the collegiate league across the ocean. Now let's discuss the upcoming March Madness tournament. The Associated Press and ESPN hosted a special expert interview to predict the rankings of the 68 teams set to participate in March Madness. Excluding the 32 champions of the major conferences who qualify directly, the remaining university teams must be selected by the NCAA selection committee based on performance, division history, and other factors, resulting in 36 invited teams. The 4 lowest-ranked teams must compete against the 4 lowest-ranked champions, with the winners advancing to March Madness. Wake Forest Demon Deacons were ranked second in the nation, just behind the University of Illinois and the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. Why is that? Because North Carolina and Illinois were tied for first, while Wake Forest's second place effectively means they are third. After spending a week at Wake Forest University in a routine of training classes on the last day of mid-March, Gauda's Demon Deacons finally learned who their first opponent in the top 64 would be: the Texas Longhorns. This team, which made it to the tournament by winning elimination rounds, would face the number 1 seed from the Eastern region, Wake Forest, in the second round. This was due to the tournament structure. Every team that entered March Madness through elimination would face the top seed from their region in the second round. While Gauda was eating, a Pow suddenly placed a document in front of him. Gauda casually opened it and glanced at it, cough, cough, cough. Upon seeing the 2 prominent names on the Texas men's basketball team roster, he nearly spat out the chicken breast he was eating onto a Pow's freshly styled hair. P.J. Tucker, LaMarcus Aldridge. They were both on the team he would face in the first game of March Madness. Gauda was utterly speechless. A Pow, still confused about Gauda's reaction, overheard Gauda start making a phone call. "Mr. Speak, I think I really need a game tape of Texas this season." No joke, these two would become legendary figures in the future. Even P.J. Tucker, the Shoe King, was a coveted 3-and-D player targeted by contending teams. Not to mention Aldridge, a perennial all-star caliber player averaging 209 points. However, after locking himself in the team's film room and watching an entire day's worth of Texas Longhorns games, he couldn't help but start doubting the authenticity of the film. Was that guy who had the height of a guard but scored most of his points in the paint really the future elite 3-and-D player P.J. Tucker? He was actively boxing out for second-chance rebounds, using his immense strength to overpower opponents a head taller than him, with a playing style that screamed toughness and grit. A miniature Ben Wallace. No, was this how the Shoe King played during his college years? Gauda's lips twitched. I mean, it's one thing for a player with guard height to crash the boards in a lane full of tall players. That's not unheard of. But how could he initiate a true man 1v1 from beyond the arc, bulldozing his way through defenders to make layups? What kind of basketball style is this? And what's with his average of 3 for turnovers this season, along with those cringeworthy passes only to have the ball stolen while bringing it up after grabbing a rebound? That's standard fare even for college Tucker. He played so selfishly throughout the entire game. This guy only made 4 passes, 3 of which were even out off balance. Yet from the Texas game footage, it was clear that Tucker's lower body strength was still quite impressive as he held his own against much heavier opponents in the paint. Moreover, the most important thing was that this guy hadn't developed a shooting form, yet defensively, due to his height and wingspan deficiencies, he could hold his own against some heavier bigs, but when faced with small guards or agile bigs like Gouda, he was basically a guaranteed score. This guy didn't even make the first round in this year's draft predictions, and he was positioned mid to late in the second round. No wonder he dared to participate in the NBA draft next year. If he gets picked, he'll have to wander through other leagues for 2 years. Gouda muttered a few words. After all, today's league is not the small ball era. The biggest taboo is this kind of jack-of-all-trades type of player, someone who knows a little of everything but excels at nothing. If it were Gouda facing this version of Tucker, the strategy would be straightforward: give him the shot, don't let him drive. If Tucker dared to go up against Gouda in the paint now, that would be interesting. You have to know that recently Gouda was successfully named the ACC Defensive Player of the Year. He loved facing off against centers who lacked shooting height and skills. As for the freshman from the Longhorns, LaMarcus Aldridge, who averaged 12, 3.7, 6 rebounds and 3, 4 assists this season, he truly didn't regard Aldridge of this period highly. Ding! Congratulations, host, ACC regular season champion and tournament champion rewards received achievement points 4,000. A familiar voice rang out, and a strange smile crept across Gauda's lips. Strong lower body. Excellent rebounding ability. Strong and likes to overpower opponents. Strength 4 points, rebounding 4 points. Gouda silently noted in his mind. Soon his attribute panel began to change. Name Gouda. Age 19 years. Height 2. 13 m. Weight 109 kilograms. Wingspan 2. 27 m. Static talent S. Grade dynamic talent is S. Star card pool 0405. Season Amare Stoudemire. Offensive attributes: ball handling 47, mid-range 85-93, growing 3.29, dunk 90-98, growing breakthrough 67-85, growing organization 70-75, inside 75-90, throws 67-80. Defensive attributes: perimeter defense 62, interior defense 77-80, rebounding 86, 824, 88, blocks 66-82. Physical attributes: strength 86, 824, 89, jumping 95-95, speed 80-85, stamina 88-93, explosiveness 88-95. Health status: bronze iron body, initially enhances player resistance to injuries. Offensive and defensive badges: bronze dreamlike footwork, increases the likelihood of faking out defenders with back to the basket moves while enhancing the player's shooting accuracy in the paint. Bronze brick wall strengthens the quality of screens set by the player, helping teammates to break through effectively. Moment: none. Current achievement points: none can be exchanged for 0 enhancement points. The first opponent of Crazy 3. The University of Texas Longhorns is a college team with a glorious history, having reached the NCAA Final Four 3 times, with the most recent being in 2003. They have made it to the Elite 8 5 times, and to the Sweet 16 11 times. As of 2005, among all college teams that have never won a national championship, the University of Texas has the second most wins in the history of March Madness. 30 wins, only behind the University of Illinois 32 wins, and the University of Oklahoma 33 wins. Perhaps the title of the king without a crown is indeed fitting for this team, which possesses the tenacity of as the 16th seed in the Eastern region. Few fans believe that the University of Texas can advance against the number 1 seed Wake Forest, which is seen as a dark horse. In this single elimination format, while there have been many examples of upsets and comebacks, a significant disparity in strength between the two teams typically leads to a straightforward match. Especially since both teams' top players are in the paint. Wake Forest freshman God ranks first among all NCAA big men in the latest draft predictions by the Associated Press, while Texas starting power forward PJ Tucker doesn't even make the top 20. Not to mention that the Demon Deacons also have the highly regarded rookie point guard Chris Paul backing them up. The brutal format of March Madness, where one loss means heading home, will officially kick off on March 18th, lasting only 20 days, with just 6 games needed from the first match to the championship. In the NBA playoffs, as long as it's not a 40 sweep, there's always a chance of a comeback, even at 30. But under the harsh rules of NCAA March Madness, losing even by 1 point means going home to fish, who will give you a second or third chance. As God and Paul sit on the bus approaching their destination, the United Center in Chicago, God, participating in March Madness for the first time, cannot help but be awed by the sea of people before him. Crazy fans wearing t-shirts representing their respective colleges surge from all directions towards the arena, creating a blockade around the venue. Shouts, greetings, screams, and cheers. A cacophony of various languages fills the air, resounding throughout the venue. This scene is even more exhilarating than the NBA, isn't it? God cannot help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, his eyes flashing with shock. Somehow a surge of warmth rises in his heart. This match, held in such a grand setting, must have a pressure and attention that is world-class, right? Due to NCAA regulations, aside from the 4 first-round elimination games that will be held at Dayton University, all other matches of March Madness will take place at neutral venues. Until the Final Four is determined, subsequent matches will be held in NFL stadiums. At that time, each game will have nearly 1,000 fans in attendance. The United Center located in Chicago, Illinois is home to both the Chicago Bulls and the Chicago Blackhawks. Covering 9,600 square feet, it can accommodate 21879 fans, making it the largest sports arena in the United States. On the east side of the arena stands the statue of His Airness Michael Jordan. The Wake Forest team had initially hoped to arrive early enough to take a photo with Jordan's statue, but the enthusiastic fans blocked their bus, nearly preventing it from entering the underground parking. There were even a few wildly enthusiastic black fans who clung to the bus window, pulling out Sony cameras asking to take pictures. God admires the boldness of these fans. If he weren't truly afraid of delaying the start of the game, they might have attempted to stop the bus with their bare hands. Never underestimate the antics of these American fans. They are capable of making even the famous Justin Bieber dance on the street for their amusement. Stopping a bus with bare hands is nothing. However, the lively and crazy atmosphere truly opened God's eyes. What he does not know is that at this very moment, most sports venues, bars, and clubs in North Carolina are packed with fans eagerly watching the pre-game broadcast of their match against the Texas Longhorns. After all, this season, Wake Forest is not just a top 3 contender for the national championship. With God's presence, they are also leading significantly in popularity and visibility. American fans want to see how far this giant from China can take the Demon Deacons. They want to see them falter at the 32 mark, or even be upset and eliminated by Texas in the second round. But the outcome may disappoint them. From the moment the game began, or rather from the moment the jump ball ended, the suspense of this match vanished. In the first round, God catches a pass from Paul and drives to the basket for a thunderous dunk, while P.J. Tucker, number 2 for the Longhorns, stands in the paint trying to draw a charge. However, the explosively athletic God does not play nice. He executes a soaring dunk right over Tucker's head to score the first point. According to reports from the Winsler Daily, in all 33 games this season, the first basket for Wake Forest Demon Deacons has come from a dunk by their starting center God. Shit. Rookie, box him out, don't let him get the ball easily. The scowling Tucker admonishes his teammate number 23, LaMarcus Aldridge, a highly touted freshman who just enrolled at the University of Texas. As the starting center for the Longhorns in this match, Aldridge was tasked with limiting that flying Chinese beast on the... But right now, the somewhat inexperienced Aldridge looks innocently at Tucker, saying, "How do you expect me to guard such an abnormal player?" I barely had time to react before he completed the dunk. Transitioning to the Longhorns' offensive possession, P.J. Tucker stands outside the paint leaning against Chris Ellis, actively calling for the ball to back him down. The starting guard for the Longhorns is a white guy named Charles Warren too. Ever since their starting point guard Roy Alvey was picked 8th overall by the Hawks last year, head coach Rick Barnes had no choice but to start a white player who lacks physical confrontational skills. Warren too naturally does not go against the wishes of the team leader and immediately delivers a high lob to Tucker, while Chris Paul does not seem to challenge the white guy, obediently following him to the wing. With Aldridge, who has a decent mid-range shooting percentage, out to the corner, God recalls the scouting report on Tucker, which states likes to hold the ball and back down, not great at passing. So while Tucker backs Ellis down, God decisively abandons Aldridge to provide help defense. What the hell is this, top 3 in the nation? Go to hell. Tucker pushes Ellis down to the basket, creating a bit of space to shoot, but instinctively shivers. Is the air conditioning in the Chicago United Center really this cold? In the next second, he catches a glimpse of a growing shadow to his left. As soon as the ball leaves his hand, even before it reaches the height of the net, it is met with an air interception. The basketball is astonishingly snatched out of the air by God, who makes it look effortless, like grasping the moon with one hand. With spider-like quickness, God's defensive speed, with an arm span close to 2.3 meters and a sprinting speed in the paint rivaling that of guards, makes Tucker look like he was in slow motion. A spectacular aerial block from Wake Forest, the Chinese beast. The commentator's voice is incredibly infectious, resonating throughout every corner of the arena as fans scream in a frenzy. An invisible shockwave seems to threaten to break the dome of the United Center. Awesome. God cannot help but let out a roar towards the sky after completing his first block in the March Madness arena, but he doesn't forget to pass the ball to Paul on the perimeter. However, at this moment, P.J. Tucker is looking quite disheveled. He just wants to find a hole in the ground to hide. Being blocked is one thing, but to be blocked in such a humiliating manner, it's truly a feeling of shame. As God crosses half-court, Wake Forest's offensive possession comes to an end. Apau drives against 2 defenders, fakes a pass that deceives the Longhorns players, as well as Kerry Sevi, who was ready for an alley-oop, and effortlessly scores with a layup. Whoa. Xiao Gao's physical talent is on a completely different level from number 2 on the other side. Did you see how high he jumped? His head was almost at the rim. Wasn't LeBron James' jump in 2003 about this high? Zhang, the coach in the press box, expresses his support for God in front of the camera. Tucker, frowning now, prepares to drive to the basket from beyond the three-point line, but when he looks up, hey, when did the fat guy in front of him turn into the tall and strong God? At that moment, God, still seemingly enjoying himself, defensively retreats, while playfully pulling up his shorts saying, "Come on, baby. Let's see you make a shot." Tucker is utterly baffled. Is this highly touted Wake Forest rookie out of his mind? Why does he look so eager to shoot while standing on the free throw line defending, giving me 2 or 3 steps of space? Does he believe I can shoot over him? From high school until now, Tucker's inconsistency in shooting has always been a point that God is confident. Despite being humiliated by God in the 2 nationally televised March Madness games, the stubborn Tucker decides to take the shot. Boom. The basketball slams hard against the front of the rim, bouncing high and far. God simply turns around and waves his hand, too lazy to jump, easily collecting the long rebound. "Thank you, AO." As he passed by Tucker, who was organizing the offense, Gowda couldn't help but give the latter a playful pat on the backside as a gesture of thanks. Tucker. His bizarre operation in the first 2 rounds made his younger teammate Aldridge unable to watch any longer. He took over the offensive responsibilities in the next round, receiving the ball in the low post, spinning past Ellis, and after faking out the defender with his footwork, he executed a reverse layup. 4-2. Although PJ Tucker, the core of the University of Texas, had an abstract start, fortunately, there was another outstanding inside player to support. Watching Aldridge's exquisite footwork and fakes under the basket, Gowda felt a pang of envy. His biggest drawback now was his lack of back-to-the-basket skills and the ability to create his own shots underneath. This was also the primary factor limiting him from advancing further in the 2005 draft market. In the next round, Wake Forest University fell into a half-court battle. Paul, who controlled the pace excellently, broke through and passed the ball to Justin Gray, who had run to the baseline. The latter, starting cold, saw the basketball bounce off the rim. Aldridge, under the basket, remembered the coach's and Tucker's instructions before the game. He immediately positioned himself to block Gowda behind him, allowing Tucker to grab the rebound with minimal effort. Gowda was undeterred, turning around to firmly deny Tucker's tank-like drive. Paul, who came over to assist, cleverly disrupted the basketball in Tucker's hands and executed a brilliant alley-oop with Gowda on the fast break. After completing the fast break dunk, Gowda showed no intention of celebrating, expressionless as he retreated to defense. Did you think he was trying to show off? No, not at all. The reason he didn't want to talk much was that although he had just withstood Tucker's drive, he had also been hit hard by the powerful Tucker. Fortunately, his pre-game decision to enhance his strength attributes was correct. Facing PJ Tucker's explosive style of play, reinforcing himself was undoubtedly the right choice. In just 2 minutes from the start, they completely showcased the gap between the 2 teams. As the game heated up, spectacular points flowed continuously from both teams, yet the situation remained firmly in control of Wake Forest University. The reporters in the stands and suit-clad scouts had their sights almost exclusively on the players wearing the number 10 and number 3 jerseys from Wake Forest. New Orleans Hornets scout Reagan Webster wrote in his scouting notes, "He possesses unparalleled court vision and ball control rhythm, with timing on passing that even NBA-level guards struggle to match. His performance in organizing play is reminiscent of the legendary Magic Johnson from the last century." On the sidelines, New York Knicks lead assistant coach and team uniform staff member Willie Noah opened a fresh ink-scented document, writing in the blank space, "Gao has a chance to become a star center like his predecessor Yao. He possesses the body size and dynamic talent that every inside player envies, and it can be said that Gao is qualified to become the next Kevin Garnett or a top-tier inside player like Tim Duncan, who excels on both offense and defense. In summary, if the team can secure a top 3 pick this year, he is the type of player that Isaiah, then Knicks president, wants, and will also be the best screen setter and support for Steph Marbury." The game was still ongoing, but in the eyes of these scouts, only Gowda and Chris, the ace duo from Wake Forest, either one of them, when taken individually, would be a top 5 prospect in any NBA draft, truly deserving of the title Super Rookie. But how could the University of Texas, with only PJ Tucker and Aldridge as its star players, compete against this Wake Forest team led by 2 super rookies? Yet this is the ruthless March Madness, where miracles and underdog comebacks are never in short supply. Until the final buzzer sounds, no one will concede defeat. As the second half began, the players from both teams became even more fierce, doing everything they could to create trouble for their matched-up opponents on defense. Role players knew they couldn't contribute much on offense, so they went all out on defense, ferociously contesting the star players of the opposing team, even if the results were not significant. But everyone left a highlight worthy of bragging for a lifetime in this crazy tournament, except for the number 2 from the University of Texas. Poor Tucker, the shoe king, thought to himself, "Why is everyone showing off while I, the honest one, am just getting beaten? That Chinese guy flying all over the place kept scoring over me, and even that short guy who is actually under 1.8 meters, but shamelessly claims to be 1.91 meters, keeps eyeing the basketball in my hands." In a tournament nearing its end, PJ Tucker, the star player from the University of Texas, managed to score a measly 4 points, 5 rebounds, and 2 assists, while also leading the team with 5 turnovers. "Shoe King, I can't play anymore. Give me the ball. I want to go home." Soon Tucker found a good opportunity for redemption. With 3 minutes left in the second half, the University of Texas had possession. Using the screen from white guy Warren 2, Tucker successfully cut into the paint. After receiving the pass, he faced Gowda guarding the basket and jumped up. With that fierce, determined look, it was clear he wanted Gowda, the ACC's leading shot blocker this season, to be nothing more than a background board. Indeed, during college, Tucker's playing style was very similar to that of the young LeBron during the same period. He could leverage his unorthodox play to gain advantages in the 3 and 4 positions. But this time he was facing Gowda, a talent anomaly. Even though Tucker tried hard to jump over Gowda, whose leap wasn't complete, he was still easily disturbed by Gowda's long arms. Bang! Bang! The rim emitted a sound of being overwhelmed. Due to the difference in reach and Gowda's defense, Tucker's slam dunk attempt, which seemed guaranteed, only grazed the front of the rim and was sent flying back by the immense recoil. Ward. After landing, an unsteady Tucker completely collapsed. "How am I supposed to play like this?" Good teammate Aldridge grabbed the rebound and immediately attempted a putback, but as soon as he landed, Gowda charged out again, giving the inexperienced Aldridge a hard lesson. Smash. The mid-range shot was blocked, and now it was Aldridge who was left despairing for the Longhorns. He couldn't understand how at his height he could still have his shot blocked. This was the first time in his life that he had been blocked while shooting. Was the number 10 from Wake Forest raised on springs or something? So agile. With Gowda completing the rotation to protect the defensive rebound at the free throw line, he threw a long pass to the fast-breaking AO, who smoothly dunked the ball. To be fair, to still be able to dunk in a crazy tournament where physical confrontation was at its peak, Ao's jump and stamina, even if not quite on the level of Washington's Nate Robinson, were certainly close. This brilliant combination of offense and defense should have caught the scouts' attention, but the spectacular scoring by AO and Gowda in this game was simply too much, leaving them feeling overwhelmed. However, what stood out was Gowda's display of an incredibly wide range of defensive coverage and reaction speed, causing scouts from over a dozen NBA teams present to unanimously strike out the first line of their scouting reports on Gowda, labeled Star Template, and replace it with Kevin Garnett. In the office of the Indiana Pacers general manager, a middle-aged white man dressed in casual clothes, appearing amiable and approachable, was watching a live broadcast of an NCAA championship game. Surrounding him were the head coach of the Indiana Pacers, Rick Carlisle, and the team's sole figure for nearly 2 decades, the clutch killer Reggie Miller, who was about to finish his final season. "Larry, I think this interesting young man is worth the team trying to trade up for a draft pick to get him." Rick Carlisle, known as the Gold Curry in the NBA, had his eyes shining brightly as he focused intently on number 10 from Wake Forest University, running continuously on the live broadcast. He could definitely be nurtured as the defensive cornerstone of a team, just like Ron Artest did. It is well known that Carlisle is one of the few masters in the league adept at building defensive systems, and only his Pacers could challenge the bad boys of Detroit in the Eastern Conference in 2004. If Artest could win the Defensive Player of the Year award, Carlisle would at least deserve 30% of the credit. The scouting report on this Chinese student shows that he is completely a rough player without any low-post skills. His offensive threat basically comes from assists from teammates and mid-range shooting. Speaking of which, Miller, who was also observing Gowda, paused and said, "I feel that his offensive potential is much greater than that of a pure interior blue-collar player. After all, it is rare to see a player over 6 feet 11 inches with such a soft shooting touch. Just like the remarkable big men David Robinson and Yao Ming did on the offensive end." His words left the other two in deep thought. Miller's words did open their minds, but the cautious bird decided to wait a bit longer. Gao indeed meets all our requirements for a rookie, but there are significant doubts regarding his actual height. I suspect he, like Kevin Garnett back in the day, might have inflated his height to avoid playing the 5 position against Shaq, such a player who likes to cut corners. Bird looked at Gowda, who was showcasing his talent in the game, with a facial expression caught between excitement and hesitation. The challenges facing the Pacers this season were quite severe, as shortly after the season began, the team found itself embroiled in one of the worst brawls in NBA history during an away game against the Pistons. 3 of the team's starting 5 were suspended, with the most severe punishment going to Ron Artest, who directly assaulted a fan, resulting in a 73-game suspension. Originally on the rise and gradually gaining dominance in the Eastern Conference, the Indiana Pacers had now completely fallen from grace. The returning star Shaquille O'Neal faced knee injuries, and the Pacers were left questioning whether they could even make it past the first round of the playoffs, let alone regain last year's championship level. General manager Larry Bird was recently planning a trade involving starting forward Ron Artest, and it seemed that news would come soon. The Jerry's Tavern was experiencing a record-breaking night in revenue, with nearly hundreds of people crammed into the less than 1,000 square foot bar, making it feel like a balloon ready to burst. The spare stock of wine in the cellar had sold out by 9 o'clock, forcing the owner of Jerry's to make a powerful phone. Before long, the drunks gathered in the small tavern watching the Elite Eight matchup between Wake Forest and the Florida Gators excitedly poured new drinks into their mouths to soothe their restless hearts. Indeed, it had been 11 days since Wake Forest University eliminated the Texas Longhorns with a score of 7-6-5-7. After advancing to the Sweet 16, the demonic Wake Forest team eliminated the traditional powerhouse, the Kansas Jayhawks, at Gillette Stadium in Foxborough, Massachusetts. Chris Paul dominated his matchup against Kansas star guard Keith Langford, scoring a team-high 25 points along with 11 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block, leading his team to a strong 7-1-6-4 victory in the Sweet 16. Gauda, however, struggled with his shooting, making only 3 out of 11 attempts. However, his contribution to the team was no less significant than Paul's as he grabbed 20 rebounds over the core of Kansas inside defense Darnell Jackson, including 8 offensive rebounds that tied the team's record for most offensive rebounds in a single game. Moreover, he became the first and only player in Wake Forest's history to grab 20 rebounds in a single game during March Madness, surpassing his predecessor Tim Duncan. Tonight in the Elite Eight matchup at the Atwood Center in Flint, Michigan, they faced their toughest opponent of the NCAA tournament this year, the Florida Gators. This team is expected to win the NCAA championship for 2 consecutive years. This year, their roster has gathered a future championship team, starting point guard Tyrese Halliburton, 57th overall pick in the 2007 NBA draft, starting forwards Corey Brewer, 7th overall pick in the 2007 NBA draft, Al Horford, 3rd overall pick in the 2007 NBA draft, starting center Joakim Noah, 9th overall pick in the 2007 NBA draft, backup center Chris Richard, 41st overall pick in the 2007 NBA draft, and this year's 30th pick senior white center David Lee. Their opponents in the Sweet 16 and Elite 8 are these 2 teams. Heaven knows how devastated Gauda felt when he learned all this. Kansas was the champion of the NCAA tournament in 2008, while Florida won the championship consecutively in 2006 and 2007. Gauda felt that if he could get past these 2 teams, there was no point in playing the Elite 8 or Final Four. They might as well just award the championship trophy to Wake Forest University. However, historically, one of these teams was easily defeated by the North Carolina 4 in the 64-32 matchup, while the other, despite being touted as a championship favorite, was eliminated by the Arizona Wildcats, champions of the Pacific 10 Conference, in a shocking upset, stopping at the Sweet 32. Yet now, under the influence of a certain butterfly effect, this Florida team had not been eliminated by the Arizona Wildcats, led by Coach Olson. Instead, they smoothly advanced to the Sweet 16, only to encounter this year's other championship favorite, the Wake Forest Demon Deacons. With 30 seconds left in the game, the 2 teams were tied at 6-8, and Wake Forest had possession of the ball. Coach Speck called a timeout, drawing up a baseline pick-and-roll play on the board utilizing Gauda, who had shot 4 out of 7 from mid-range against Noah tonight, to draw defensive attention, and then executing a pick-and-roll from the left baseline, with either Chris Paul or Justin Gray completing the driving attack. This last-second play was actually quite clumsy. Carmen Speck was a coach not known for his in-game tactical adjustments. His strength lay in psychological development and planning for players, with his tactical reserves not even matching the true brain of the team, Chris Paul. However, it was precisely because of this that he and the stubborn Chris Paul could complement each other so well. Wake Forest is in trouble. Anything could happen in the last half-minute of this game. If Gao and this group of young players missed this opportunity, it could be disastrous. Coach Zhang had also arrived tonight, and as the game entered the nail-biting final moments, he felt cold sweat pouring from his palms, unable to help but feel anxious for Gauda and the young men from Wake Forest. The match against Florida State University tonight was imbued with the essence of ferocity from start to finish. Despite the fact that the 5 key players of the Alligator team, except for Chris Richard, are all freshmen like God, each one of them has emerged as a fierce competitor from the elite basketball high schools in North America. Notably, there are Joakim Noah, Al Horford, and the seemingly amiable white center David Lee. However, the first 2 combined for only 2 out of 13 tonight, while Noah grabbed 14 rebounds over the rebounding king God, causing the latter to finish a game without double-digit rebounds for the first time since the tournament began. Crucially, they exerted all their effort to limit God. Even though he still managed to score 13 points with 7 rebounds and 5 blocks, they successfully pushed Florida State University, the #1 seed in the East, to the brink of defeat. It's worth noting that in 2 years the entire NCAA would struggle just to contain players like these 2, who would eventually be the #1 pick in the 2007 NBA draft, Greg Oden. In other words, this year's freshman God is already experiencing the defensive treatment that Oden will only receive 2 years later. However, Florida State's perimeter was thoroughly overwhelmed by another core player, Chris Paul. As of now, Paul has scored the highest points in the game, with 20, being the only player from either team to score over 20 points tonight. No wonder he was one of the top picks in the 2005 draft. His talent is undoubtedly one among this year's rookies. Why is it said to be one? 5. Because if they defeat Florida State in this match and advance to the top 8, their next opponent will be the University of Illinois. At that time, wouldn't the legendary old 1-5 player have to revert to his original form? The situation on Florida State's bench is equally tense. Noah peeled off his soaked underlayer and threw on his jersey. With a fierce expression, his eyes filled with determination, he stared intensely at God on the Florida State bench. Horford, who was drinking water nearby, looked equally disheveled, not much better than Noah. Though their stats in this game were underwhelming, combining for less than 10 points, they had successfully contained Florida State's trump card God, which was the primary reason they could fight the Devils' attendant team until the last minute. Yet even with all their efforts utilizing every technique possible on defense, they still allowed God to score 13 points and just completed a mid-range shot to tie the score. As soon as the timeout ended and they returned to the bench, the media caught Noah throwing the towel handed to him by the assistant coach fiercely onto the floor. Keep a close eye on that Chinese guy from Florida State. Don't let him have a chance to complete an alley-oop. Joachim, pull him down from your head if he tries to dunk. Al, you're responsible for providing help defense on the perimeter. Florida State's number 3 will definitely choose to shoot in the final moments. I'll have Corey cover him unknown while Torian stands near the paint ready to intercept any passes after his dead ball. Donovan, who is renowned for leading Florida State to 2 NCAA championships, quickly grasped the team's vital points and strategies. But as the long timeout came to an end and the Devils' attendant team players finally began to move on the court, the Florida State players were completely thrown off balance. Because there was neither the single-handed play by Paul that Donovan mentioned, nor the pick-and-roll alley-oop with God, nor any tactical execution. Except for God coming out from the baseline to set a screen for Justin Gray, the Florida State players instinctively believed that Florida State would choose a three-pointer for the last shot. Just as Torian Green left the position Donovan assigned him to go help defend, the real executor of Florida State's last attack finally appeared. Kyrie Irving set a screen for Paul, temporarily freeing Florida State's best perimeter defender Corey Brewer, whose eyes widened in shock as Paul, who was initially in front of him, surged into the paint. Originally supposed to be there, Torian Green went to help defend Justin Gray at the baseline, while Ellis passed the ball to God, who was the tallest player on the court. The other 3 Florida State players immediately lunged towards him, but God simply tossed the ball behind him without looking. Bang! As they reacted, Paul, who was hanging on the rim, let out a joyous roar after completing the alley-oop for the near-game-winning shot. 7-0-6-8. Nobody expected that Florida State's final attack would actually be an alley-oop dunk from the center to the team's point guard. Who is the point guard and who is the center? Witnessing this scene, everyone couldn't help but wonder about this seemingly absurd question. But it was indeed true. Florida State's number 3, the 183 centimeters tall Chris Paul, completed an alley-oop near the buzzer in the nationally televised Sweet 16 game. At this moment, there were less than 20 seconds left in the game. Florida State had no timeouts left. Noah quickly inbound from the baseline, and Torian Green sprinted to the front court. Under Paul's full-court pressure, he had just brought the ball to near the three-point line when half of the remaining game time had already passed. In just 10 seconds, the fans watching the game could no longer contain their tension. With a sound of thud, they all stood up, their expressions reaching a peak of anxiety. Florida State's last attack was passed to the positioned Horford, who didn't have time to call out to the slow-moving Florida State number 4 Ellis. Faced with the newly crowned ACC shot-blocking king God, he couldn't make any headway despite several attempts to back him down. He gritted his teeth, forcing a turnaround jumper, but just as the basketball left his control, smash! God leapt almost instinctively, seizing the fleeting opportunity to block the shot, sending the ball flying into the audience stands. Beep! At that moment, the buzzer sounded, signaling the end of the game. 7-0-6-8. Florida State University advanced to the Elite 8 for the 7th time in their history after a 9-year wait since 1996. Paul immediately rushed over to hang on God's back, tightening his grip around God's neck, and yelled with a choked voice, "Damn it, I knew you were my lucky star. You can do it. You omnipotent guy." He incoherently expressed the tumult of his emotions at that moment. Did the outcome too? The opponent in the Elite 8 is the Arizona Wildcats, who historically eliminated the University of Florida. This squad, led by Coach Olson, features a lineup of young athletes such as Salim Stoudemire, Mustafa Shakur, Jared Bellas, and Nick Wise, who have become the biggest dark horse team since the start of this year's March Madness. They advanced to the Final Four in the original history, only to fall to the University of Illinois, led by Darren Williams. The proud superstar scorer Jared Bellas was overwhelmed by the chubby Darren, and the outcome for the entire team was self-evident. But now they face off against the formidable duo of Gordon and Paul, which promises to be a fierce battle. As media and fans eagerly anticipated this clash in the Elite 8, the match unfolded with surprising calm. Right from the start, the Wildcats were led by Wake Forest University, with Coach Olson's three-guard strategy being countered by the devilish assistant team's Gordon. In just the first half, Gordon scored 14 points, grabbed 3 rebounds, and blocked 2 shots over Arizona's senior center Channing Frye, leading Wake Forest to a 4,337 advantage. As the second half began with Stoudemire and others gradually finding their rhythm, Arizona attempted to catch up, but fell victim to Chris Paul's dimensionality reduction attack. Gordon utilized his physicality and unpredictable rhythmic changes to confound the Wildcats' perimeter players, leaving them questioning their abilities. He scored 7 consecutive points, pushing the lead into double digits and forcing a timeout for the Wildcats. Fans watching at this point could foresee the final outcome of the match. As expected, Arizona lost by 5 points, 6,671. Wake Forest advanced to the final for almost effortlessly, where their opponents would be the North Carolina Tar Heels, led by 4 talented freshmen. The attention and exposure for this match were far less compared to Wake Forest's previous tournament games. This was not because the North Carolina freshmen lacked exposure. On the contrary, both teams from the same conference made it to the Final Four, and their popularity remained high among college teams participating in March Madness. However, the reason this match received little exposure was that Wake Forest had already swept North Carolina in their previous encounters. Fans had witnessed North Carolina's 2-star big men Sean May and Marvin Williams being consistently suppressed by Gordon's uniantwo dominance in their games against Wake Forest. The latter even earned the nickname Tar Heel Killer because of this. Notably, Marvin Williams, a freshman from North Carolina and the second-ranked high school player in the nation in 2004, who was a prodigy, second only to Telfair from Lincoln High School, was assigned by Coach Roy to primarily guard Gordon in the Final Four. He not only failed to limit Gordon's scoring in the paint, but also ended up committing 5 fouls early in the second half, due to overexerting himself on defense, forcing him to leave the game early with his personal stats stuck at 4 points, 4 rebounds, 1 block, and 3 turnovers. This game completely shattered his prospects of being the top pick in the 2005 draft. The matchup between Wake Forest and North Carolina in the Final Four attracted scouts from almost every NBA team, with millions watching the live broadcast across the country. In such an important game, the former second-ranked high school player was overwhelmed by a freshman international student from China, making it evident how low Marvin's draft stock would plummet after this. The final result of this Final Four match was also as expected by most, with North Carolina, the original NCAA champion, losing to Wake Forest, led by Paul and Gordon, in overtime 7,377. At this point, Wake Forest's path to claiming the 2005 March Madness championship was clearly taking shape, with their championship aspirations overshadowing those of the other team that had successfully advanced to the finals, the University of Illinois. North Carolina's exit in the Final Four was both anticipated and a minor upset. Although fans had known that due to the March Madness format, only one team from the Eastern Conference, North Carolina or Wake Forest, would ultimately advance to the finals. At that time, people still believed Wake Forest's chances of making it to the finals were lower than North Carolina's. After all, there was still some depth disparity between the two teams, but the phenomenal NCAA players Paul and Gordon elevated the ceiling of the devilish assistant team to an unimaginable height. Moreover, North Carolina's 2 new big men, one leaning towards the small forward position Marvin Williams and the traditional center Sean May, were completely suppressed by Gordon throughout the game. Gordon easily scored the highest points of the game with 26 in North Carolina's paint, along with 11 rebounds, 3 blocks, and 2 assists, leaving the 2 North Carolina big men, with NBA lottery prospects, powerless to retaliate. Thus, North Carolina's exit was not so surprising. Marvin Williams was ejected after a malicious push in the paint while contesting a second rebound against Gordon shortly after the second half began, nearly sparking a violent confrontation when a Caucasian fan doused him with a drink in the player tunnel. His scout report noted comments such as mental fortitude, needs improvement, and poor emotional control, which further exacerbated his already declining draft prospects. 3 days later, the NCAA championship game will take place at the St. Louis Sports Center in Missouri, featuring the University of Illinois from the Chicago region against the strongest dark horse, Wake Forest University, emerging from the group of death in Austin. After the Sweet 16 list was announced, ESPN, TNT, and Fox Sports categorized the March Madness battles into 4 regions: Chicago, Albany, Snow City, and the final Austin region. The University of Illinois hails from the Chicago region, while Wake Forest emerged as the dark horse team from the Austin region, which is home to traditional powerhouses like Duke, North Carolina, and the University of Utah. Before the game started, Zhu Yanjun, a special correspondent from the domestic Basketball Pioneer newspaper, had the precious opportunity to interview Wake Forest center Gordon before the game. "What do you have to say about tonight's game against the University of Illinois?" Before the camera, Gordon spoke in standard Mandarin, displaying a serious, yet confident demeanor. "Tonight could possibly be my last game in the NCAA, so I will approach it with utmost focus. I do not wish to end my NCAA journey with regrets. I believe my teammates feel the same way. The reporter Zhu Yanjun then asked, we just saw De Yao in the VIP section. Oh, did you invite him to watch the championship game tonight? Gordon instinctively froze for a moment, clearly having not received any news prior about De Yao coming to see him play. No one had informed him. Seeing his reaction, reporter Zhu Yanjun immediately understood, and while prepared with several related questions, chose not to press further, so as not to overly occupy the player's warm-up time. After hurriedly answering a few questions, Gordon returned to the sidelines to prepare for warming up by changing out of his training gear. Just a quick glance around. Wow, what level of big names were sitting courtside? Among those he recognized, there were several renowned NBA executives: Celtics general manager Danny Ainge, Heat president Pat Riley, Spurs player president and GM RC, Buford Mavericks owner Mark Cuban, and his wife. According to assistant coach Bate and roommate Gordon, the VIP box tonight was filled with many other big names from the NBA, including the league's busy commissioner David Stern, who was also in attendance. Almost all notable figures in American professional basketball were gathered here, showcasing the incredible influence and popularity of the NCAA March Madness tournament. Not to mention the North American celebrities who love watching basketball games, such as Spike Lee, shining actor Jack Nicholson, Leonardo DiCaprio, with his latest 18-year-old supermodel girlfriend, and California Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger, all present courtside at the St. Louis Sports Center tonight. This could be described as a gathering of stars, all to witness the emergence of this year's true champion. There are so many celebrities here tonight. In a VIP box, LeBron James, the star forward of the Cavaliers, and the 2003 NBA #1 draft pick, asked with his hand over his mouth. Seeing this guy acting as if he feared exposure, yet also yearned for it, his good friend Dwayne Wade couldn't help but roll his eyes. This is the VIP section. No media or reporters will rush in to see what you're doing. Sorry, brother. The incident a couple of days ago has left a bad impact on me. My team doesn't want me to be exposed to any more bad news, and they certainly don't want my behavior and words to be overly interpreted by the media in public. Hearing LeBron's explanation, Wade's jaw dropped in disbelief, thinking to himself, it was just a minor conflict with his girlfriend Savannah, yet the local media in Cleveland exaggerated it into sensational headlines of LeBron's infidelity. Savannah becomes a strong single mother. For a moment, he didn't know whether to say that his good brother LeBron was overly sensitive and burdened, or to angrily speak up for him, chastising the unscrupulous local tabloids in Cleveland for their shamelessness. But he still answered LeBron's question. Wake Forest University eliminated his alma mater North Carolina in the Final Four. The fans of the University of North Carolina are practically crashing Wake Forest's official website right now. How could Michael show up at the finals between the Devil's Advocates and the University of Illinois at this time? Upon hearing this answer, LeBron felt relieved. Though he had never been to college, he knew the standing and popularity of North Carolina and Duke in the North American basketball scene. I heard that the player who eliminated North Carolina in the semifinals was this number 10 from Wake Forest. Walking to the edge of the box, LeBron took off his sunglasses and looked at Gauda, who was getting ready for the jump ball, with an interested expression. What's wrong? Are you interested in this Chinese big guy? Wade raised an eyebrow, a hint of caution flashing in his eyes. No, I just heard some rumors about him and am somewhat looking forward to his performance in this game. Tonight Gauda was No, it would be more accurate to say he was eerily calm. He didn't even bother to shout during Coach Speak's pre-game motivational speech. Facing the impending championship game, a crucial and nationally spotlighted event, he only had one sentence for his good roommate, "Hey pal, go for it, Chris. If there are any unresolvable ball handling issues, just pass the ball inside. I will handle everything." Perhaps this statement sounded a bit arrogant, as if he viewed everything with disdain. But right now Gauda indeed had the capital to say so, because he had evolved once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The main quest, make a name in NCAA, has been completed. Rewards received: moment, Karl Malone's elbow, bronze master of quick rise under the basket, 1 of 0 achievement points, received exchange for 10 enhancement points. What happens when a top-tier inside player who averages 18, 4 points, 11, 2 rebounds and 4 blocks in the NCAA tournament evolves again? Gauda 2-0 tells you, no one in this level of league can stop him from scoring in the paint. Boom! In the opening play, Gauda received a pass from Paul in the low post, forced his way past Illinois center James Augustine, turned, and jumped powerfully to slam dunk. Wade exclaimed, "Is it really that explosive?" right from the start. The crowd and players on the court were all stunned by Gauda's brutally simplistic style of play in the paint. Wade, watching from the sidelines, even saw shadows of his teammate Shaquille O'Neal during his prime in Gauda's play. And Gauda at that moment could only describe his feeling in one word: awesome. The moment, Karl Malone's elbow was not just providing him with an increase in strength during confrontations in the paint, but also an extra impact damage effect. Did you not see that Illinois 2-0-8 tall 240-pound white center Augustine, upon facing him, immediately looked pained and gave way? In the transition from offense to defense, the Illinois trio were not pushovers. During their first offensive play, they responded in a manner unique to the guard squad. Des' dazzling moves maintaining speed, while changing direction, easily broke past Paul's half-court press. As Kyrie Servey on the wing just dropped his defender to prepare for help defense, Darren's pass seemed to predict the future, finding Luther Head left open. This three-point sharpshooter from the Rockets' McGrady era was also a force to be reckoned with in college, averaging 15.6 points, the highest on the team. In the past season, he averaged 3 three-pointers per game, just setting the single-season three-point record for the universe. Swish. The ball, as if equipped with a tracker, accurately landed in the net. Damn it, do your defense properly, you fool. Ooh, I don't need you to wipe my ass. The furious Paul began his self-directed, it's none of my business show. Servey dared to be angry but couldn't speak, yet Gowda wouldn't let him off easy. If you can't stop that number 5 on the other side, just roll out early and go on a date with Jada Crawley, because she won't make you look like a fool in front of millions, exposing your weaknesses. Darren's college number was 5. Damn it. Paul, provoked by Gowda's trash talk, felt veins popping on his forehead, but he understood that the latter was trying to ignite his fighting spirit and uplift him. But who knows why Darren was so good at getting past a pal. The All-American defensive team caliber Paul was just brushed aside in one encounter. Who could he complain to? Fortunately, a pal quickly responded. His pick-and-roll combination with Gowda successfully misled the Illinois point guard and center, allowing Paul to get unknown space and complete a layup off the board. After scoring, he couldn't help but gloat, throwing a glance at the sideline, Darren unaware that his easy scoring opportunity was greatly aided by Gowda Malone's elbow. Is he seeing ghosts? That Chinese guy actually dared to throw an elbow at me during the pick-and-roll. Darren clutched his slightly aching neck, moved it a bit, completed the throw-in, and rushed towards Wake Forest's half to organize the offense. This time he chose not to continue his isolation against Paul, but called for a pick from the 4 position, intending to use the space created by Gowda being pulled out of the paint to set up a lob for forward Brandon Bass. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Bass indeed had a chance for an open dunk, and Darren's pass was still precise and steady, but Wake Forest's defensive scheme was effectively Gowda's one-man team cooperation. Bass' dunk was swiftly blocked by Gowda, who had completed a timely help defense, and during the tussle for the rebound near midcourt, Darren was delayed by a subtle pull on his arm from Paul. Bang! A Pau successfully snagged the rebound and went for a fast break. 6-3, just over a minute into the game, Wake Forest led thanks to the excellent cooperation between Paul and Gowda. Wake Forest CP3 can be considered the top one among this year's rookie guard candidates. So what are we hesitating for? If there's a chance to land a top 3 pick, unless it's the number 1 pick, what reason do we have not to choose him? In a certain VIP box, Jazz general manager Kevin O'Connor said excitedly to Jerry Sloan. However, it was evident that Sloan, who had his own thoughts, remained unmoved by his brief remarks. He did not respond to O'Connor's words. The latter was troubled by some off-court sponsorship issues involving teams in Utah, and in an unstable emotional state, suggestions made to him were not to be accepted. As for the number 1 pick mentioned by O'Connor, if the Jazz could secure the first position in this year's draft lottery, it was obvious how to choose. Wake Forest's outstanding Chinese big man. In their circle, this had already become a tacit understanding. If possible, Sloan naturally hoped to select Gowda, the young inside genius, dubbed the young version of Kevin Garnett. After all, his talent was clearly visible. The camera returns to the court where Wake Forest University has possession of the ball. Justin Gray is set to inbound while Paul makes an active run using a screen to create space for the catch. Darren closely pressures him, lowering his body, ready to block Paul's drive at any moment. He is well aware of the prowess of this formidable opponent. After all, during their college years, they were ranked among the top 3-point guards, and they certainly have a thorough understanding of each other's game footage and playing styles. However, this time around, Paul clearly does not intend to confront him head-on. He simply lobs the ball to the interior and then moves to the side to create space. Such a choice is unsurprising considering the visible disparity between the interior players of the two teams. Everyone tends to compare their strengths with others, and it is human nature to play to one's advantages while avoiding weaknesses. Damn it, brother Pau, I beg you, please don't pass him the ball. Augustine is almost in tears. The game has barely lasted 5 minutes, and he feels as if several ribs in his chest are about to break. This guy keeps hitting me right in the chest. Even a steel man wouldn't be able to withstand this. Brother Gao, I plead for mercy, please stop with the elbows. Oh really, please stop, or I'll have to lie down. Augustine's pleas for mercy clearly do not soften Gaudet's resolve, but this time, he opts not to force his way to the basket. Instead, he receives the ball near the free throw line, positioning himself for a drive. Seeing this, Augustine inwardly groans, but his feet do not falter as he rushes forward to prepare. As a result, Gauda makes a right side drive, easily bypassing the tightly guarded Augustine in a single step. He takes two big strides to leap, causing Brandon Bass, who is preparing to help defend, to instinctively step back, watching as Gauda slams the ball down with one hand under the basket. In tonight's finals of the Crazy 3 tournament, Xiao Gao is undoubtedly the most reliable scoring option for Wake Forest University. This is a very reasonable play. Look for Wake Forest University from position 1 with Paul to position 4 with Ellis. Their paper roster is almost dominated by the University of Illinois. Coach Zhang here continues to analyze in front of the camera, while sitting beside him the mountain-like Yao Ming has already grasped the implication. How can Xiao Gao at such a young age master these subtle techniques of interior confrontation so well? Upon reviewing the plays, Gauda faced a few double teams at the beginning, but most of his scores came from unknown matches. The former interior player Yao is astonished by Gauda's tough playing style, which aligns perfectly with the current aggressive and fearless approach of the Chinese men's basketball team. On the sidelines, Illinois head coach Bruce Weber can't help but facepalm, and Cy-U Augustine is a star interior player in Illinois, so why does he turn into a cash dispenser on the court when facing Gauda? Fortunately, Darren and the other three musketeers quickly regained their composure. First, D. Brown stole the ball from Gauda, then initiated a fast break, teaming up with Brandon Bass to complete a 4-second accelerated fast break, finishing with an alley-oop dunk. The actively retreating Paul suffers a poster dunk from Bass. Here it must be mentioned that the University of Illinois has significantly changed its tactical approach over the past 2 seasons. Utilizing the speed advantage of the 3-back formation of DeBron, Darren, and Luther Hayde, various off-ball tactics involving screens and cuts are employed on the court. The only stable ball handling point is Darren Williams, while the others serve as offensive finishers. This greatly tests the core ball handler's court vision, passing awareness, and organizational skills. This approach actually aligns closely with North Carolina's 3-forward lineup, although the average height of the University of Illinois roster is shorter, and their speed is notably faster. In simple terms, it's a diluted version of the run-and-gun strategy. Teams that employ this style of play share common strengths and weaknesses. Their offensive firepower is astonishing, yet they tend to falter against defensively strong opponents. The Wake Forest Demon Deacons happen to be such a defensively formidable team. They have Chris Paul on the perimeter and God covering the area inside the three-point line. In the next play, Paul uses God's screen to break through on the left, but after encountering a double team, he passes the ball to Justin Gray, who is open on the baseline. However, Gray misses the three-pointer. God grabs the offensive rebound and performs a powerful jump to dunk over Illinois forward Brandon Bass, successfully avenging his good brother A. Powell. The bronze under-basket quick rise badge significantly enhances God's threat in the paint, especially regarding physical attributes such as jumping and explosiveness. This allows him to easily dunk over defenders. Such a tantalizing historical physical talent. Many scouts and management personnel from various league teams. Chinese basketball is remarkable. First there was the top pick Yao Ming, and now we have God, whose talent rivals that of Howard and Garnett. It can be foreseen that for at least the next 5 years the Chinese men's basketball team will pose a formidable threat to the dominance of the American men's basketball team. My goodness, he not only easily snatches rebounds among the crowd, but also dunks the ball over defenders taller than 2 meters. The commentators' incredulous tone echoed throughout the Lewis Sports Center, igniting the enthusiasm of over 80,000 fans who cheered loudly for God. Watching Augustine's forlorn expression and Bass back and forth between dunks and blocked shots, Coach Spick from Wake Forest bench crossed his arms proudly, looking at Coach Weber across the court. You have your clever schemes, and I have my methods. Let's see who can laugh last. On the court, God and Paul fist bump, their gazes locking in this moment, both recognizing each other's determination and resolve. Tonight, no player from the University of Illinois will leave this place smiling. This is the vow made by the 2 core players of the Demon Deacons. In the next round, the 3 core players from Illinois retaliate, with DeBron's passing skills being no less impressive than Darren's, and Luther Hayde hitting the 3rd three-pointer of the game from the baseline. 3-7-3-7. The 2 teams are tied before halftime. At the beginning of the second half, Wake Forest exploited God's performance to press Illinois down at 1 point, extending the lead to 7 points. However, as a team with championship potential, Illinois quickly leveled the score through the exceptional court control of their 3 musketeers. Throughout the first half of the finals, it can be said that God single-handedly contended with Illinois trio. He scored 16 points in the half, setting a personal record for halftime scoring in the Crazy 3 tournament, with 8 rebounds, 5 of which were offensive rebounds, also a new high for his NCAA career. Halftime, God left a deep impression on the spectators and scouts with his performance on both offense and defense. One play saw Illinois in possession, with Darren passing to DeBron as he cut into the lane, while God sprinted back from the free throw line to complete a block. Brandon Bass controlled the rebound, but fearing God's presence in the paint, hesitated to go for a putback and passed to Luther Hayde, who was open outside and had been hot, scoring 11 points in the half. Just when everyone thought Hayde would hit this crucial three-pointer that could change the game's momentum, God emerged from inside, delivering another block and showcasing what comprehensive defensive coverage within the three-point line truly means. The Illinois players, startled and drenched in cold sweat, finally remembered that God's intimidating defensive prowess is just as significant as his threat in the paint. Augustine stated, "I have the most authority to speak on this. From the start of the game until now, God has yet to miss a shot over me." He shot 6 for 6 and made 4 out of 5 free throws, achieving a true shooting percentage of 96. Sean May, whom God had previously dominated, was called Daddy by Augustine during the 2005 Crazy 3 tournament finals. How much more so now that God can handle both Sean May and Marvin Williams effortlessly. As the match entered halftime, Coach Spick was busy strategizing the defensive tactics for the second half, and he aimed to stifle the relentless fast breaks of Illinois by eliminating one of the three musketeers. By only this means the Illinois trio had easily dominated Wake Forest in the first half. Aside from Chris Paul and Good, the other players of the Devil's Servants team struggled to keep up with the offensive tempo of Illinois, sometimes even leaving opponents unguarded or having multiple players rush to cover just one enemy player. This forced Good to step up and clean up their mess, leaving him exhausted by the end of the half. Initially crossing over North Carolina seemed to guarantee the championship, but Illinois proved to be a formidable opponent, equally matched with North Carolina. In summary, it was the Wake Forest duo overcoming North Carolina's 4 stars, while North Carolina's 4 stars specialized in countering Illinois' 3 musketeers, leaving the 3 musketeers without a retort against the Wake Forest duo. Indeed, the NCAA is a massive triangle where no team can escape being countered by another. Chris, you need to take on more responsibilities on defense in the second half. With Good inside, you need not worry about leaving anyone open or committing fouls. Focus on shutting down Illinois' number 5. Coach Spick's message was clear. He wanted Paul to reduce his offensive involvement in the second half and devote more energy to perimeter defense, alleviating pressure off Good. As Wake Forest's journey through March Madness reached this point, Oppo wanted to stand on the highest podium more than anyone else, proving he was the strongest point guard in this NCAA year. Thus, facing Coach Spick's request, he felt no resentment or resistance, but naturally nodded, placing a hand on the equally exhausted Good's shoulder. "Brother, the team will rely on you to break the deadlock. Do you remember what we said the night we won the ACC championship?" Confronted by Paul's piercing gaze, Good said nothing further, nodding with unwavering determination, "Let's go and kick all our opponents' butts." Damn, such a crude and uncultured way to express oneself. Paul chuckled, punching Good on the In that moment, the players of Wake Forest's Devil's Servants team were united as one. They might later grow distant due to work status or societal differences, but when they recalled their time together on Wake Forest's team, the feeling of fighting for honor alongside a dozen passionate basketball teammates would instantly make them feel youthful. Champions, 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 national champions. This was the sole declaration of the Devil's Servants team as they prepared for a massacre in the second half. The second half quickly commenced, and in this technologically modern arena, it was filled with fans and stars from around the world. The championship final they were watching could very likely become one of the most classic March Madness games in it. Supporters of Wake Forest and Illinois were scattered throughout the arena, their thunderous cheers and flowers sent to the heroes fighting for them. This was one of the hottest sporting events worldwide. This is March Madness. This is a place where countless miracles are born. At the start of the second half, Illinois possessed the ball. Darren advanced with the ball, calling for a screen to get past Paul, stepping just inside the three-point line for a smooth jump shot. Swish. The ball grazed the net, making it 37-39, with Wake Forest trailing by 2 points. Good watched helplessly as Darren scored. The latter's shot was decisive, leaving him no chance to contest. It seemed this true core player from Illinois was ready to take matters into his own hands. A mid-range jumper, the most consistent scoring method throughout Darren's entire professional career. After scoring, Darren remained unusually calm, his gaze fixed on Wake Forest's Good during the retreat. He understood better than anyone that the only uncertainty for Wake Forest in this game was this Chinese giant. Good was the only player Illinois couldn't contain, much like how their historical loss to North Carolina was due to Sean May. And the pressure Good exerted was far stronger than what Sean May brought. Illinois' roster is incredibly well integrated and balanced. In such a near-perfect tactical system, Wake Forest is in danger with only Good as a consistent output point. Coach Zhang appeared concerned while beside him De Yao also frowned silently, though his gaze softened whenever it landed on Good. Soon Wake Forest launched a counterattack. Good moved up to set a screen for Paul, and Oppo darted through Illinois' defense like a running squirrel, skillfully and steadily penetrating to the basket to draw the defense. Then, bang. In Augustine's terrified gaze, a shadow like a storm cloud descended from behind. Brandon Bass, who had already leaped to block Paul, was shoved aside by a tremendous force and hadn't even reacted. Good followed up with an exaggerated C-dunk posterizing him again. Wow. This was no doubt countless times now as scouts and managers on the sidelines who prided themselves on their worldly experience couldn't help but curse. Strangely, such a morale-boosting slam dunk surprisingly did not elicit even a hint of surprise from the Devils' servants players on the court. They merely retreated like robots silently and swiftly, leaving no opportunity for the Illinois players to launch a counterattack. With the score tied, the coaching staffs on both sides clenched their fists in unison, nervously watching the movements on the court. At this moment, any occurrence could become a critical factor in changing the course of the game. No mistakes could be made. However, unexpectedly for a long stretch afterward, neither team managed to score. It wasn't until the 4th minute of the second half that Wake Forest regained a slight 2-point lead through Good's mid-range shot after a timeout. It seemed Illinois' offense had encountered problems. The Devils' servants players were ferociously attacking every Illinois player on defense. Darren's passes were no longer seamless. Lutherhead failed to find an open 3-point shot, and Brown's layup was repeatedly swatted by Good. Brandon Bass was even temporarily benched by Coach Weber. Only James Augustine remained steadfastly maintaining his original intention, consistently being ground down by Good, indeed to the point where he could barely lift his head. Wake Forest gradually took control of the game's tempo in the second half, with Good transforming into an NCAA version of a shark once Paul completely relinquished ball control, rampaging through the paint for scores, assisting, blocking, rebounding, sweeping. He was nearly omnipotent on the court. In the nationally televised championship finals second half, nearly everyone was watching him single-handedly educate Illinois' interior players. Compared to the increasingly formidable Wake Forest, the Illinois players showed signs of decline. When they could no longer unleash a torrent of offensive firepower on defense, they could only watch Good score in the paint time and again. The gap slowly widened until Darren Williams and Brandon Bass executed a pick-and-roll, officially bringing the game into its final minute with the score at 6,658. Illinois had not given up. After 2 consecutive timeouts, Coach Weber attempted to restore his players' stamina with this method. Meanwhile, Wake Forest also remained vigilant. No one wanted to fall before victory's dawn. Good and Paul led by example, pressing Illinois' players in their half as soon as the timeout ended, forcing Darren to struggle under Paul's incessant little fouls. As time slowly ticked away with 30 seconds left on the shot clock, Illinois still couldn't find an open shot, forcing Darren to launch a shot at the last second. Swish. The ball somehow traced an imperfect arc through the air before hitting the backboard and going in. 66-61. The referees signaled the basket was good, narrowing the score to 5 points, causing Wake Forest players to break into a cold sweat. Paul and Good coordinated the inbound pass, and Illinois quickly fouled, reaching 10 team fouls, which gave Wake Forest 2 free throw opportunities. Bang, 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 bang. As Paul stepped to the free throw line, the Wake Forest fans began to feel their hearts race, uncontrollably, breathing becoming rapid. Rebound. Box out. Watch the box out. Good was still determined to stand guard at his position. Paul's steady first free throw went in. Having averaged an 88% free throw percentage throughout the college season, he rarely felt this tense. The gap widened to 6 points. Victory was within reach. Stay calm, stay composed. Oppo's heart began to race uncontrollably, but Good encouraged him with a high five. Bang. Unfortunately, Oppo missed the second free throw, and Illinois secured the rebound as the game time continued to tick, with Darren receiving the ball quickly. 10-9, 8-7. The fans on the sidelines and in the stands began to apply pressure, trying to intensify the stress on Illinois' players on the court. Led by Darren DeBron and Lutherhead, the Illinois players started to fall apart. At this moment, with a 6-point deficit, no one could remain calm. The substitute players on the bench looked pale, hands on their heads, wearing expressions of despair. Beep. The sharp, piercing sound of the buzzer completely drowned out the noise of the basketball hitting the backboard as the score froze at 6,761. And Wake Forest Devils servants team claimed the NCAA championship of 2005. This was their first NCAA championship trophy in team history. In this moment, amidst the golden confetti flying in the air, the 12 players of the Devils servants team ran wildly across the court, crying tears of joy, ignoring the gazes of others, embracing one another without restraint, with glimmers of tears in each of their eyes. The entire arena fell into a sea of celebration. At this moment, they embraced one another regardless of national boundaries, races, or skin colors, feeling joy for the 12 outstanding young men on the court. Champions. This is the charm of the NCAA. Let's focus the camera on Xiao Gao and his teammates. At this moment, they're the only protagonists on this planet. Congratulations to the first ever Chinese player to win the NCAA championship. His name is Good. Coach Zhang, along with the CCTV reporter team, immersed himself in the surrounding jubilant atmosphere, raising his hands with a beaming face, repeatedly exclaiming in excitement, "Champions! Champions!" The young players on the court continued to celebrate this hard-earned championship in their own ways. Good was surrounded by everyone at the center like the stamen of a flower, looking at the excited faces around him, and the last remnants of disbelief in his heart were slowly fading away. In this moment, he suddenly felt a twinge of sentimentality. Perhaps after this NCAA championship, he and his teammates with whom he had fought side by side for a year would no longer have any connection. Many of them persisted only out of their passion for basketball, unlike Paul and Good, who possessed the potential and talent to become NBA players. For many, an NCAA championship title might be the only honor linked to basketball in their lives. But regardless, this moment was at least real. The 12 young men of Wake Forest Devils Servants team became the protagonists, standing at the pinnacle of world basketball. The giant screen at the Lewis Sports Center was looping highlights of the players from Wake Forest University, showcasing their brilliant contributions in this game. Among them, the highlight reels of Gauda and Paul were the most frequent, making it evident that the most outstanding player of the Final Four was likely to emerge from this duo. Undoubtedly, the most eye-catching performance tonight was by Gauda, who made all 13 of his shots. Yes, he replaced the former North Carolina player Sean May as the player with the highest single-game shooting percentage in NCAA championship history. 32 points, 15 rebounds, 3 assists, 6 blocks, and the highest 7 turnovers of the game. This was the data he submitted in the championship final against the University of Illinois. The shortcomings of 7 turnovers do not overshadow his brilliance. While it also exposed Gauda immaturity in ball handling, this is a common issue among traditional centers and will not significantly affect his draft prospects. With this performance, Gauda set a historic record in NCAA history. He became the first college player to achieve a 3.0155 stat line while scoring over 60 of his team's total points. If prior to this game NBA teams were hesitating between him, Australian center Andrew Bogut from the University of Utah and local 5-star high school player Marvin Williams. Then after this championship final, any NBA team management with the first pick in this year's draft, even if they let a dog that has watched Wake Forest games choose, would not have a second answer. Gauda has established his position as the top favorite for the #1 pick in the 2005 NBA draft with this one game. The Illinois trio of Darren D. Brown and Luther Head stood in a corner disheartened, watching Wake Forest University indulge in wild celebration, with every player and supporter from the University of Illinois showing signs of red in their eyes. Especially Darren Williams, who now resembled an enraged bull, his usual calm and rationality completely submerged by immense disappointment. He glared at the Wake Forest #3, who was perched on Gauda back and refused to come down. Darren deeply understood that he was not losing to this Wake Forest Devils team, but rather to the towering Chinese player on the opposite side. He vowed that if he were to swap places with a certain 183 centimeters tall man who was unwilling to disclose his height, he would undoubtedly perform far better than the latter. Isn't it just about holding onto the thigh of a superstar center? Who can't do that? Just ask the Black Mamba from Los Angeles or the Glide from the 90s. Couldn't they do it better than that current high-flying Chris? Just wait, damn, Paul will meet in the NBA. With a heart full of hatred and regret, Darren Williams ended his college career and formally embarked on his professional journey. There's no suspense now. Huh? Coach Zhang laughed like a child, beaming with joy. Xiao Gao will surely be the MOP tonight. Paul can't compete with him. At this moment, the podium was already set up by the staff, ready for the host to take the stage. What a wonderful evening. What an exciting game. Let us applaud the players who presented us with such a magnificent game tonight. After a thunderous applause, the Wake Forest University Demon Deacons became the last winners of this year's NCAA tournament, having just claimed the first championship trophy in the school's history. They are the kings of the ACC regular season and the tournament champions. They are the pride and rulers of the entire league. They fought their way through March Madness, and no matter the formidable opponent, their brilliance remained unshaken. Before the tournament began, people were discussing North Carolina, Kansas, Illinois, Florida. Very few mentioned Wake Forest University. These young men broke through all doubts and negativity with their passion and hard strength. The host's speech was highly infectious, and soon the audience's emotions were stirred. Representing Wake Forest University, the players led by Gauda had tears in their eyes, and no one understood the hardships they had faced better than they did. When Coach Spick trembled and accepted the heavy championship trophy, this nearly 50-year-old man couldn't hold back his tears. There is a saying in American basketball: any person with a bit of basketball knowledge can coach an NBA team. However, the conditions required to coach an NCAA team are so high that even Phil Jackson would struggle to meet them. Although this statement is somewhat exaggerated, it illustrates that the tactical literacy required for NCAA head coaches is higher than that of NBA head coaches. This championship trophy is the first national championship title in Coach Spick's over 10 years of college coaching career. This explains why he was acting so out of character at this moment, even more so than the young players like Gauda. In the world of American basketball, winning an NCAA championship is a more remarkable highlight for a head coach than an NBA championship. Coach Spick expressed his gratitude to everyone from the school administration to the management and every player to every staff member at the venue, especially praising Paul and Gouda, making them both feel quite embarrassed. The media lights were flashing incessantly from below as Coach Spick stood at the center with the championship trophy, surrounded by Gouda and other Demon Deacons players, creating another classic, glorious moment in NCAA tournament history. Soon as the golden trophy with a black base was pushed onto the stage, the most anticipated moment arrived. No one noticed that upon seeing the trophy for the first time, Paul, who had been standing next to Gouda, unconsciously took a small step forward. This small step allowed him to see the name engraved on the trophy with a laser. This detail was so small that no one apart from Gouda beside Paul even noticed it. Oh, it seems that Paul really cares about this trophy. Gouda suddenly felt a bit heartbroken. Oh well, after all, they live under the same roof. They see each other every day. Tonight, let Paul sleep with my MOP trophy. Highlighting the point tonight. The host did not create much suspense and quickly announced the answer. The most outstanding player of the 2004-05 NCAA tournament is Gouda. When the host pronounced Gouda's name with a thick accent, Paul's originally hopeful gaze quickly dimmed. 32 points, 15 rebounds, 3 assists, 6 blocks. He is the first man in NCAA tournament history to shoot 100 in a championship final. Even though Paul achieved a double-double with 11 points, 12 assists, and 3 steals tonight, it still couldn't shake Gouda's position in the eyes of the voting committee. His teammates automatically parted to make way, and all eyes turned towards him. Congratulations, Gou. This award lost its suspense the moment the game declared Wake Forest University victorious. After receiving the trophy from the host, an excited Gouda, unable to hide his emotions, raised high the trophy for the most outstanding player of the Final Four. We are the champions. A simple yet powerful statement sent over 8,000 fans into a frenzy as they screamed and cheered, applauding for him. It's Xiao Gao. This award was never in doubt. Coach Zhang grinned widely, as happy as if he had led his team to the NCAA title, while Yu Jia also felt greatly relieved, looking at Gouda with increasing joy. He truly is an exceptional young man. At this moment, Yao Ming made his assessment of Gouda, unexpectedly sparking Coach Zhang's interest. Seizing the moment before the camera turned off, he suddenly asked a question. Big Yao, at the same age, who do you think is stronger, you or Xiao Gao? As soon as the question was posed, the atmosphere in the box dropped to freezing point. Yao Ming showed a contemplative expression, clearly pondering the question seriously. Soon he had his answer. Xiao Gao is stronger than me. He then provided a serious reasoning, as everyone can see the competitiveness of NCAA is much stronger than that of our domestic CBA. Without even mentioning the gap between professional and semi-professional, Xiao Gao leading a college team to the national championship in a foreign land. The difficulty is certainly much greater than my winning in the CBA. The issues involved are not limited to personal strength. Meanwhile, in a VIP box on the 3rd floor of the Lewis Sports Center, a bespectacled old white man wore a satisfied smile. This game brought attention and exposure that could be considered the highest in NCAA history. Not only were there media forces from North America, but Asia's largest market, CCTV from China, also sent a team of reporters to conduct live coverage. This was highly beneficial for David Stern, who is expanding the Chinese market. At the same time as Gouda contributed to the NBA's overseas market, Stern would not mind giving him some benefits once he entered the league. After all, the wool comes from the sheep. Any player that helps promote the globalization of NBA business will receive strong support from the league. Go chase the NBA with the title of national champion, young man. Money, fame, beauty, everything you desire is here. Stern suddenly had some unexpected thoughts about this year's draft lottery. As for how much impact his thoughts would have on the future development of the NBA, we cannot know. The hungover Gouda woke up from his slumber, finding 2 voluptuous bodies lying naked beside him. Last night, the Devils' Butler team had partied all night at a private club in Atlanta, catering to celebrities and politicians, and nearly every player left with a few fruit platter girls. The 2 stunning Mexican models he saw upon waking were his trophies from last night, with the younger one being 4 years his senior. It had already been 2 weeks since the conclusion of the Madness tournament. As this year's champion team, the Wake Forest University Devils' Butler team was undoubtedly the most talked-about entity in North American basketball. For the first 3 days after their victory, they followed the arrangements made by the school and team executives, touring the surrounding cities for celebrations, and then on Chris Paul's suggestion, they flew to Atlanta, Georgia. They enjoyed a week-long leisure vacation. Gouda felt a dryness in his throat and walked into the living room to pour himself a glass of water, gulping it down before turning to sit on the leather sofa in the hotel, his eyes vacant as he tried to empty his mind. Before long, a series of footsteps echoed in the room. Gouda opened his eyes to see one of his bed companions from last night, a beautiful model with delicate features, running towards him with his phone. "Gao, your phone." Gauda took the phone, but it was a string of unfamiliar numbers. Just as he was filled with doubt, the model had already taken the initiative to press the answer button. Hello. Is this Mr. Gauda? A steady voice came from the other end. Just as Gauda was about to inquire about the caller's intentions, the hem of his bathrobe was suddenly lifted and a chill swept in. Hiss. The model, who had just been standing elegantly before him, suddenly noticed the cleanliness of the hotel floor and bent down to start picking up the trash. The trash was quite large and white. Gauda gasped in surprise, half relaxed yet astonished. The person on the other end felt something was off, but adhering to professional decorum continued. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jeff Schwartz. I am the top agent at Excel Sports. Do you have some time to talk? If it's convenient, please give me your current address and my team, and I will arrive within a day. The caller's words conveyed a determination to achieve their goal. Gauda quickly pushed aside the model, who was still busy cleaning up on the floor, and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, his expression serious. It's an honor to receive your call, Mr. Schwartz. I have heard about some of your achievements. Schwartz, who was in an office somewhere in Connecticut, was not surprised. He had indeed made quite a name for himself in the North American tennis sports agency circle, with the legendary Sampras and Hingis among his many notable clients. This was also the greatest confidence booster for him when he left his old company, the United States International Management Group, in 2002 to establish his own agency, Excel Sports. Gauda quickly reviewed the basic information about this future #1 NBA agent in his mind and realized that by this time, he already held contracts for many NBA first and second-tier players. Jason Kidd, Paul Pierce, Lamar Odom, Tyson Chandler, including Darren Williams, the top star of the University of Illinois, who was recently eliminated by Gauda's team in the NCAA championship finals. It is worth mentioning that as of now, Schwartz's main business focus remains in tennis and golf. His most prominent talent is the golf Grand Slam winner Tiger Woods. Not to mention that more than a decade later, he would surpass renowned NBA agents like Rich Paul and Bill Duffy, amassing a total of $3 billion in contract salaries, reaching the pinnacle as the top agent in the American basketball realm. In the Buckhead neighborhood of Atlanta, this area, located in the northern part of downtown Atlanta, is one of the safest and wealthiest communities with the lowest crime rates. Of course, it cannot be said that there are no private thefts, brawls, or even marijuana trafficking activities. After all, this city is the third largest in the United States in terms of crime rates, second only to Chicago and New York, with a violent crime rate more than double the national average. Being able to meet in a relatively safe private club speaks volumes about Schwartz's meticulous style of. This might be normal a decade later, but in early century America, it was quite common for some fearless semi-professional agents with gang backgrounds to frequently visit gun-infested slums to scout players. Gauda arrived alone by cab at this private club called King of Stars. Upon entering and stating his purpose, he was quickly led by a waiter through a winding path into a luxurious private room. Inside there sat a middle-aged white man with distinct features and an elegant demeanor, with a steaming cup of coffee placed in front of him, indicating he had just arrived. Gauda sighed with relief at having only been 20 minutes late due to traffic. Sorry, Mr. Schwartz, there was some traffic on the way. I apologize. He smiled apologetically, acknowledging him before awkwardly squeezing himself into the seat in front of him. Schwartz appeared to be a very approachable person. He did not hold Gauda's near half-hour delay against him, but rather took out a magazine from his briefcase and pushed it toward him. This is the latest issue of Sports Illustrated. You might have already heard about this from friends or coaches. Jeff Schwartz adjusted his glasses and spoke in a very friendly tone. The news of you winning the championship with the Wake Forest University Demon Deacons in the Madness tournament has become one of the hottest sports topics in North America and Asia. Many media outlets, including Sports Illustrated and ESPN, have reported extensively on this matter. In other words, Schwartz seemed not to intend to get straight to the point, but rather to gradually guide Gauda to understand his enormous commercial value and exposure. Gauda curiously picked up the Sports Illustrated magazine, its cover depicting him surrounded by teammates as he climbed the basketball hoop at the Lewis Sports Center to cut down the net, a historic moment which is a tradition for every NCAA tournament MVP winner. Seeing Gauda's unconventional reaction, Schwartz couldn't spot even a hint of excitement on his face, which left the self-proclaimed astute and experienced negotiator feeling somewhat frustrated. In other words, Gau, you have become one of the most commercially valuable sports stars on this planet, even surpassing half of the NBA's all-star level players. Do you know why this is? Gauda flipped through the magazine in front of him, reading the articles that praised him and Wake Forest University, then looked up seriously to answer Schwartz's question. I know. I'm Chinese. Schwartz's carefully prepared speech suddenly fell flat, and the professional elite image he had painstakingly crafted crumbled in an instant. At the same time, he added a new description of Gauda in his mind: handsome, yet self-aware. Self-reflective. Since that was the case, he simply stopped pretending. Yao Ming from Houston is a phenomenon in the league, a supercenter, and currently a golden emblem for the NBA in Asia. To put it bluntly, his influence in Asia or among the Chinese community is even greater than that of Michael Jordan. And you? Schwartz shed his gentle demeanor and his gaze toward Gao to become more predatory, like that of a leopard. You possess the same identity as Yao, a Chinese player, but your physical talent surpasses his, and your technical characteristics are not yet fully defined. You can completely develop towards becoming the basketball god among Asians, surpassing Yao to become a historical giant like Shaquille O'Neal or Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. The more he spoke, the more enthusiastic he became, fully immersing himself in the career blueprint he was painting. This tactic had proven effective over the past decade in his sports agent career, particularly with those not-so-bright black players. Usually with this approach, these players would soon find themselves under Jeff Schwartz's big umbrella, weeping and declaring things like wandering half a lifetime, only regretting not meeting a wise master, or if you do not abandon me, I am willing to call you my adoptive father. However, clearly this tactic of grandiose promises did not yield the expected results with Gauda. At this moment in Gauda's eyes, Schwartz's appearance had merged with that of his past life's unscrupulous vampire-like boss. With an expression that seemed to say, I see through you, Gauda soon distinguished Schwartz from players who could buy several basketballs from centuries ago. All right, sir, we can talk about what help you can provide me now. Gauda's attention finally shifted from the magazine in his hands to Schwartz. This top NBA agent, who had a good reputation and a low-key style, left a favorable impression on Gauda. Compared to Rich Paul, Bill Duffy, and Pelinka, who were of similar caliber, what appealed most to Gauda about Schwartz was his groundbreaking vision, precise control over public opinion, and his reputation for wholeheartedly helping players. Unlike E. Jianlian's agent Feigen, who harmed a player's future development for immediate profit. In fact, in recent days, Gauda and Coach Speak had received multiple phone invitations from well-known NBA agents, including Yao Ming's agent Bill Duffy. However, after several phone conversations, Gauda was not very satisfied with them until he received Schwartz's call, when he finally remembered this exceptionally suitable agent. This is also the main reason why Gauda was able to meet him offline today. Schwartz, upon hearing Gauda's words, did not show much surprise, but rather scrutinized the young man in front of him a few times, and after some thought said seriously, you are indeed a remarkable individual. Among the players under 20 I've dealt with, your attitude toward problems is quite mature and direct. You are right. I don't need to analyze your career plan after you enter the NBA right now, but let's talk about some practical matters like the upcoming joint tryouts this summer and the training plans before the draft. After saying this, he resumed his knowledgeable demeanor and sincerely added, you can decide whether to sign a contract with me based on my performance during this period. I will submit a training plan for you in April and May within a few days and assemble a professional tryout team, then find a training venue that you will be satisfied with. You can bring your brother along. Schwartz hinted that he also wanted to recruit Ah Pao. Gauda smiled. He finally got the answer he wanted from this trip. This was not a freebie. Both Gauda and Schwartz were smart individuals, and dealings between smart people were often direct and purpose-driven. Beating around the bush would only breed mutual disdain. I hope we have a pleasant cooperation, Mr. Gao. Schwartz took a sip of coffee, then stood up with a professional smile, extending his hand to greet Gauda. The latter likewise returned the gesture and said with a smile, pleasant cooperation. On April 13th, the second Thursday after Vic Forest University defeated Illinois to claim the NCAA title, the NCAA announced its annual All-American First Team, with the Final Four MOP Gauda selected as the center. In history, this honor belonged to David Lee, the senior center from Florida. However, in this year's Elite Eight matchup, the Florida trio of David Lee, Noah, and Horford was nearly dominated by Gauda alone, ultimately leading to the Gators' disappointing exit in the quarterfinals. Thus, the title of center on the All-American First Team naturally went to Gauda. Not only that, but Gauda's good friend A Pao also appeared on this list this year. Although A Pao recorded 11 points and 12 rebounds in the final against the University of Illinois, being outscored by Darren with 17 points and 10 rebounds, it did not prevent him from basking in the glory of the NCAA championship team, earning a spot on the All-American First Team as a guard. What frustrated A Pao was that every year the Bob Cousy Award for the best point guard goes to the All-American First Team guard, but this year it was awarded to Darren Williams, who lost in the final. This indirectly acknowledged the latter's title as the undisputed king of the NCAA, leading many media outlets and experts to label A Pao as someone who rode the coattails to victory, causing his draft stock to drop a position. This made A Pao furious, raising his blood pressure threefold, especially since his good roommate Gauda achieved an unprecedented milestone this year, becoming the first freshman in NCAA history to complete a Grand Slam of honors. Let us enumerate the honors Gauda earned this year in the NCAA: the Naismith Award, the John R. Wooden Award, ACC Player of the Year, ACC Tournament MVP, ACC Championship, ACC Freshman of the Year, ACC All-Defensive Team, and NCAA Championship, along with being named to the All-American First Team and the AP All-American First Team and All-Defensive Team. The title of the strongest freshman in NCAA history has led numerous authoritative media outlets like ESPN and TNT to crown him. And it's all over the media. The domestic news coverage about Gao De is overwhelming. A Chinese student in his freshman year in the U.S. dominates the entire NCAA, the next Chinese no. One draft pick is emerging. After Yao Ming is the hope for the Chinese men's basketball team, and Yi Jianlian. No, the 19-year-old Chinese prodigy Gao De tells you, I am the next generation leader of the Chinese men's basketball team. Gao De in front of domestic fans, you can call me Xiao Gao, and I want mine. But when abroad in front of American fans, what should you call me? For years two no. One picks. The Chinese are dominating the NBA. In the next Beijing Olympics, we must win in front of our home crowd. After reading a few domestic reports about him, Gao De exclaimed, wow. He knows how much domestic media can exaggerate and how bold they are in their claims, but he never expected it to be this outrageous. For heaven's sake, they are shouting slogans like defeat American imperialism for the Beijing Olympics. If he fails to win a medal, or ends up like in history with an exit in the quarterfinals, he might just be drowned in public opinion. Dominate the NBA. The last person to shout about dominating the NBA, the king, is now worrying in some small-town city about getting a playoff ticket. He can't just casually make such reckless claims. However, Gao De indeed achieved all the honors possible. His college career can be deemed a success. Domestic fans and media are already imagining what his days in the NBA will be like. Some media, regardless of their connection to sports or basketball, have begun to hype up Gao De's draft prospects. The extravagant words they use make Gao De wonder how they came up with them. It feels like if he doesn't get picked first in this draft, there will be some conspiracy behind it. Look at the lives of the neighbors and the media in Japan. What? You say Japanese media is now daily calling Gao De things like the Emperor of Asia and basketball, China Morishige Quan Gao. Korean media have already sent people to Gao De's hometown, and it is said they have found evidence of his great-grandfather marrying a Korean. Gao De commented the Japanese are simply delusional, and the Koreans are just out of their minds from eating too much kimchi. However, when it comes to absurdity and wildness, domestic media certainly take the cake. Recently, a headline titled Rockets General Manager Dawson publicly discusses trading McGrady for the feasibility of obtaining a top 3 draft pick from 2005 emerged. It dominated the headlines for a full 5 days with nearly 10 million clicks. However, one cannot entirely blame these media outlets for their brainless hype. After all, in the current Chinese market, besides Yao Ming, the focus is on Gao De's draft news. Fans have this demand, so the media naturally has to try to meet it. Moreover, it has been nearly 3 years since Yao Ming entered the NBA, and the Houston Rockets are undoubtedly the home team in the hearts of Chinese fans. The sight of 2 Chinese big men teaming up in the Space City is what fans most want to see. This can only be said to be due to Yao Ming's influence. The Rockets' standing in the hearts of Chinese fans is extraordinarily high. So high that any movement concerning the NBA is inevitably tied back to the Rockets in domestic media. To put it in a phrase from over a decade later, this is about grasping the key to traffic. And half a month after the championship, Gao De and Chris Paul ended this rare vacation and set off for Las Vegas. There, Schwartz's team rented an entire training facility for them, carefully equipping them with a professional training staff. This alone shows how Schwartz differs from other agents. He is not in a hurry to boost player exposure and public recognition to rapidly increase their commercial value. Instead, he focuses on the long term, investing significantly in enhancing the player's core skills and helping his newly signed draftees prepare for the joint workouts. During this period leading up to mid-April, Gao De and Paul spent nearly every day immersed in the training facility, accompanied by basketball. A training team close to NBA standards provided specialized training for the duo, focusing on guard and inside play in preparation for the joint tryout project scheduled for early June. On April 20th, a local time in the United States, the Miami Heat defeated the Orlando Magic 98-93 on the road, clinching the top seed in the East with a record of 59 wins and 23 losses as they entered the playoffs. This was the best regular season record achieved by the Heat since the post-Morning era, and their outstanding performance, along with the team gradually revealing its championship potential, proved that Pat Riley's decision to pursue Shaquille O'Neal last summer was indeed correct. The 23-year-old Flash and the 33-year-old Shaq represent the most championship contending duo in the league right now. There is no doubt about it. Meanwhile, the NBA playoffs for the 2004-2005 season officially commenced. As for the teams that failed to qualify for the playoffs, they have already begun preparations for this summer's draft tryouts, while keeping an eye on the big fish expected to appear in the trade market. These team managers always believe that what the best general managers like Riley, the logo guy, and Bird can do in the free market, they can do as well. Players are eager to prove themselves, and what about these professional managers? After a month of training in Las Vegas, Gao De and Paul finally received a 3-day break. The latter excitedly dragged Gauda to Phoenix to watch Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals between the Spurs and the Suns, but was turned down by Gauda. He planned to return home during this 3-day break to see his parents and family. Unable to do anything about it, Paul could only board a plane to Dallas alone. Meanwhile, after a brief visit home, Gauda had just landed in the United States when he received a call from Schwartz. "Gau, are you with Chris right now? I'm at New York's Kennedy Airport and heading to Winthrop to pick you up. Pack your bags, the battle among the geniuses is about to begin. Are the tryouts about to start?" Gauda had just watched the thrilling Game 7 of the finals between the Spurs and the Pistons back home, still trying to recover from this nail-biting battle that ended with just a 1-point difference, when he was notified to meet up with Paul for the NBA tryouts. Indeed, although the ultimate winner of the finals had not yet been revealed, the NBA draft lottery had already concluded a day prior. Gauda also paid attention to this year's top 10 picks, and he could roughly match them with the somewhat hazy 2005 draft class. It seemed that the so-called butterfly effect did not occur. After all, NCAA and NBA are two entirely different levels of competition. For Gauda, who had crowned himself in the NCAA to influence the course of the NBA regular season, was evidently unlikely. However, after being followed around by cameras when he stepped out to buy soy sauce back home, Gauda could no longer suppress the urge to play basketball. Upon receiving Schwartz's notification, he immediately called Paul. A day later, in a presidential suite at a hotel, Schwartz briefly explained his tryout plan to Gauda and Paul. Firstly, for Gauda, as the biggest prospect of the 2005 draft, whether it be the Milwaukee Bucks with the first overall pick, the Atlanta Hawks with the second, or the Portland Trail Blazers with the third pick. At this point, some might wonder, wasn't the third pick in 2005 owned by the Jazz? They used that pick to select Paul's lifelong rival Darren Williams, and subsequently formed the new Utah duo with him and Carlos Boozer, eliminating the team that Chinese fans adored, the Yamuk-Grady Rockets, from the playoffs year after year. But in fact, that pick originally belonged to the Portland Trail Blazers. During the 2005 draft lottery, Paul Allen, the owner of the Trail Blazers, drew the third pick for the team. However, on draft day, the team management unexpectedly traded the third pick for the 6th and 27th picks from the Utah Jazz, along with a conditional future pick originally belonging to the Pistons. This trade was initially intended to enhance the team's competitiveness and return to the playoffs, but it was later rated by scouts and experts as one of the top 10 management blunders of the 21st century in the NBA. The Portland Trail Blazers missed the playoffs for 3 consecutive years thereafter. Back to the point, among these 3 teams, the Atlanta Hawks showed the most enthusiasm for Gauda's performance. Team general manager Billy Knight was seen by the media personally attending Wake Forest games multiple times since March Madness began. Moreover, he repeatedly stated in public interviews in May that if the team could secure the first overall pick this year, they would not hesitate to select Gauda, the center from Wake Forest. Although in the end the Bucks with a 6-3 chance unexpectedly drew the first pick of the 2005 draft, it did not dampen the Hawks' enthusiasm. According to NBA insider Tarek Bruce, Billy Knight is currently actively communicating with the Bucks management, hoping to secure next year's first-round pick and some cash to complete a swap of positions with the Bucks. However, unfortunately, the Bucks front office has also developed a keen interest in Gauda. They believe that Gauda's current readiness and future potential far exceed that of all the registered big men in this draft, including their original primary target, the sophomore center Andrew Bogut from the University of Utah. To this end, they quickly contacted Gauda's temporary agent Jeff Schwartz, hoping to conduct a private workout for Gauda as soon as the NBA tryout dates commence. Gauda and Paul's first stop for the tryout was in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, a major industrial city. Secondly, as a top pick candidate, Gauda could completely refuse tryout invitations from NBA teams outside of the top 5 or even the top 3. Back in May, when the NBA officially announced the 78-man roster for this year's Chicago joint tryout, Gauda and Paul took a quick look around, played very few actual games, and soon returned home. Facing these opponents who he had thoroughly dominated during college, he simply had no interest. However, some overconfident high school players, such as the 5-star recruit Andrew Bynum from St. Joseph's High School, provoked Gauda during training and ended up losing 21-2, nearly being shut out. Such occurrences are quite rare, as truly foolish gifted players like Bynum are few and far between. After the private workout day in Milwaukee, Bucks general manager Larry Harris and head coach Terry Porter were astonished by Gauda's latest physical data report. The next day, as Gauda and his group were about to leave Milwaukee, Bucks general manager Larry Harris personally came to the hotel where Gauda and others were staying for a discussion. He sincerely stated, "We will select you with the first overall pick in half a month and promise to build a championship contending roster around you. But the premise is that you must be patient for 1 to 2 years. The team's second priority this offseason is to resign our star Michael Redd, who will become your best helper and mentor in your career." It is evident that the Bucks management's commitment is quite sincere, even placing the renewal of the current core player Michael Redd below acquiring Gauda. However, the prerequisite is that Gauda must develop quietly in Milwaukee for a year or two, during which the leader of the team will still be Michael Redd. Historically, even after selecting Australian #1 pick Andrew Bogut, the leader of the Bucks remained the all-star shooter Redd for the next 4 seasons. Of course, this is largely related to Bogut's lack of skill and inability to perform. In response to the goodwill shown by the Milwaukee Bucks management, Jeff Schwartz, standing in for Gauda, replied straightforwardly, "If you need a compliant center, then the 5-star high school student from North Carolina might be a good choice. If that doesn't work, you could consider the sophomore from the University of Utah. In terms of immediate impact, he's also an excellent NBA-level starting big man. But if you want to waste everyone's time, then feel free to draft Gao in half a month and let Michael Reed the Chucker lead your team, as per your plan. I will do everything I can to ensure that you trade Gao within a year. You know me, Larry. I have that capability." Schwartz unleashed his full force, directly confronting Larry Harris, who wanted both immediate results and future potential. Harris' intentions were nothing more than to hedge his bets. If Gauda couldn't perform, the team would continue building around Michael Reed. If Gao excelled, they would push Reed to the sidelines or even trade him for useful resources. The historical Bucks management had done just that, but Gauda was not Andrew Bogut. He wouldn't be patient enough to play some 2K manager simulation game in the ice-cold Milwaukee. He needed an NBA team that would establish him as the core the moment he entered the league. His style of play and game approach required a significant amount of ball possession to attract fans and media attention. Only then could the vast Chinese market behind him be fully leveraged. The final conversation ended on an unhappy note, and no one knew how Bucks general manager Larry Harris would act after returning, nor whether they would steadfastly choose Gauda in this year's draft. 2 days later, Gauda and his group appeared at Atlanta Airport. Full name Hartsfield-Jackson Airport. As soon as they landed, they attracted the attention of a large number of local fans, many of whom gathered outside their hotel, holding huge banners and posters. Some even wore Gauda's number 10 jersey from Wake Forest University. They hoped to increase Gauda's favor towards the city of Atlanta, in this way facilitating the team's upcoming private workout with him. It was evident that Wake Forest's championship this season had greatly raised the profile of the Demon Deacons players across several neighboring states, including Georgia, where Atlanta is located. The enthusiasm of the fans here for Gauda was unimaginable. Even on the way to his workout at the Phillips Arena, there were constant streams of fans coming to cheer him on. "You're almost becoming the Michael Jackson of this city," joked his friend Paul with envy. Watching the Atlanta citizens outside the car window wearing Gauda's jerseys and eagerly trying to get him to stop for photos and autographs, Chris Paul couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Damn, as the core of this year's NCAA championship team, why don't I get this kind of heroic treatment? Gauda's workout in Atlanta went very smoothly, without any incidents like being cornered for negotiations by the team general manager, as had happened in Milwaukee. Before leaving, he not only received a draft promise from Billy Knight, but was also secretly informed of an insider tip regarding a recent NBA trade. When the free agency market opens in July, the Hawks will put their star forward Anthony Walker, who has only played 1 season with the team, on the trading block. The latter averaged 21 points this season, making him an absolute top scorer in the league. Billy Knight's action was merely to imply to Gauda that as soon as he joined the Hawks, he would directly become the leader of the team, and the resources gained from trading Walker could be entirely built around him to form a playoff roster. This promise indeed excited Gauda. On the flight to Salt Lake City, he briefly discussed it with Schwartz. "What do you think the chances are that if I publicly state I don't want to go to Milwaukee like Steve Francis did in '99, the Bucks would still draft me first overall?" After more than 2 months of interaction, his relationship with Schwartz had already developed to the point where they discussed everything openly. Schwartz, who had navigated the sports agency world for over a decade, often found himself surprised by Gauda's ideas and eloquence that transcended the limitations of his time, making their communication increasingly direct. After a moment of contemplation, Schwartz looked up and said, "Still 100%. This answer was unsurprising. Gauda's expression showed no signs of surprise, as he would have made the same choice if the roles were reversed. Seeing that Gauda had no intention of pursuing the matter further, Schwartz understood that he had already formed his own. Given Gauda's current rising trend and the vast Chinese market behind him, the NBA was very willing to see a second Chinese #1 draft pick emerge. Even if the Bucks management, due to Schwartz's firm stance, temporarily decided to change their mind, the league president Stern would not allow it. Moreover, although Billy Knight was a peculiar character, he was certainly no fool to have become an NBA general. Since Gauda didn't want to stay in Milwaukee, they could choose not to draft him. After all, the initiative was in their hands. Gauda's performance during his college years spoke for itself, and barring any accidents, he could become a top-tier big man in the league within 3 years. By that time, the only ones who could match him would be Yao Ming from Houston and the soon-to-retire Shaquille O'Neal. Oh, and perhaps that cheerful high schooler from Orlando could be in the mix too. The Bucks management could very well select Gowda with the first overall pick and wait for offers, naturally attracting teams eager to acquire Gowda to present lucrative trade proposals. The final stop on Schwartz's workout itinerary was to participate in a private workout with the Jazz in Salt. The Jazz held this year's 6th overall pick, which was a likely position to select Paul, and they indeed needed a point guard capable of supporting the old Coach Sloan's system. This was Schwartz's backup plan for Paul. Needless to say, at the invitation of the Jazz's front office, Schwartz took Paul and Gowda to Utah for the workout. However, in this private workout, the focus was on Chris Paul, and Gowda became more of a supporting player. In the previous 2 stops, Chris Paul, who had been in the role of the invisible player, received unprecedented attention here. Not only were the team's general manager and others present at his workout, but even the rarely seen Old Man Sloan made an appearance. After Paul's shooting stability workout, he shook hands with the legend and chatted with him for a long time, all smile. Faced with the proactive goodwill of this legendary coach, Paul appeared pleasantly surprised and couldn't help but throw a proud glance at Gowda, as if to say, "See, I told you the great Chris Paul II wouldn't go unnoticed. It's still old man Jerry Sloan, who has the eye for talent, recognizing that I have a brighter future than you, this big guy, who only knows how to dunk." Proudly, Paul finally gained a point over Gowda, but he still didn't believe he would fall to the 6th pick and be picked up by the Jazz. Yes, the inflated Paul now didn't even regard the 6th pick. Currently, the Bucks, who held the 1st overall pick and also had a vacant starting point guard position, as well as the New Orleans Hornets, who held the 4th pick, were his primary targets. Gowda's tryout with the Jazz was not as complicated as it was with the Bucks and Hawks. To be precise, it was because the Jazz's management did not think he would drop to the 6th pick for them to take advantage of, so the tryout process was completed quite quickly. After a simple physical test, there were only 2 technical demonstrations: footwork under the basket and shooting off the dribble. Watching Gowda rely more on his outstanding physical attributes to push defenders under the basket before completing his shot, Coach Sloan subtly shook his head. In his heart, what was the difference between Gowda and the high school 1st pick chosen by the Magic last year? Although the draft report showed comparisons to the Rain Man Shawn Kemp and the current Suns forward Amare Stoudemire to Sloan, these two at least had refined skills in battling under the basket or flashy offensive moves. But what about Gowda? Oh, perhaps his mid-range shooting is a decent highlight, and it's one of the few offensive methods he currently possesses. Under the condition of resistance bands, an 82 shooting percentage made Sloan quietly feel a ripple of excitement as he watched Gowda's shooting stability training, but it quickly vanished without a trace. He understood that this Jazz team in the post-dual star era needed tactical executors who followed the system, not players like Gowda who drifted outside of it, or rather brought their own system. There are currently 2 prime examples of players with their own systems. One is Cleveland's LeBron James, the ball-dominating core on the wing. The other is the system monster Dwight Howard, who showed historical-level defensive abilities in Orlando, though he was still just a rough-around-the-edges blue-collar worker at this time, with the potential of a historical interior defensive beast still being tapped. Yet these 2 have yet to even touch the playoff threshold at this point. At least for now, the theory that players with their own systems can lead a team to a championship isn't proven. Let alone these 2, even the formidable max-level Tim Duncan, a terrifying presence who won a championship in his sophomore year, was within a dual-tower system established by the Spurs coaching staff, led by the crafty Popovich. He was the one who could lead the team directly into the championship contention. In short, although Coach Sloan acknowledged that Gowda's talent is in the top tier of NBA history, he adhered to the system theory and showed no signs of changing his mindset. Just as Gowda was preparing to say goodbye to Schwartz and Paul and return to Winslow College Town, an unexpected phone call came to Schwartz's hand. The caller was Steve Patterson, the general manager of the Portland Trail Blazers. "I hope you can try to bring Gowda to Portland. Oh, we can sit down and talk." After hearing Patterson's intention, Schwartz almost doubted his ears. "Are you joking with me, Mr. Patterson?" At this year's draft lottery, owner Paul Allen represented the team and ultimately secured a fairly decent. However, in today's NBA, the Trail Blazers are notoriously known as the rookie graveyard, with a roster filled with players involved in crime, drugs, and gambling, which is enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Coupled with the chaos in management and the impact of frequent coaching changes, the team's reputation in the NBA has plummeted to rock bottom. Initially, the trial plan by Schwartz did include the Portland Trail Blazers on the list, but after discussions with Gow, he ultimately chose to abandon this option. After all, no professional player wants the starting point of their career to be with a disordered, frequently scandal-ridden prison team. Moreover, the likelihood of the 3rd pick selecting Gow was exceedingly low, so even though the Blazers had previously sent Schwartz an invitation for a trial, it was left unread in his inbox. In the waiting area, Schwartz covered the microphone of his Motorola, directing his gaze towards Gow sitting across from him, who seemed to sense something and quietly awaited a response on the other end of the line. Beside him, Paul frantically shook Gow's arm, signaling his best friend to hurry and refuse. But Gao seemed lost in thought. After a moment of reflection, he made a decision that even he found somewhat absurd. Let's give it a try, Jeff. What if they offer us conditions that excite us? Paul and Gao soon parted ways at Salt Lake City International Airport. Schwartz arranged for another agent team to take Paul to New Orleans for the trial, while he personally followed Gao, modifying the flight path to head towards the large city of Portland in Oregon. Gao and Schwartz's team quickly met with the Blazers management, but the meeting did not take place at the Rose Garden Arena or any rented training facility. Instead, it was in a luxurious private club box. When Gao was let in by the Blazers' vice president, former Warriors player Kevin Pritchard, he almost thought he had mistakenly entered a vast business arena. Seated in the center was a distinguished old man in a suit, specifically a refined white gentleman exuding an air of scholarly elegance. Paul Allen. One of the richest individuals on the planet, he is the founder and chairman of Vulcan Inc., a computer giant from Seattle and a co-founder of Microsoft alongside Bill Gates. In addition, he is a businessman with a wide range of ventures, serving as chairman of Charter Communications, a stakeholder in DreamWorks, and holding absolute control over the NFL's Seattle Seahawks and the NBA's Portland Trail Blazers. Although he hasn't left a significant impression on Chinese basketball fans like his friend Ballmer, he possesses an extraordinary passion and fervor for sports. Paul Allen is undoubtedly the wealthiest owner among all NBA teams. Earlier this year, Forbes magazine ranked him 6th on the global billionaire list with a fortune of $22.7 billion. In 1988, fueled by his love for professional sports, he invested $70 million to acquire the Portland Trail Blazers. Over the course of 18 years, the Blazers made 2 trips to the finals in 3 years, 9,092, but unfortunately faced the Chicago Bulls during their first three-peat, with the great Clyde Drexler becoming just another backdrop in that era. Paul Allen's championship dream gradually faded year after year until last season, when the team parted ways with their star forward Rasheed Wallace, marking the official onset of the Portland prison winter period. This disillusioned him completely, with the Blazers redirecting his focus more towards the management affairs of the NFL Seattle Seahawks. It wasn't until January of this year that the team's general manager Patterson presented him with a game tape from Wake Forest University, promising that the team would undergo a thorough reform this year. And today he was here for that very reason. We will do everything possible to select you this summer, Gao, even if it means putting the entire team up for sale. As he watched this figure, who usually only appeared on the covers of economic magazines, speak those words, Gao admitted that at this moment his mind had completely short-circuited. No one had mentioned to him that a business mogul would personally try him out. In contrast to Gao's bewilderment, Schwartz quickly regained his composure after a brief mental whirlwind. This was the benefactor who had offered max contracts to players like Little Flying Mouse Stoudemire, the out-of-shape Rain Man, and the aging Uncle P. Among the many team owners in today's NBA, he was second only to that irritable old man Dolan from New York, a philanthropist. Mr. Allen, I think you might be mistaken. The initiative is not in our hands as NBA draft candidates this year. We cannot guarantee that we will be selected by any team, and it is entirely possible that we might not be picked at all. Schwartz quickly displayed the professionalism of a top sports agent, fearlessly facing a business tycoon like Paul Allen, adhering to a policy of not initiating, not refusing, and not taking responsibility. Ahem. Patterson, sensing that the owner was somewhat impatient, hurriedly interrupted. The purpose of our request for this meeting is simply to make sure Gao and his team understand our determination. We will not ask Gao to refuse draft commitments from other teams, as that would be a violation of league regulations and an abhorrent practice. Patterson quickly took control of the situation, representing the Blazers in negotiations. We have already made contact with the management of the Bucks and Hawks, who hold the top 2 picks. We can use future draft rights as trade chips to move up, but what we want to confirm now is... He shifted his gaze to Gao, who had remained silent. What are your feelings about the city of Portland? Or rather, do you think the Blazers would be a suitable team for you to start your professional career? This question was subtly pointed, seemingly polite, yet directly addressing the issue. Now it was up to Gao how he would respond. In this box, 4 pairs of eyes were fixed on Gao, each bearing different meanings. While he appeared contemplative, why not just ask how many of this year's draft candidates would want to be picked by the Blazers? Gao rolled his eyes in his heart. But to speak honestly, today's meeting with Paul Allen, the team owner, indeed gave him another perspective regarding his career planning. Although the Portland Trail Blazers have a notorious reputation as a prison for Gao at this stage, it might not be without its advantages. The notorious Randolph Little Flying Mouse Stoudemire Cobb's nemesis Ruben Patterson and shot-blocking fanatic Theo Ratliff. These seemingly fierce and gangsta-like players have turned the Blazers' locker room atmosphere into one comparable to the Cold War era between the U.S. and the Soviet Union, where a minor friction could trigger a brawl on the court. However, the ultimate reason lies in the departure of locker room leaders like Sabonis and Pippen, who could keep these troublemakers in check. With them gone, young players who refused to bow to anyone, all wanting to make a name for themselves, began to find themselves at odds. What if a player who could perform on the court and fight off it like Karl Malone appeared? The outcome would be self-evident. Gao quickly understood the intricacies and was no longer as resistant to showing goodwill towards the Blazers management. With everything in place, all that remains is to see what twists the draft in a few days will hold. When it comes to the most memorable NBA Finals matchups in the eyes of later generations of fans, the battles between the Cavaliers and Warriors, the Spurs and Heat, the German machine against the East Coast's Big Three, and the Celtics versus the Lakers come to mind. These are all unforgettable classic games, but if fans were to vote for the most fiercely contested, yet least entertaining finals, the 2005 showdown between the Spurs and the Pistons would undoubtedly be on the list. Two teams that emphasized defense met on the grand stage of the finals, each being a defensive powerhouse from their respective conferences, battling through 7 grueling games until a victor was determined. The San Antonio Spurs clinched the 2005 NBA championship with a 43 victory, led by their star Tim Duncan, who averaged 26 points and 14.1 rebounds. Looking at it from the perspective of that year, neither the Spurs nor the Pistons had any glamorous players, including stars like Tim Duncan, Tony Parker, Manu Ginobili, Ben Wallace, Rasheed Wallace, Chauncey Billups, Richard Hamilton, and Tayshaun Prince, all of whom played with a straightforward, practical style. Wait, didn't a strange character slip into the mix? If we exclude the unpredictable Argentine Demon Blade, this finals was really a defensive duel, and the Pistons may not have faced as much injustice in their loss. The only area they fell short compared to the Spurs was with Manu and Horry. That year, the Argentine Demon Blade was undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with, carrying the aura of the 2004 Athens Olympic champion core, dominating the NBA stage with playoff averages of 21.6 rebounds and 4 assists, making him the unquestionable second star of the Spurs championship. The finals also became the one point that the Pistons' 5 starters could not contain, which is why many fans felt he should have been the finals MVP that year. Horry, known as the clutch player, scored 5 of the team's total 7 points during the crucial overtime of Game 5 and hit a critical three-pointer with just 5.8 seconds left, successfully helping the Spurs secure the series lead. When he witnessed his senior Tim Duncan returning to Wake Forest University with the championship trophy and the finals MVP award, Gauda felt incredibly honored to share the stage with him as a junior. The North Carolina Today newspaper featured a photo of the 2 Wake Forest Demon Deacons on the front page the next day, declaring that year as the year of Wake Forest in American basketball. The freshman Gauda led the Wake Forest Demon Deacons to the top of the NCAA tournament, while Tim Duncan, the alumni from Wake Forest, lifted the championship trophy in the NBA. Representatives from 2 generations each became the biggest winners in their respective leagues, propelling Wake Forest University to a status that rivaled the likes of North Carolina and Duke in the eyes of 5-star high school recruits across America. However, the executives from various NBA teams noticed a small detail in the photo. Why did Gauda, who registered a height of 2.08 meters, seem to stand taller than the 2.13-meter Duncan? On June 28, 2005, due to the time difference, many domestic fans were eagerly glued to their televisions early in the morning, waiting for the live broadcast of the NBA draft on CCTV5. At this moment, the lights of countless households across China sparkled in the early morning night, reminiscent of the last time they felt such excitement and nervousness for a Chinese athlete, Yao Ming. The excitement surrounding the NBA draft remains consistently high every summer as it pertains to the trajectory and performance of the 30 teams in the following year, making it far more visible than the finals, which only has 2 groups of people interested, especially in light of the finals ratings hitting a century low this year. However, the surge in interest for this draft was not solely due to this. The attention from Chinese fans was the main reason for the unprecedented hype surrounding this year's NBA draft. In fact, in terms of the quality of the draft class, the 2005 cohort was far inferior to previous years, particularly with Yao Ming in 2002, LeBron Wade and Carmelo in 2003, and the flawless Okafor in 2004. This year, almost all the spotlight and excitement were focused on Gao, the Chinese player from across the ocean, the first freshman in NCAA history to achieve a Grand Slam of honors, the record holder for points, blocks, and rebounds in a single season at Wake Forest University, the first foreign MOP winner in the history of the Final Four, the strongest freshman in ACC history. Even though the American public had already been stunned beyond measure by Gauda's performances over the past year, every time they recounted his brief 1-year NCAA career, they couldn't help but feel a hint of shock and quip, "What an honor harvesting machine." Numerous media outlets, including Sports Illustrated, Fox Sports, and ESPN, extended olive branches and interview invitations, yet Gauda remained humble and did not indulge in vanity, opting to follow Schwartz's arrangements and select only some important commercial events to participate in while turning down most invitations from the limelight. This allowed many NBA teams' management to see the unique humility and clarity of thought that Gauda possessed as a Chinese player, inadvertently clearing some obstacles on his path to the draft. It can be said that Gauda has now become a hot favorite. No one doubts that the Milwaukee Bucks, who hold the first overall pick, will choose other candidates because prior to this there had been plenty of rumors that Gauda's team had reached a verbal agreement with the Bucks management. Gauda is now firmly in the Bucks' grasp. Inside Madison Square Garden in New York City, Gauda, the top favorite among this year's draft candidates, was invited into the green room, becoming the first Chinese player in NBA history to attend the draft live. Many domestic media outlets, including the CCTV Sports Channel's reporter team, received the opportunity to broadcast the NBA draft live due to Gauda's presence. Hey, it's been a long time. Gauda's father, Gao Wujuan, who once was a reserve for the national team, was naturally very familiar with the veteran Zhang Weiping, who also used to be a Chinese basketball player. Accompanied by Gauda's mother, they attended an interview with Coach Zhang, both middle-aged individuals dressed appropriately with the passage of time, leaving only an indescribable sense of steadiness and maturity on their faces. As a former professional player, Gao Wujuan was quite adept at handling these interview questions, ensuring he did not embarrass his son in front of the Chinese fans. However, when asked how he raised Gauda, who has the potential to become the second Chinese #1 pick in NBA history, a rare look of pride appeared on Gao Wujuan's stern face. I come from a military background, and my educational approach towards him, Gauda, has always been very open. If he wants to pursue a career in basketball, I will fully support him. But if he has other ideas, I won't oppose them. In any case, his success up to this point has little to do with me. It's all about the child's own efforts. In response to this humble remark, Coach Zhang did not take it seriously, and after a light-hearted interview session, Gauda's parents met him under the guidance of the staff. Dressed in a custom-made Armani suit, Gauda looked particularly spirited today, quickly sitting down with his parents in a spot closer to the stage. Schwartz was also present as part of the family support group, while he sent another agent to accompany Paul. After 2 months of special training, Gauda had put on some weight, no longer resembling the skinny frame of a freshman at Wake Forest University, especially with a head-to-shoulder ratio close to 1:4, making for a stunning visual impact. Are you nervous? Schwartz looked at the young man with a smile, seemingly noticing Gauda's discomfort. Pulling at his slightly tight suit collar, keeping an eye on the surrounding cameras as the spotlight occasionally fell on him, attracting waves of scrutinizing glances. Gauda was undoubtedly nervous, that much was clear. Surely there wasn't a single young person in attendance who wasn't feeling nervous. He smiled wryly and nodded, then cautiously leaned toward Schwartz's ear, expressing some concern. What if the Bucks choose me tonight and no trades happen? Schwartz seemed to have it all figured out already, yet he did not answer Gauda's question, merely offering a few words of comfort before lowering his head to fiddle with his phone. Soon as the opening music played, countless cameras in the venue turned on, and the faces of most draft candidates appeared before televisions worldwide. This kid is really handsome. Of course, he's the second Yao Ming from China named Gao, who has no rivals in the American College League. Dad, what are you looking at? Still up at this hour? What do you mean sleep? Is it time to sleep? Our second NBA #1 pick from China is about to be revealed, and you're still thinking about sleeping. NBA draft. Is it like those talent shows in America? Huh. Who's this handsome guy? This is our pride, you know Yao Ming, right? He is. Well, he might not be as well known now, but who knows about the future? Yao Ming. Is he an actor? That's Yao Chun, my silly daughter. What are you looking at, buddy? Watching the NBA draft. Hey, I'm watching too. Did you see Xiao Gao when What, Xiao Gao? Call him Gao, no respect, he might be older than us. Similar conversations were happening in millions of households across the country at that moment. The name Gauda officially ascended to the stage of history in Chinese basketball on this day. The venue was filled with dark-clad reporters, the flash of cameras sounding emotionlessly, and a short, bespectacled Jewish man slowly walked onto the stage. Who? Accompanied by reserved program boos erupted from all directions as David Stern, wearing a professional smile, began the 2005 NBA draft journey. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the NBA draft. I am David Stern. After a humorous opening remark, Stern on stage received an envelope adorned with a green deer head pattern from the staff. Upon seeing this scene, many fans watching the CCTV live broadcast in the country collectively held their breath. The players in the green room, including Andrew Bogut, Marvin Williams, and a host of other top draft prospects, sat up straight, their expressions poised and calm, revealing a polite yet steady smile as the camera panned over. The Milwaukee Bucks had the league's fourth worst record last season, securing a sixth chance at this year's first overall pick. Experts from the United States analyzed that the Bucks management was actively scouting this year's outstanding interior rookies. Their starting center during the 2004-05 season was 1995's first overall pick Joe Smith, while the star player was the renowned sharpshooter Michael Redd, a star-level guard. Coach Zhang briefly introduced the current background of the Bucks in front of the camera, secretly praying that Gao would be selected first overall, because the Bucks were genuinely one of the teams most suited for the start of Gao's rookie career. The team's other core player is from the perimeter, while the interior strength is relatively weak. Keith Van Horn excels at shooting, which nicely complements Gao's defensive and inside offensive skills. Gao's role in the Bucks would be as the core center, similar to the original history's Bogut. But everything depended on whose name was written in the envelope submitted by the Bucks management. In the first round of the 2005 NBA draft, the Milwaukee Bucks select. As Stern looked at the brief, 3 letters written on the paper, he smiled into the microphone from Wake Forest University center Gao. This statement quickly spread through every corner of Madison Square Garden via the venue's loudspeakers, and after a moment of silence, every face revealed an expression of as expected. Tonight's draft was broadcast live by ESPN to 202 countries worldwide, meaning that at least 200 countries' fans had their eyes on the spotlighted Chinese player. At the moment Stern announced his name, Gao's chest heaved violently, and his eyes instantly reddened. But soon, under Schwartz's subtle signal, he composed himself, finished hugging his parents nearby, and some familiar rookie candidates at nearby tables, and was handed a draft hat emblazoned with the Bucks logo. Andrew Bogut, Marvin Williams, and Darren Paul, among the highly touted rookies of 05, cast envious glances at Gao in that moment. But they also understood that the first overall pick of this NBA draft had lost all suspense after Gao led his team to the Elite Eight. Regardless of Gao's displayed talent and potential or the enormous Chinese market behind him, these were conditions every lottery team dreamed of. Domestic fans were absolutely thrilled, as this marked China's second NBA first overall pick, and only 2 years had passed since the last one. 2 first picks in 4 years. Who dares to say that Asian basketball and Chinese basketball are not up to par now? In front of the camera, Coach Zhang Yujia and Sun Jinping were all smiles, but the diligent Coach Zhang still took the time to introduce our new first overall pick. Young Gao is undoubtedly a top-tier basketball talent. Fans who had seen him play in college knew he could efficiently finish plays like the Phoenix Suns' Amare Stoudemire after a screen, and could also provide versatile defense akin to Kevin Garnett style. TSK. Most importantly, Gao inherited the traits of our Chinese big men, boasting an exceptionally soft shooting touch among large interior players. I believe he will quickly make a name for himself in the NBA. Not only the 3 Chinese sports commentators were delighted, but also Stern on stage, shaking hands with Gao, shared the joy. He rarely viewed the Bucks management, which had been making foolish decisions lately, in such a favorable light, even though this year anyone who received the first overall pick would undergo an open book exam. A few years ago, the old man thought it was an extremely foolish decision for Herb Cole, the owner of the Bucks at the time, to hand the team over to Larry Harris. After all, while Harris had worked with the Bucks for 15 years, he had made no remarkable contributions, and his management skills were completely lacking. He had kept his position solely due to his father, Del Harris, who had once coached the Bucks. I've been watching you for a long time, young man. It's hard to imagine that Chinese basketball has produced such outstanding big men like you and Yao in the first 5 years of the new century. The affable old Jewish man looked at Gao, and due to their height difference, Gao had to bend down to listen to this president's instruction. The NBA welcomes you. Stern embraced Gao and then handed the stage over to him. The new first overall pick's acceptance speech was quite ordinary. In fact, this kind of public speaking around the world follows the same formula. First, he thanked his parents for their support during his growth, then mentioned his teammates and coaches at Wake Forest University, sincerely expressing gratitude to the team for their guidance over the past year. Finally, concluding with the statement, "I will perform in the NBA to match this draft position," he successfully wrapped up his speech announcing his selection as the first overall pick. Meanwhile, it was precisely this statement that ignited the ambition of the 05 rookies. These talented individuals who deep down did not feel they were significantly inferior to Gao had silently vowed to leave an unforgettable moment on the background stage for the first overall pick during their rookie season. After leaving the stage, Gao was taken backstage by Schwartz, where a throng of reporters quickly surrounded him. With Schwartz and the staff's help, Gao did not immediately accept interviews, but followed Schwartz into a lavishly decorated room backstage to watch the ongoing draft. However, the subsequent developments gradually diverged from Gao's memories of the 05 draft. Holding the second overall pick, the Atlanta Hawks surprisingly did not select Marvin Williams, one of the Carolina Four from the original history. Instead, they opted for the shooting specialist Darren Williams, the top among the Illinois trio. From Darren's bewildered expression on screen, it was clear that the Hawks management had not made corresponding promises to him or his agent beforehand. This was a complete deviation from history, and Gao gradually realized that his arrival had already triggered an unstoppable butterfly effect on this draft. In the next pick, the Portland Trail Blazers selected Andrew Bogut from the University of Utah. Gao exchanged glances with Schwartz, silently continuing to watch. The first overall pick fell to third. For Bogut, who led the University of Utah to the Sweet 16, this was not too disappointing, as the 05 draft was originally a weak year. Had it not been for Gao's emergence, hardly anyone would have paid attention to this draft. On camera, Bogut could no longer maintain his fake smile. After stepping off stage, he quickly removed the draft hat representing the Trail Blazers, and his grim expression during the interview made it clear how frustrated he felt. After all, the current Portland Trail Blazers were filled with villains with names like the Mouse Randolph and Ruben Patterson, all notorious figures in the league. You let this rookie Bogut join such an NBA team, and he would soon get beaten up in the locker room. He was probably already in contact with his agent, trying to find reasons to refuse to report to Portland, just like Francis did back in '99. The 4th overall pick, the New Orleans Hornets, selected Gao's good roommate Chris Paul. Recently, during a private workout with the Hornets, Paul had already received draft promises from the Hornets' general manager Bob Johnson through the agent team Schwartz had arranged for him. This wasn't too surprising. Although Chris Paul from Wake Forest had been ahead of most guard rookies in the draft predictions in April, and May, surprises in the draft are quite normal. Even when Paul was caught on camera with a grim face upon hearing that Darren was selected 2nd overall by the Hawks. It didn't affect his mood at all, because he knew that during his conversation with Bob Johnson that day, he would be directly playing as the core of this NBA team in his rookie season. Isn't that better than Gao, who is a tall goofball going to Milwaukee to support a 2nd-round pick guard? Believing he finally had signs of surpassing his good roommate, Paul became completely inflated and even hinted during interviews that he aimed to lead the Hornets to the playoffs in the next season. Seeing this scene, Gao almost lost his teeth from laughing. After all, even the strong 58 brother Pau only lifted the Hornets into the playoffs in his 3rd season after joining the league. Thinking about how Paul would be fighting for a long career of over 10 years just to reach the conference finals, Gao couldn't help but sigh at his good friend's unfortunate fate. The 5th overall pick, the Charlotte Bobcats hesitated between Marvin Williams and Raymond Felton among the Carolina 4, and once 5 minutes were up, Stern announced their final choice. The top point guard of the 05 NCAA, Raymond Felton from North Carolina, was selected by the Bobcats with the 5th overall pick. By the 6th pick, the Jazz management was thrown into disarray, having lost all 3 major point guards, leaving them unsure about selecting a Stockton 2. However, head coach Jerry Sloan was present and calmly wrote Marvin Williams on the draft envelope belonging to the Jazz before handing it in. A minute later, Stern announced the Jazz's selection. With the 7th pick, the Toronto Raptors selected Charlie Villanueva, the unibrow hero from the 2004 NCAA champion UConn. With the 8th pick, the New York Knicks selected Channing Frye, a senior center from the University of Arizona. With the 9th pick, the Golden State Warriors selected Ike Diogu, a power forward from Arizona State. And with the 10th pick, the Lakers management faced a dilemma, hesitating for a long time between 5-star high schooler Andrew Bynum and Sean May, viewed as a replacement for Shaq. Ultimately, they chose the Little Shark Bynum, who had been dominated by Gao during a Chicago workout. Perhaps in the Lakers management's eyes, since both had been dominated by Gao, the 18-year-old Bynum had at least the added bonus of potential compared to May. Until the 25th pick in the 1st round, after announcing that the Houston Rockets had selected Darren's college teammate Luther Head. With the 24th pick, the Seattle Supersonics, holding the 25th pick, did not select the French center Johan Petro from the original history. Instead, they chose the high school guard Martell Webster from the green room. He visibly sighed in relief upon hearing. It is worth noting that before the man with the surname Jordan appeared, no player had ever been invited to the green room and then dropped out of the 1st round. In the original history, this guy was quite a surprise when he was selected by the Blazers with the 6th pick, acquired from. As a local basketball star in Seattle, his high school career only boasted 3 notable performances: the 2005 McDonald's All-American Game, 166th the Nike Elite Youth Basketball League, 21-32, and the Jordan Classic, 22 points. In the USA Today All-American High School First-Team selection, he couldn't even make the 2nd team. Bynum was the first to be taken at the 10th pick by the Lakers, making this guy's 6th pick by the Blazers a not insignificant upset of the draft. The Pistons then selected forward Jason Maxiell from the University of Cincinnati, and the 1st round concluded. In the 2nd round of the draft, the Milwaukee Bucks stirred things up again. When Gao heard the name Monta Ellis from Stern's mouth on TV, his mind momentarily crashed. This guy was a tough one too. During his peak, he averaged 25, 5 points, 3 assists, 4 rebounds, and 2 steals, treating the rookie Splash Brothers like his little brothers. The 2nd-best shooting guard in the West, self-proclaimed, alongside tough warriors like Baron Davis and Steven Jackson. What was the Bucks' intention in snatching him at the 6th pick of the 2nd round? Gao felt for the first time that the developments were somewhat out of his control. Surely, they didn't specifically find a replacement for me to attract me to stay. The problem is Ellis and Paul don't even have the same style, do they? This guy just charges in without caring about scoring chances for teammates. He's so headstrong. The 2nd round of the draft is in full swing, and at this moment in the Milwaukee Bucks front office, all the staff are as busy as ants on a hot stove rushing back and forth. Has the call from Gao still not come in? Terry Porter, the Bucks vice president of basketball operations and head coach, was so anxious that he was sweating, frequently urging for updates. All he received was the robotic repetition from the staff, "Not yet, sir." Damn it. I've said it before, this is an utterly foolish approach. Terry Porter, the newly appointed head coach of the Bucks, inwardly cursed the greed and foolishness of the team's owner and general manager. Despite having clearly received a rejection from Gao's team regarding the Bucks' draft commitment, the management stubbornly chose to use their first overall pick to select Gao. Wasn't it just envy of Rockets owner Alexander benefiting from the Chinese market in recent years? They were still thinking about bringing in freshly printed dollars from Houston. Do they even realize that Milwaukee's market cannot compare to a major Texas city like Houston? Greed knows no bounds. Now Gao's team doesn't even take your calls after the draft. Not seeking a trade or giving the team a chance to negotiate face-to-face. There have been many players in NBA history who have done this, their purpose being to force the team to trade them away. As a former all-star guard from Portland who had roamed the West with Glide for many years, how could Porter not see through Gao's team's little schemes? Moreover, this situation was indeed instigated by the Bucks management holding onto the delusion that Gao might be a soft target, like Yao Ming using their hard-earned first overall pick to select him. Now, even if Gao's rookie season truly starts in Milwaukee, this first overall pick from 2005 will be at odds with the team, and a conflict is inevitable. At this moment, the phone rang, and the team's general manager Larry Harris called. Before he could speak, Porter interrupted him with an anxious tone. "I told you Jeff Schwartz is not the type to go with the flow like Bill Duffy. Gao is not Yao. Their firm stance says it all. Milwaukee has never been Gao's first choice." When Porter nearly shouted the last sentence, the atmosphere in the Bucks front office instantly dropped to freezing point. Everyone stopped in their tracks, quietly reaching a tacit understanding. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. Unable to get a response, Porter couldn't help but curse. No wonder that old man George Karl would rather give up a high salary to leave Milwaukee. His choice was right. I shouldn't have stepped into this murky water last year. This place, the Bucks management, is filled with a bunch of short-sighted fools blinded by money. No, George Karl coached the Bucks from the 98-03 season and took over as the Nuggets head coach at the end of January 2005. After a while, our connected general manager Larry Harris finally spoke up. "Terry, what should we do now? We can't just sit here and watch the team's assets get harmed, can we?" In Larry Harris's view, Gao, selected by the Bucks, had already become synonymous with team assets. Just when Porter was nearing despair, the office landline suddenly rang. "Hello?" Porter answered the phone impatiently, but his eyes revealed a glimmer of hope. He knew that only the other 29 NBA teams' front offices present at the draft could reach the Bucks' exclusive landline. It should be that some teams got wind of the situation, or it could be Gao's team's doing. Porter quickly concluded that he was very close to the final answer. "Hello, Mr. Porter." The caller clearly knew the Bucks management structure well and addressed him by name. "Confirmed. It must be a team interested in Gao. I am Steve Patterson from the Trail Blazers. Glad you could take my call. Let me get straight to the point. I heard you are very interested in the sophomore center from the University of Utah?" Porter was taken aback. "When did we show interest in that brutish Australian center?" "Hello, Coach Porter. I am Billy Knight. To make a long story short, I hope to trade this year's second overall pick along with the first-round pick Salim Stoudemire and the signing rights of the Turkish player Cenk Akyol, who was selected 59th overall, plus an additional cash payment of $400,000. To acquire the signing rights of Gao from Wake Forest University." "You finally picked up the phone, Mr. Porter. Your private line and the Bucks landline were busy earlier, and calls couldn't get through. Well, you see, we the Bobcats selected 2 lottery picks this year. What do you think about the North Carolina guard Raymond Felton and Sean May? If it's possible, we hope to trade those 2 lottery picks along with next year's first-round protected lottery pick." As the NBA draft approached its end this year, in under 10 minutes, Porter received calls from nearly 10 teams, including the Bobcats, Hornets, Jazz, and Trail Blazers. After receiving their trade proposals one by one, he fell into a dilemma, not weighing which team's offer was more valuable, but hesitating over whether to trade Gao. Indeed, just half an hour ago, Porter, who was angrily cursing the management's stupidity and greed, now found himself in the same quandary. After all, in this draft class, Gao was the only rookie who possessed all the essential qualities to become a superstar, like Michael Jordan or Shaquille O'Neal. His talent was almost overflowing, anyone could see it. But soon his hesitation ceased. Darren Buck's assistant coach called the Trail Blazers front office and asked if they are willing to throw in a first-round pick from 2007. Just 2 minutes later, the news from the Trail Blazers rushed back. They refused this request, but are willing to pay an additional amount of around $500,000 in cash. Porter pondered for a long time, but still firmly insisted on his demands. "Tell Stephen Patterson if he truly wants Gao, he should not haggle over these paltry gains. This time 5 whole minutes passed before the Trailblazers' response came back, consisting of only 2 short words. Transaction completed. Trade completed. On behalf of the NBA, I would like to thank all the guests for their presence once again. Just as David Stern took the stage again to deliver his closing remarks, a sudden trade announcement came in. The Milwaukee Bucks traded Gao first overall pick of 2005 Monta Ellis, selected 6th overall in the second round in 2005, originally selected 10th overall by the Warriors. The Portland Trail Blazers sent Andrew Bogut 3rd overall pick in 2005, originally selected 1st overall by the Bucks. Jarrett Jack 22nd overall pick in 2005, selected by the Nuggets, immediately traded to the Blazers the signing rights of Ricky Sanchez, selected 5th overall in the second round by the Blazers, member of the gold medal winning men's basketball team at the Athens Olympics, a first-round pick in 2007, and some cash not disclosed. As soon as the trade was announced, the fan communities in Milwaukee, Portland, and the domestic sphere erupted. Especially the Milwaukee fans who had just uploaded photos of Gao wearing a Bucks jersey on the team's official website, along with a slew of welcome event plans, now found out that the duck they had grasped had flown away. They furiously cursed the team's owner and general manager, and even coach Terry Porter, who had made this trade, received their wrath. The attitude of domestic fans only lasted for a moment of surprise, then rapidly shifted from 10-year Bucks fans to 20-year Trailblazers fans. Chinese fans were fervently discussing Gao's rookie season performance, while American fans were questioning how this trade came about. David Stern, who shared the same doubts, wore a puzzled expression, but he could probably guess that the birth of this trade was related to Gao and his operational team. Fortunately, the outcome was better for Gao, for the league, and for Stern than if Gao had played for the Bucks. This was not only because Portland, where the Trailblazers are located, is the largest city in Oregon, an economic and commercial hub with a dense population, and its basketball market is far better developed than the cold Milwaukee, but also because of 2 more important factors. Firstly, Nike's headquarters is located here, and secondly, the Trailblazers owner Paul Allen is one of the wealthiest team owners in the league, with a passion for sports investment that is among the greatest in the NBA. With the backing of a vast Chinese market, Gao's career starting point in Portland would undoubtedly be much better than, perhaps with the support of financial power, Portland could complete a rebuild in just a few years and regain the glory of competing with the OK duo at the pinnacle of the West in the early century. Immediately after the trade was completed, Gao unexpectedly ran into Andrew Bogut in the interview area. Bogut awkwardly met Gaudet's gaze while the latter approached without hesitation, accompanied by a throng of journalists, as if a cluster of stars surrounded the moon, completing the exchange of their draft caps before the lenses of dozens of media outlets. The two had little to no acquaintance, and due to Bogut's negative remarks about China in later years, Gao harbored a subtle animosity towards him. Bogut naturally sensed this, and he had no fondness for Gao either. Not only had he usurped his position as the number 1 pick, but he had also embarrassed him in front of so many people. Bogut swore that if it weren't for the crowd, he would have gone up to Gao and given him a taste of kangaroo punches, letting him experience the ferocity of the Australian people. While Gao and the freshly minted 2005 rookies were engaging in a battle of wits with the reporters, another draft trade was born. The Utah Jazz sent this year's 6th overall pick Marvin Williams and the 27th pick Lithuanian player Linus Kleiza from the University of Missouri, along with a first-round pick in 2006. The Atlanta Hawks sent their 2nd overall pick Darren Williams. The historical pairing of the new Utah Twin Stars, which had repeatedly targeted the Rockets' Yao and McGrady in the playoffs, made its appearance again, and the Hawks could not avoid the fate of acquiring Marvin Williams the Bust. Only this time they additionally received the 27th pick originally belonging to the Trailblazers and a first-round pick in 2006 from the Jazz. The number 1 and number 3 picks, as well as the 2nd and 6th picks, exchanged teams. This highly topical news quickly became the hottest topic in North American basketball in June as fans began to anticipate the performance of the 2005 rookie class in the new season. In the final group photo session, Gao, as this year's number 1 draft pick, rightfully stood in the C position, next to League Commissioner David Stern. Together with the rookies present that night, they captured the first group photo of the 2005 rookie class. After the photo was taken, Gao, all smiles, pulled Paul to the side for a few individual shots. Gao, you can bend down a bit, yes, just like that. Okay, get ready to smile. Shit, you little shorty, why are you elbowing? Get out of the way, you big oaf standing behind me. Means we can't both be in the same shot, don't you know that? Hell, I only know that someone seems to have pressed the pause button during their growth spurt, resulting in them looking like a stunted little potato now. Fuck, say that again if you dare. Gao and Paul were engaged in their usual banter when a familiar electronic prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have officially entered the NBA and achieved the hidden honor. Chinese number 1. Ding. Rewards are being calculated. Congratulations, host, copper silver steel body, unlocking a new player card. 94-95 season, Dikembe Mutombo New Era, the Black 8 Legend of the Warriors. Achievement points 10,000, current total achievement points 20,000, can be exchanged for 20 attribute points. Wow. Gouda instantly closed his mouth, and nothing else mattered. Interviews after being selected as the NBA #1 press conferences, they could all go to hell. He wanted to go back and carefully explore this honor reward. The prompt in his ear had not yet finished. Ding, due to the host officially transforming into a professional player, a new main quest is triggered: the revival of the Rose City. The task requires the host to be selected for an all-star team once and a best team once in the first 3 seasons with the Trailblazers and lead the team into the second round of the playoffs. Hey, why are you suddenly quiet, you bastard? Paul's punch landed heavily on Gauda's chest, jolting him. Chris, how about a bet? Gouda lowered his head, resting his hands on Paul's shoulders. Why so serious all of it? Had this guy been possessed? Despite 1,000 questions in his mind, Paul still cooperated with his good brother. What are we betting on? Just bet on who reaches the Western Conference Finals first. Gauda's eyes sparkled, a look of "I've got you" on his face. Paul, is that polite? Look, you're in New Orleans, and I'm in Portland. We both play for Western Conference teams, and to create healthy competition, let's aim for the conference finals and see who leads their team there first. How about it? Seeing Gauda's excited expression, Paul couldn't help but shiver. There wouldn't be any traps in this, would there? No way the great Chris Paul II would be afraid of this. Didn't you say you wanted to surpass EJ and Jason Kidd to become the greatest point guard in NBA history? In order to milk Paul, Gauda used every trick in the book. Sure enough, this trick worked. The extremely competitive Paul couldn't stand this kind of provocation, immediately agreeing to the bet. All right, I accept. But what's the wager? Ding. Congratulations, host, you have formed a hidden bond with the future league's point guards, the curse of the Western Conference Finals. Reward 1, organizational copper badge. Indeed, Gauda successfully validated his suspicion. Since the system had hidden honors, to uncover it naturally also had hidden bonds. It's worth noting that on the first day of entering Wake Forest University, Gauda had already extracted 2,500 achievement points from Paul, and now through this bet, he had gained an unknown organizational badge. Gauda secretly rejoiced, successfully filling in another gap. He was one step closer to the provisional goal of becoming the Chinese Garnett. The wager. Whoever loses must bear all the training and living expenses for both of us during the Both are set to sign multi-million-dollar rookie contracts with their respective teams, so this prize set by Gauda wasn't much for them. Alright, if you lose, you also have to give me this year's Final Four MVP trophy. Hearing Paul's unreasonable additional condition, Gauda agreed without a second thought. In Gauda's mind, he was bound to win this bet. Unless Paul forms a trio with 2 others to compete for the championship 16 years in advance. Otherwise, just based on Paul's body that seems to be cursed to never reach the Western Conference Finals, even if given 10 more years, he wouldn't touch the Western Conference Finals floor. With the conclusion of this year's draft, some players participating in the 2005 NBA draft returned home with great success, while others faced the disappointment of not being selected. Additionally, some players experienced the harsh realities of the commercial league on their first day in the NBA, being traded multiple times within a single day, treated like commodities displayed on a shelf with no control over their fate. Even high-profile rookies like Gauda, supported by the vast Chinese market and possessing a degree of autonomy in their choices, were not spared from being traded to other teams, let alone the other rookies participating in the draft. On the night following the draft, Gauda was interviewed consecutively by ESPN Sports Illustrated and China's CCTV5 channel, and by the time he finally had the chance to meet with the Trailblazers management, it was already close to midnight. Unexpectedly at this hour, a uniquely styled individual appeared in front of Gauda. Sporting a clean-cut buzz cut and wearing an expensive suit bought with saved money, Monta Ellis, the best high school player in America from Jackson, Mississippi, intercepted Gauda on his way to the hotel room. His expression was serious, and the youthful face bore a maturity that belied his actual age. Do you want the kid? Due to the dim lighting in the hotel corridor and having been approached by several fans asking for autographs and photos, Gauda instinctively assumed that this young black man was just another fan asking for his signature. Hearing the term he used, Ellis was taken aback. Damn. This guy is even younger than me, and he calls me kid. He suddenly felt as if he had thrown away the $200 he spent on a taxi from the hotel to here. This guy's way of speaking was just too infuriating. This was Monta Ellis' first impression of Gauda. I'm Monta Ellis. You might not have heard of me before tonight, but after tonight you and the other NBA players will definitely remember my name. Without waiting for Gauda to respond, Ellis introduced himself in a somewhat cocky adolescent tone. At this, Gauda finally reacted, his expression unable to hide his surprise, clearly taken aback by Ellis' sudden visit. He also felt a bit embarrassed for almost mistaking him for a fan sneaking into the hotel to ask for an autograph. However, it wasn't entirely his fault. After all, the hotel corridor lighting was indeed ambiguous, likely designed to cater to the preferences of certain couples seeking a good time. coupled with Ellis' youthful face and unremarkable height, it was no wonder Gowda mistook him. Listening to Ellis' suddenly bold declarations, Gowda suddenly felt an urge to scratch his feet. I want to talk to you about your future plans. Seeing that Gowda wasn't picking up the conversation, Ellis shifted to discussing serious matters. Plans. Gowda glanced at the high school student in front of him, trying hard to look serious, and couldn't help but smile at the thought of his future accomplishments. What are you laughing at? Do you think I'm not qualified to talk to a #1 pick like you? Ellis, not understanding, assumed Gowda looked down on him and felt embarrassed. Sorry, I didn't mean to offend. I just feel there's no need for us to be so serious. It feels like two young men who just turned 18 are excitedly discussing which sexy white girl they want to take home from a strip club. But in reality, they don't even have enough money for a drink. Ellis was momentarily stunned by Gowda's humorous analogy and took a while to grasp the meaning behind his words. It seemed Gowda had guessed his intentions. Why don't we go inside to talk, or do you want to stand out here discussing something important? Ellis looked up, stared at Gowda's face for a while, then silently walked into the door that had just been opened. How do you think this hellhole of Portland is suitable for us? After entering, Gowda poured a glass of water for Ellis, who sat on the soft, spacious sofa, and gulped it down before asking a crucial question. Of course, during this period, the Portland Trail Blazers had no say even for veterans who had been in the league for years, let alone rookies, and often had to deal with their teammates' tempers. To avoid these fake players with real boxers who might just hit you with a deep sleep package in the ICU. Why are you thinking about this? Gowda took on the role of a life mentor, starting to counsel this rookie, who had just been traded to the Trail Blazers with. We don't have much choice. On the contrary, you should thank God that you have surpassed many talents on your journey here. Every year's draft only produces 60 new players, meaning these 60 individuals are among the best basketball players in the world aside from the 400 active NBA players. Gowda began to PUA this naive high school kid. Think about it. How many of your opponents from high school have made it to the NBA? Ellis thought for a moment and realized it was indeed the case. Aside from Greg Oden, who was also selected as the Parade Magazine High School Player of the Year, it seemed that no other high school players had the potential to be picked by the NBA. His gaze began to waver, and Gowda intensified his efforts. To have made it this far, you have already surpassed many people. Being an NBA player is a dream career for countless professional players. Everyone standing on this stage is a top-tier basketball player, and you, Monta, you are only. You are only 20 years old, and at your age you have limitless possibilities for the future. Why wallow in self-pity during the time you should be striving to improve your game? The Trailblazers may not be the best starting point for your or my career, but it is a pinnacle that countless basketball players can only dream of. So what reason do we have to complain? Gowda spoke earnestly, articulating his points, while yet inside he thought. Historically, your Golden State Warriors weren't much better, filled with tough players who would fight at the drop of a hat, fierce on the court, and even fiercer off it. I don't believe you can stand out with that black and silver Warriors team, while here in this prison team of Portland, you will be just another face in the crowd. A player who dares to say Kobe is first, I'm second will never lose that fierce spirit just because the environment. Gow, I understand now. Ellis suddenly stood up from the sofa, walked over to Gowda with a serious expression, and firmly issued an invitation. I will train hard this summer to prepare for the summer league. Do you want to join me? Being gazed at intensely by his newly acquainted buddy Ellis, Gowda suddenly recalled a certain face that irked him, feeling a pang of guilt. Sorry, pal, let's not keep in touch anymore. I fear Monta might misunderstand. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have formed a bond with Monta Ellis from the 8th seed Warriors. 1. Unlocking the bronze long-range specialist badge. Clap. Double happiness. After sending off Ellis, Gowda opened the system attribute panel. After careful consideration, he ultimately decided to exchange for 10 enhancement points, allocating them to strength 86, 90, and interior defense 77, 83. The system's enhancement points are akin to the enlightening effect found in martial arts novels. To adapt to the reinforcement of his physical attributes, he would need a long period of training to solidify the results. It's like eating, it's a gradual process, ultimately being digested and transformed into nourishing substances that provide energy to the body. Then Gowda's current panel was completely refreshed. Name Gowda, age 19 years, height 2.13 m, a weight 110 kilograms, wingspan 2.27 m in growth. Static talents level dynamic talent SS. Star card pool 04.05 season Amare Stoudemire, 94, 95 season Dikembe Mutombo. Offensive attributes ball control 47, mid-range shot 85-93 in growth, 3-point shot 29. Dunk 90-98 in growth, drive 70-85 in growth, organization 70-75, interior 75-90, free throw 67-80. Defensive attributes perimeter defense 75-89, interior defense 83-99, rebounding 86-90, block 80-99. Physical attributes strength 90-89, jump 95-95, speed 80-85, stamina 90-95, explosion 88-95. Health status silver steel body enhancing players' injury resistance. Offensive and defensive badges bronze dreamlike footwork increases the likelihood of faking out defenders with backdoor basket moves while enhancing shooting accuracy in the paint. Bronze iron wall enhances the quality of screens during picks, helping teammates to break through. Bronze quick rise master boosts the success rate of dunks, briefly enhancing physical attributes by 1. Bronze master passer slightly enhances. Due to the new star card, Gaudet's physical attributes including wingspan and weight will experience a certain degree of secondary growth. However, in terms of offensive attributes, the Uncle Mu star card hasn't significantly helped Gaudo at this stage. After all, the highest average score in Uncle Mu's career in Africa was only 16.6 points. The greatest effect of this star card lies in the improvement it brings to various defensive attributes, specifically an increase in their limits. This improvement goes beyond secondary growth and static talents. It also includes the physical attributes and skills necessary for defense. Perimeter defense 6-2-7-5-8-9 raised Gaudet's biggest weakness on the defensive end, which is the nightmare for every traditional interior player, significantly improving his ability to defend against smaller guards. Moreover, the perimeter defense attribute boost, which the original Stoudemire card did not possess, has now reached its upper limit, while Gaudet's ability to switch onto perimeter players has also experienced a qualitative leap. Even in the NBA, he should rank at least in the upper middle tier. Next, the attributes for interior defense and blocking. Interior defense 80-80-8-399, block 6-6-8-2-8099. It is well known that Uncle Mu is renowned for his defensive prowess. Blocking and interior defense are his standout skills. Especially in terms of blocking, he is unquestionably a top 3 player among all big men in NBA history. Only legends like Hakeem Olajuwon, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and Wilt Chamberlain can be compared with him in this skill. Lastly, in terms of stamina, the attribute has increased from 88 to 90, and its upper limit has shifted from 93 to 95. Although this seems to be the smallest increment, the benefits it brings are the most substantial. The intensity of NBA games far exceeds that of NCAA, and playing 82 regular season games in such a competitive environment imposes immense demands on a player's stamina. Through more than a year of experimentation, Gaudet discovered that among all physical attributes, the enhancement of stamina is the hardest, as it tests a person's overall athletic ability rather than just one aspect. With stamina crossing the 90 threshold, Gaudet is now truly capable of competing with interior giants like Shaquille O'Neal and Yao Ming on the NBA stage. In today's league, where the inside-out game is still prevalent, stamina is the primary factor in determining whether an interior player can be the core of a team. There's also a bronze master passer badge that Gaudet obtained from Paul, but he is currently unsure how this organizational badge will affect his performance on the court. However, considering the successful cases of players like young teacher Little S and Clever Plum Lee in later years, a player with passing and organizational skills in the 4 or 5 position is surely more valuable than the traditional interior players of today, right? At the moment, Gaudet is most interested in the moment equipment named the Black 8 Legend of the Nuggets. Black 8, along with Uncle Mu, who was named Defensive Player of the Year for the first time in 1995. This moment equipment can basically be concluded to be related to the miraculous Black 8 of NBA history in 1994. But why doesn't it directly tell me the effect like Karl Malone's elbow? With a belly full of doubts, Gaudet, who had been running around all day, soon fell asleep. In the following days, Gaudet enjoyed a wonderful time with his parents in New York State, only sending them back on a flight to their home country 4 days after the draft. Meanwhile, Schwartz, who was negotiating Gaudet's rookie contract in Portland, brought him some good news. Reebok and Nike have both offered you a sneaker contract averaging $11 million a year, but I hope you can sign. On the phone, Schwartz straightforwardly stated his intention. Gaudet could understand his thoughts. Although the NBA is not the Nike League of 10 years later in the basketball equipment field, Nike is currently on par with Adidas. In the first decade of the new century, Adidas was truly the leading sports brand in the world sneaker market. It not only had big-name stars like Pistons commander Chauncey Billups, T-Mac Kevin Garnett, and Tim Duncan, who enjoyed immense popularity in both America and China, but also future stars like Gun King Gilbert Arenas Josh Smith, who had just won the dunk contest, and the 2004 #1 draft pick Dwight Howard. The brand's endorsements were truly star-studded, rivaling the big and small Kings combination of the Nike League era. LeBron and Durant signed with Nike. A phrase, "no brothers, no basketball," led to the glorious trend of Adidas in the early century. It can be said that during this period, the Adidas brand overshadowed Nike in terms of reputation in the basketball equipment industry, but in terms of sales, Nike's AJ series alone could surpass the total sales of all Adidas basketball shoes combined. There's no way around it. After all, this was the sneaker endorsed by the basketball god. It seems that the executives at Adidas were always digging their own graves. Back when Jordan entered the NBA, Nike was merely a small company. In fact, before endorsing Nike, Jordan had said something quite arrogant: "I've never worn Nike shoes." At that time, he preferred to sign with Adidas, but the brand had its sights set on the neighboring European continent and ignored Jordan, the rising star in basketball. According to Jordan's later revelations, he had approached the Adidas company multiple times hoping to sign an endorsement contract, but was repeatedly snubbed. In frustration, he signed with the then unknown Nike, which led to the creation of the golden 30 years of Nike rivaling Adidas. Then there was Kobe. Many people don't know that Kobe had been under contract with Adidas at the beginning of his career. However, in the early century, during those years when T-Mac was with the Magic, Adidas executives made a foolish move by voluntarily letting go of Kobe, who had just won a championship trophy, and instead offered a big contract to T-Mac, who had just become the scoring champion. After that, during the battle for LeBron in the summer of 2003, the Adidas management, due to their cleverness, sent tomorrow's star LeBron James directly into Nike's hands. Since then, they have offended the 3 consecutive league MVPs. Can you blame Adidas for being trampled on by Nike? If you make a mistake on a single multiple-choice question, it's fine, but if you get 3 in a row wrong, it's no longer a matter of luck. Is Adidas still insisting on signing a long-term contract with me? Gauda asked over the phone. Schwartz was silent for a moment. To be honest, he could understand Gauda's actions. Before the draft began, Adidas had approached Gauda's team and offered a sneaker endorsement contract totaling $77 million over 7 years. This was personally authorized by Adidas executive Sonny Vaccaro and can be considered the largest endorsement contract for an interior player in nearly a decade, surpassing those of numerous NBA interior superstars, including Shaquille O'Neal, Kevin Garnett, and Tim Duncan. It's important to note that in 2002, Nike offered Yao Ming a sneaker contract worth only 4 years and $1.6 million. Just 3 years later, as their biggest competitor, Adidas offered Gauda, another Chinese player, a contract almost equivalent to LeBron James' sneaker endorsement. Surely this was not solely due to the Adidas executives recognizing the terrifying purchasing power of Chinese fans. However, while this contract looks substantial, the guaranteed portion is only $53.4 million, less than 70% of the total contract value. Furthermore, Adidas negotiation team applied their American tactics to Gauda. Back then, they had dazzled him in a tech-savvy, luxurious room, using poetry to praise and create songs for T-Mac, while showcasing their personalized brand short sleeves to entice him. The final result was an unhappy conclusion. This kind of superficial negotiation made Gauda feel uncomfortable, and coupled with his refusal to sign a long-term contract demanding a sponsorship period of no more than 3 years, ultimately led Adidas to lose patience. Meanwhile, Nike and Reebok, which were willing to make concessions, entered the final round. Faced with similar contract terms and endorsement amounts, Gauda pondered for a few seconds before agreeing to Schwartz's suggestion. The most important point is that both he and Schwartz should have thought of. Nike's headquarters is in Portland. The newly minted millionaire, Gauda Yao, has signed a sneaker contract with Reebok averaging around $7.15 million per year. Since his arrival, the NBA has seen one price for each top pick over the past 4 years. LeBron James with Nike for a record $93 million over 7 years, Dwight Howard with Adidas for $30 million over 3 years in 2004, and now Gauda is set to sign a 3-year deal worth $33 million with Nike. Certainly, the poor sales of sneakers for interior players play a part, but it is also clear that the competition among major sports brands for endorsers is fierce. Just like in 2003 when Reebok was on the verge of signing a similar deal worth about $90 million over 7 years with LeBron, only to find out they were merely a bargaining chip in the negotiations between LeBron's agent Goodwin and Nike. Nike offered Yao Ming a rookie sneaker contract averaging $40 but Yao Ming's side quickly turned around and signed a $50 million endorsement deal with Reebok. Who can guarantee that if Yao Ming's team had delayed a bit longer using Reebok's offer to pressure Nike, they wouldn't have secured a sneaker contract close to $50 million over 7 years? The essence of an NBA player is merchandise. Those with high exposure and good sales naturally attract the favor of big companies like Adidas and Nike. What we can do is merely leverage the competitive relationship between them to maximize our benefits. This was the exact phrase of Jeff Schwartz, who helped Gauda navigate through negotiations among several major companies, including Nike, Reebok, Adidas, and even a domestic sports brand, ensuring Gauda secured a desirable rookie sneaker contract. Schwartz's efforts around the draft were not lost on Gauda. Having such an excellent agent is significantly beneficial for Gauda's future career development. Thus, before signing the sneaker contract with Nike, he first confirmed the employment relationship with Schwartz, ensuring that Schwartz's efforts over the past few months were not in vain. Soon after the draft, Nike's PR department officially announced that the new #1 pick Gauda had signed a sneaker endorsement contract worth $33 million over 3 years, and he would be wearing Nike shoes during his rookie season. This news quickly made waves in both China and the United States. With the draft just concluded, Gaudet's popularity and influence were at their peak, overshadowing contemporaneous sports news and becoming a hot topic among fans and media. Meanwhile, Schwartz, who had just signed the agency contract with Gaudet, was also busy actively working between Los Angeles and New York to build up Gaudet's exclusive management team. As for Gaudet himself, he had already traveled to Portland to negotiate with the Trail Blazers regarding his rookie contract. It may be inappropriate to call it a negotiation for two reasons. First, Gaudet's popularity among local fans is exceptionally high. As the MOP of the semifinals, the #1 pick, Gaudet's base popularity here rivals that of contemporaneous stars like LeBron James and Dwight Howard. The second reason is the affection of team owner Paul Allen. It is reported that just 5 minutes after the Trail Blazers reached a draft swap with the Bucks, GM Patterson received a call from owner Allen. "I want to give Gal the largest rookie contract in NBA history." Patterson was nearly thrown out of his chair in shock. "My benefactor, please don't act impulsively. The Timberwolves' Enyong contract debacle is still fresh." Fortunately, Schwartz is not like Joe Smith's agent. He's not a teammate to be trusted. The Trail Blazers also do not have a management team that likes to push the limits of David Stern. Ultimately, Gaudet's rookie contract totals $22.47 million over 4 years, structured in a traditional 31 format, with the team holding the option for early extension on the final year. According to NBA rules, first-round rookies must complete 4 years. If Gaudet reaches an early extension with the Trail Blazers, he could potentially hold both player options and trade veto rights in the last year of the second contract. Note 4 years totaling 4.845, 3, 4.55, 4.675 trade veto rights are granted to players who have played in the league for over 8 years and have spent 4 years with their original team. On July 1st, the first day of the NBA free agency market, local media in Portland broke the news that Gaudet's signing bonus for his rookie contract reached a staggering $7,000 USD. The check was personally delivered by team owner Paul Allen, seemingly fearful that Gaudet might run away. It is worth mentioning that both Gaudet's rookie contract and his Nike sneaker contract include 2 incentive clauses: an additional reward of $80,000 USD for being selected to the all-rookie first team, and an additional $120,000 USD for being named Rookie of the Year. Did you think the numbers in parentheses were from Nike? No, they were offered by the Trail Blazers' extravagant owner. Gaudet Paul, he's really something. I'm about to cry. Starting from next month's Summer League, Gaudet will proudly become a high-paying worker earning millions a month, as both sneaker endorsement fees and NBA player salaries are paid monthly based on Gaudet's rookie contract of $4.84 million in the first year. He can expect to receive at least $1.3 million monthly from both Nike and the Trail Blazers. Of course, this is pre-tax, and according to the agency contract signed with Jeff Schwartz's agency, takes a 13% cut from all of Gaudet's commercial contracts. Moreover, considering the league's various trusts, pensions, and medical insurances to prevent players from going bankrupt post-retirement, the final amount Gaudet receives will be less than half. However, this is still a considerable income in the United States, at least sufficient for Gaudet, who currently has no investment or financial plans to purchase a decent apartment in downtown Portland. Additionally, Schwartz had connected Gaudet with a training team before the draft and paid around $4,000 USD to hire them as his personal trainers for the next 2 years. Now fully prepared, Gaudet can finally dedicate himself to training, soon joining this year's other rookie Ellis from the Trail Blazers. They will represent the Portland Trail Blazers in the Summer League taking place in mid-July in Orlando. You psychology folks have such dark hearts. Before 2007, the Summer League was scattered across various cities in the United States, organized by NBA teams or local organizations. Since 2007, the NBA has established the Las Vegas Summer League as an official event, which gradually came to be known as the NBA Summer League, while other smaller summer leagues have ceased to be held. Currently, the more well-known summer leagues are only 2: the Pepsi Summer League, hosted by the Orlando Magic, and the Rocky Mountain League, organized by the Utah Jazz. As we all know, summer is the off-season for NBA players, a rare and delightful holiday for them throughout the year. However, during this time, many free agents and rookies choose to participate in the Summer League to prove themselves and strive for a spot on the team's roster. On July 19th, the Orlando Summer League officially kicked off. The opening game that day was the Portland Trail Blazers against the home team, the Orlando Magic. The Magic made a very foolish choice in this year's draft, using their valuable 11th pick to select the center Fran Vazquez from Spain, who plays in a top European league. This European big man, who boasts impressive jumping ability and excels in mid-range shooting, has inherited the soft touch typical of European big men, but he lacks in interior skills and tends to play on the perimeter, struggling with ball handling and strength, which has become his biggest issue. He is aware of his shortcomings, and after being selected by the Magic, refused to report to the team, opting instead to continue honing his skills in the Spanish league. Thus, the only rookie participating in the Summer League for the Magic this year is the white point guard Travis Dana, selected at the 8th pick in the second round, a former teammate of Wade. Oh, and there's also second-year player Jameer Nelson, the 20th overall pick in 2004, who was traded to the Magic after being selected by the Nuggets, averaging 8 points, 4 rebounds, and 3 assists in his rookie season. As the first backup to the Magic's starting guard, Steve Francis Nelson was also selected for this year's all-rookie team alongside the Magic's rookie Dwight Howard. However, what left a deep impression on Gordon was that last year, before he joined Wake Forest, Nelson led St. Joseph's University to defeat the Blue Devils in the Sweet 16, making a crucial layup over Chris Paul during the second overtime that shattered Wake Forest's hopes for the entire season. With such a connection in the past, how could Gordon possibly hold back today? Look here, Gordon. Tonight is your first official game since entering the NBA. Do you have anything to say? As the most popular first overall pick this year, Gordon is followed by a swarm of reporters wherever he goes. Faced with the situation of being surrounded by microphones from a dozen reporters, Gordon has long since become numb. What does he have to say? It's not the regular season. In a summer league of this level, if it weren't for the fear of what others might say, the illustrious first pick, Gordon wouldn't even bother to show up. Perhaps another reason is that Ellis, who has just established a bond with him, needs him. Yes, in the literal sense of the word. Gordon is a walking topic generator now. For a second-round pick like Ellis to make a name for himself and secure his spot as a starting guard, he inevitably has to deal with the media. After all, no matter how well he plays, he still needs the media to help promote him right. Gordon is such a good guy. Nearby, Ellis, who is warming up on the court, watches as Gordon is surrounded by the media, occasionally pointing in his direction as if promoting himself. Ellis is almost moved to tears. Little does he know that Gordon's conversation with the media goes like this. Yes, I think I have found a better helper than Chris. Do you see him? Monta, my good brother, he is faster and smarter than Chris. Taller. Sorry, Chris. With that one sentence, the last two words being the truth, Gordon faced the camera without turning red, seriously stating, tonight, he will be the focal point of our team, and he will lead us to defeat the opponent. Implying that in this low-level league composed of undrafted and free agents, he doesn't even need to step into any rookie under him can handle the game. Don't be fooled by Gordon's words. When the game officially starts, Ellis, who was ready to show off his skills to repay the favor, was dumbfounded. Give the ball to Gordon. This was the only line spoken by the Blazers' assistant coach, who is also the head coach of the Summer League, Brary Jahan, while assigning tactics. Then there was nothing more. This guy didn't even put on a show. He scribbled on the tactical board without caring whether the players understood or not, and waved his hand to send them onto the court. Gordon is the whole team coached by such slouches. Ellis questioned his life, feeling that this guy was even less reliable than his high school coach. Gordon also felt awkward. At this time, can you really expect the Blazers coaching staff to have any normal people? It would be great if they could just clock in for work, and besides, the team owner still has to pay them disability allowances. What? You're asking how come working comes with disability allowances? Just look at those guys in the Blazers locker room. Which one of them isn't a notorious tough guy with a stellar record in the league? However, Coach Jahan's strategy received praise from Director Lou, and Gordon also felt quite impressed. Such behavior would definitely not be acceptable in official NBA games, but in the Summer League, well, having a reliable coach and having no coach might not make much of a difference. Thus, Gordon took the rookie Ellis and 3 teammates whose names he couldn't even recall onto the court. Wearing the number 10 jersey, Gordon stepped onto the court instantly, attracting 5 gazes fixed on him. Without even needing to look up, he knew that these were the starting 5 of the Magic for this Summer League: second-year player Jameer Nelson, Travis Dana, a center named Khalif Stan, who went undrafted, and 2 free agents. At the moment Gordon stepped onto the court, the gym, which could only hold 2,000 people, erupted into cheers and screams. It was hard not to attract attention. Damn, I really envy how you're the center of attention wherever you go. Ellis, walking behind Gordon, said, unsure if he was envious or jealous. Gordon extended his sinful hand, ruffled the elder Ellis' hair, and said earnestly, when you are truly valuable, you will find that there are excellent people around you just like me. Monty, you are the best guy by my side. Goodness, is this PUA at play here? 1 year of psychology courses at Wake Forest certainly didn't go to waste. Look at how easily he has charmed the high school kid Ellis. Gordon, do you really think so? Absolutely. Just now I was saying in front of the media that you are better than this year's 4th overall pick. You are the most beautiful, exceptional American guard I've ever met. Gordon wore a deeply emotional expression, nearly making the unsophisticated Ellis fall for him right then and there. Don't worry, Gordon. I will definitely rise in value and become the best point guard by your side. Looking at the young man's unwavering expression and the sincere eyes almost blinded by his charm, Gordon suddenly decided he could write a book, already thinking of the title. 3 sentences: I made the second best shooting guard in the league. Open his heart. Wouldn't that sell like hotcakes? But soon Gordon discovered a terrifying fact: this is not what we agreed upon. At the start of the game, when Gordon outmaneuvered the opposing undrafted senior center and passed the ball back to his half, before he could even reach the three-point line, he caught a glimpse of a white shadow flashing past. In the next second, Ellis, wearing the Blazers' number 8 jersey, passed Nelson, who was defending him, and with a clear path to the Magic's unguarded rim, executed a two-handed slam dunk. What the hell? Brother, didn't you say you wanted to be my best point guard? Shouldn't the point guard shine in orchestrating the team's offense? You just charged in for a dunk at the start, which traditional point guard plays like that. The Oklahoma down the drain. Not only Gordon, but also last year's all-rookie second-team player Jameer Nelson was fixed outside the three-point. At this moment, he wore an obvious look of confusion on his face, seemingly astonished at how a second-round pick guard could possibly be so fast. This first step's breakthrough speed many NBA starting guards might not accomplish. I told you last year about the team that killed my brother on the crazy three-point court. Ellis arrogantly walked past Nelson, while also sporting an expression of one of the best rookies of 2004. It's just that then stood in front of Gordon waiting for compliments with a smug look. Gordon, recovering from his surprise, instinctively high-fived Ellis to celebrate. Nice shot, brother, that was freaking awesome. On the Magic's possession, the white point guard Travis Dina dared not compete with veteran Nelson for ball control, who obediently leading the defense to the corner. Nelson dribbled at the arc, signaling his teammates to spread out. He wanted to reclaim his territory. A mere second-round pick, yet so arrogant. Clearly, Ellis' street-style gameplay displeased the academically inclined Nelson, and he immediately sought to retaliate. Ellis wasn't foolish. Realizing what Nelson was about to do, he stiffened, squared his legs into a stance, his baby face written all over with "I'm serious now," but the next second, Nelson executed a double crossover cleanly, leaving him behind. Wow, what are you pretending to be tough for when you didn't even defend those two brushes? Your draft template wouldn't be that old fish from Los Angeles who loves married women, right? Seeing this scene, Gordon was also speechless. Now he had to clean up the mess for Ellis. As Nelson penetrated the 3-second zone, he seemed ready to challenge Gordon's height. Gordon thought the same. He had seen plenty of underestimating little guys trying to challenge the interior. But soon he realized something was wrong. Nelson, using a pump fake, got Gordon to jump, then bounced the ball to the cutting undrafted senior center Khalif Stan. The latter, having positioned himself well to receive the pass, was determined to give the newly crowned first overall pick, Gordon, a lesson. The audience in the stands had already realized that this could likely be a poster dunk, and the one getting dunked on was this year's sensational Chinese first overall pick, Gordon. Smack. No sound of the rim being dunked on, only the bubbling sound of an authentic Gordon hot boiling away. After landing, Gordon quickly completed a second jump and utilized his arm span advantage to turn and block the shot. A beautiful block. This was a clean defensive play that no one could fault. After grabbing the rebound, Gordon made an impressive cross-court long pass, enabling Ellis, who had already run to the Magic's half, to catch the ball and complete a layup on the fast break. A seconds pass from the King. When Gordon executed this exquisite fast break long pass, many fans at the scene were stunned. Fans of this era had rarely seen a center initiating a fast break play. Phew. An absolutely impeccable pass. Gordon, I truly love you. Ellis excitedly jumped onto Gordon's back, without caring that this was still during the game, smiling broadly as he hugged Gordon's neck and said, "You are the best 5 I have ever partnered with. It's the 4 position. Let me say it again. I am the 4. If this scene were to be witnessed by the father-son duo far away in New Orleans, they would probably yell in jealous rage, "Damn little punk, get off Gordon's back, he's mine." The Blazers established a 4-point lead right from the start, while the Magic began their nightmare for tonight. "Don't worry about the shot, I've got your back," as Gordon patted Ellis' backside after the first round ended, repeating the promise he had made countless times to the father-son duo. Where could he find such a good teammate? Ellis was nearly going to kneel down right there to let Gordon be his adoptive father. Damn, with such an excellent and selfless teammate, I could lead the team to the NCAA championship. Isn't it just about holding onto the supercenter's coattails to win the championship? If it weren't for my grades not passing in high school, I could have easily joined Gordon in college and grabbed a few NCAA championships, right? Compared to Ellis, who was gradually adapting to the pace of the game, Magic's Jameer Nelson had it much worse. He has spent his entire career playing as a dual-threat guard, with a highlight season averaging 17 points. But in the early stages of his career with the Magic, standing at only 183 centimeters, he mostly played the role of a caretaker next to Howard. It was only after the Magic management completely lost hope in developing Howard's low-post skills that he began to get some shooting opportunities. So now in his game philosophy, penetration is to attract defense and create better scoring opportunities for teammates. But in a summer league of this caliber, what good teammates can you have? Just now he fed the ball to that undrafted center, yet it was spat out. What else could he do? Nelson had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. In fact, tonight on the Magic side, he was the only one with some autonomy in offense. The other players weren't worth mentioning. Facing Gordon, who had a physique not inferior to Magic's first overall pick Howard, it was already good enough if their legs didn't tremble. After 3 quarters, the score was 67-51, with the Magic's deficit heading toward 20. Gordon and Ellis inside-outside combination was something no one could defend against, and the Magic could only rely on Nelson for organization tonight. The newly drafted second-round pick Dino was blocked 3 times in a single possession, the huge gap, making this second-round pick unable to help but soul search. Is the gap between a first overall pick and a second-round pick really that big? In the end, the Orlando Magic lost to the Portland Trail Blazers with a score of 68-81. With Gauda outstanding performance of 24 points, 16 rebounds, 3 assists, and 4 blocks, along with Ellis 17 points, 3 assists, and 3 steals, the Orlando Magic, led by Nelson, lost this opening game of the Summer League. When the tape of this game was sent to Steve Patterson's office, he excitedly called in the new head coach Nate McMillan, saying, "I will do everything possible to eliminate the discord within the team with Gao as the core to build a team like the Lakers dynasty. Our goal for the new season is to give Gao unlimited freedom to shoot, allowing him to quickly adapt to the pace of NBA games. He will definitely become a big man like Shaq or Yao." McMillan was equally flushed with excitement, not expecting that a joke made a year ago would actually become a reality a year later, as they had indeed selected the Chinese big man from Wake Forest University. But soon their heads began to ache. How to integrate Gao perfectly into this Trailblazers team for the new season? Zach Rubin and Theo, those troublemakers, couldn't lead Gao astray. Perhaps eliminating some uncontrollable factors is an excellent strategy. The two of them coincidentally thought of this plan. In the summer of 2005, after the June draft, the attention of Chinese basketball fans quickly shifted to the 23rd Asian Men's Basketball Championship to be held in Doha, Qatar, in September. The event will take place from September 8th to 17th, featuring 16 national teams divided into. Among them, the defending champion Chinese men's basketball team was placed in Group B, with the strongest competitor being the Iranian team, which finished 5th in the last Asian Championship. Gauda was not selected for the Chinese men's basketball team's roster for this Asian Championship. The Domestic Basketball Association did send representatives to negotiate with his team, but ultimately, it was rejected by Schwartz on the grounds that Gauda needed to focus on preparing for his first NBA season. The Basketball Association expressed understanding, and there was no rush to bring Gauda into the national team. They also recognized the significant difference between Gauda, a Chinese player making a name in the United States, and players from the domestic youth training system. Currently, they can only rely on connections from Gauda father to contact him, and through persuading Yao Ming, who is also in the NBA, they believe an answer will come soon. Therefore, the domestic fans and media expressed understanding regarding Gauda's absence from this year's Asian Championship roster, which is closely related to the fact that 2 years ago Yao Ming led the Chinese men's basketball team to successfully avenge the South Korean team and win the championship at the 2003 Asian Games. Coupled with the Chinese men's basketball team's impressive performance in reaching the quarterfinals at last year's Olympics, these factors led Chinese fans to believe that the men's basketball team's position as the Asian powerhouse is unshakable, and there is no immediate need for Gauda to return to serve the country. Just like Yao Ming first established a foothold in the NBA, then isn't it easy to dominate at the Asian level? However, when this matter reached the Korean media, it became the Chinese #1 draft pick fears the South Korean giant Ha Seung-jin, afraid of losing in the Asian Championship, and will lose the starting position with the Trailblazers. This absurd news has recently been spread widely in the Korean media, drawing wild ridicule from Chinese fans. Gauda fears Ha Seung-jin. How can you compare a second-round pick who almost went undrafted last year with this year's #1 pick? What evidence do you have that this big river horse, other than his height and weight, is better than Gauda? I could lose my teeth from laughing at you. A guy who was sent to the development league and averaged 4.7 points, 3.8 rebounds could scare a NCAA star who has swept through honors. The imagination of the Korean media comes from the kimchi that contains all the nutrients in the world, right? Only after the Chinese men's basketball team defeated Lebanon 77-61 in the finals and successfully defended their title did this farce from the Korean media come to an end. At that time, the Chinese men's basketball team had already achieved 4 consecutive championships in this event, undeniably the true powerhouse in the Asian region. However, after mocking the Korean media, the attention of domestic fans quickly returned to the NBA following the conclusion of the Asian Championship. By this time, the Summer League had long ended, and the Trailblazers had achieved a record of 12 wins and 1 loss in the Orlando region, ranking first among the 13 NBA teams participating in this Summer League. This event primarily features free agents and rookies, and the competitive level is far inferior to that of the regular season, but it is still much stronger than the games during Gao's college years. McMillan, wearing glasses, sat in the office looking at a faxed data report in his hand, leading the team to 12 wins and 1 loss, averaging 31, 3.17, 3 rebounds, 3 blocks, and 3 assists. This was the report card Gauda presented during the Orlando Summer League. This is the current Summer League, which has not yet been officially incorporated into the NBA's regular season events, lacking any regular season or playoff awards, and there isn't even a championship. Otherwise, Gauda would surely have brought home several trophies like the #1 pick Blake Griffin in 2009. Gauda and Ellis' outstanding performances thrilled many Portland fans who initially thought acquiring Gauda the #1 pick was the biggest surprise of the year, but the addition of the high school guard through the trade turned out to be an unexpected delight. Averaging 22, 3.6, 3 assists, 3 steals, and 3 rebounds. This performance completely outshone last year's first-round pick Jamal Nelson and the future star of the 76ers, Andre Iguodala. The Bucks management is now regretting it terribly, but not because of Gauda, but because they sent out the second-round pick Monta Ellis as part of a balancing trade. This data and the demonstrated ability to perform under pressure are certainly worth a first-round pick, right? It's worth noting that the original first-round pick, the 22nd pick God of Jack traded from the Nuggets to the Blazers, is currently averaging less than 15 points in the Summer League in Utah, completely outperformed by Ellis, who was added as a trade throw-in. Originally, they could have snagged a dual-threat guard with immense potential, and with proper training, he could even have a chance at making the All-Star team, but now he has just been let go. Domestic fans have even given Ellis and Gauda combination a catchy name, the Ed combination. The two rookies who have produced such data and performance in the Summer League clearly possess the qualifications to challenge the NBA. Don't think that the NBA Summer League has low value. Many players who have long been famous in European leagues seek an NBA contract and choose to play in the Summer League. But ultimately, very few manage to stand out and get selected by the NBA. 19 years later, there was a young player who chose to stay in the Summer League after not being drafted, waiting for an NBA contract right. This is also a place for NBA teams to pan for gold. In terms of value, the Summer League has surpassed 95 of basketball leagues worldwide. Niels Walker, chief trainer of the Trailblazers, have you prepared the training plan for Gau for the new season? McMillan dialed a phone number. Sir, I regret to inform you of some bad news. It seems that Gauda training team does not trust us very much. They have rented a training facility in a Portland community for closed training. Upon hearing this response, he was visibly stunned. Meanwhile, Gauda, who was busy lifting weights with Ellis, exclaimed, "Not enough. This training intensity is far from sufficient. For the new season, I may have to play the center position. Improving my offensive capabilities in the paint and gaining weight is essential." Upon hearing Gauda's constant requests for increased training and specific skills, his chief trainer Duff Smith couldn't help but emphasize, "Gaining weight will definitely affect your shooting touch. Perhaps you can negotiate with the coach to return to the power forward position. This way your strengths on the defensive end will be infinitely magnified." Gauda certainly knows that gaining weight will affect a player's shooting touch and understands that his biggest asset is covering the area within the three-point line, but he has no choice. What the Trailblazers need most is interior defense. Players like Randolph, who only focus on offense, and others like Theo Ratliff and Darius Miles do not have a single main interior player ranked among the top 50 in the league for unknown efficiency. Gauda has to enhance his ability to defend against big centers while maintaining his original help defense efficiency. This is quite frustrating for him. After all, he is a legitimate power forward. There is less than a week left until the preseason training camp for the Trailblazers begins. During this time, the Blazers management has specially invited the Red Giant Bill Walton and the recently retired World's Rooftop Sabonis to develop offensive techniques for Gauda in the paint, including low-post footwork and back-to-the-basket skills. Mike McMillan had a deep conversation with Gauda regarding the discussion of whether he would play the center position for the team in the new season. Nate McMillan, a former player for the Seattle Supersonics, had his number 10 jersey retired by the team, which gives him a natural fondness for Gauda, who also wears number 10. During his rookie season, McMillan once recorded 25 assists in a single game, which remains the NBA rookie record for assists in a game. He was also excellent on the defensive end, being selected to the all-defensive second team twice in his career. In the Western Conference semifinals this past May as a head coach, he led the Supersonics, who had a tense locker room atmosphere, to battle the Spurs for 6 games. Apart from Ray Allen and Lewis, Danny Forts and Jerome James, and the like, who were not particularly useful, were able to shine in front of the championship Spurs thanks to McMillan's exceptional coaching ability to utilize talent. As he joins the Trailblazers for the new season, the management has given him a single task: to help Gauda and Ellis quickly grow, and training newcomers and role players is precisely his forte. He told Gauda that if he wants to play the power forward position, he must take on more of the dirty work for the team, which will inevitably lead to conflicts with the team's current core player Zach Randolph in the 2003-2004 season after Rasheed Wallace-Pippen and other veterans left. Randolph had the best season of his career, averaging 20 points, 1.10, 5 rebounds, and successfully won the NBA Most Improved Player award. Affected by a back injury last season, Randolph only played 46 games in the regular season, but with his return this season, he is bound to secure his position as the team's leading player. Moreover, after selecting Gauda, the management, after deep consideration, ultimately decided to resign Randolph with a 6-year, $84 million contract, building the team's roster around the two of them. Therefore, they cannot afford to have conflicts over such issues. The team certainly won't allow such situations, and if they occur, one of them must go. And it's likely that Randolph himself understands that the one leaving will probably not be Gauda. So at least in his rookie year, Gauda will have to play as the center for the team. Soon the day for the Trail Blazers preseason training camp arrived. Gauda drove a newly purchased Knight 15 to the Rose Center, which has yet to be renamed. Knight XV, an ultra-luxurious armored off-road vehicle. A few years later, this vehicle would be used by Dwayne Johnson in Fast Furious 5. When he walked into the locker room, several people were already sitting inside. Big brother Ellis was the first to look up and greet Gauda, to which Gauda was puzzled as to how he had become his big brother. Clearly this guy was a year older than him, just sporting a youthful baby face. What Gauda didn't know was that during these few months of interaction, Ellis had genuinely recognized this big brother who never forgot to include him in everything. Training, eating, playing, and sleeping. They didn't sleep together. But their near daily experiences together quickly made them increasingly close. As for Ellis calling him Big Brother, Gauda speculated that perhaps it was due to Ellis' lack of college experience, which naturally led to a sense of reverence towards someone who had. Ellis: exactly, it's definitely not, because you constantly elbow during unknown. Hey man, welcome. A fierce-looking black guy approached and extended his hand for a high five with Gauda, but there was a hint of malice. Gauda immediately understood that this person was not friendly. Ruben Patterson, who calls himself the Kobe Stopper, once claimed in front of the media that he had successfully defended Kobe in a game only to be blown up in the next game against the Lakers, becoming a laughingstock. Your locker is over there, he said with a sly smile, pointing to a locker closest to the entrance. Go take a look, Chinese boy. Inside we have prepared a special gift for you. That locker looked just like any other ordinary locker. Just as Gauda was about to walk over, he was pulled back by Ellis. Don't worry, rookie, we won't put any towels soaked in urine or homemade bombs that smell terrible in there. The guy was getting more and more into it, making Gauda feel an impulse to punch him in the face. The few remaining people in the locker room were all veterans of the league, including Joel Przybilla, the 9th pick of 2000, Arius Miles, who was labeled as the next Garnett, and shot-blocking specialist Theo Ratliff. They all cast amused glances at Gauda, seemingly eager to see how the new rookie would deal with this initiation. Gauda glanced at him, walked over to that locker, and opened it. With a whoosh, colorful square bags poured out by Yuntao. Gauda eyelids twitched. He had prepared to face a scene like arenas teasing the rookies, and now they presented him with this. Thank you, Ruben, but I think you can wait until I get a girlfriend before giving me this gift. Turning around, Gauda walked up to Ruben Patterson, patted him on the shoulder with a serious expression. Now it was the veteran's turn to be dumbfounded. Aren't you angry? Miles curiously asked. This requires you to move these things from the locker room to the training ground in front of the media. Oh, so you were waiting for me here? Gauda shrugged, displaying a nonchalant attitude. Patterson's expression suddenly became grim, and during their conversation, more Trailblazers players walked in. What are you guys talking about? It looks like the rookies have already greeted you. Sebastian Telfair and Randolph walked in, greeting Gauda with a smile, then turned to Patterson and the others, asking, so does the rookie like our gift? Thank you, I think I've already felt your enthusiasm. Responding to him was Gauda's seemingly sincere smile. The genius high schooler from Lincoln in New York had his smile freeze, turning to ask, did you not tell the rookie that he has to move all these things to the training ground alone? Why do we need to move them there? Gauda took the initiative, calmly grabbing a handful of Yuntao and stuffing it into the adjacent locker, while saying in a calm tone, let you all feel the rookie's enthusiasm. He used the calmest tone to deliver the most direct and effective counterattack. This action left everyone present in a state of existential doubt, to the point that not a single person stepped forward to stop Gauda, until he repeatedly stuffed a large handful of Yuntao into every locker. Are rookies this arrogant now? I'm sure all the veterans present thought this, while Gauda little brother Ellis looked at his big brother's strong counterattack with almost overflowing admiration. He was also a rebellious player in high school and dared to respond to all malice on and off the court, but when Patterson stuffed a large box of Yuntao into his locker just now, Ellis chose to remain silent. It seems that old teammates bullying newcomers and veterans preparing initiation ceremonies for rookies is a common occurrence everywhere, as well as an unspoken rule. Gauda smiled as he returned the gifts prepared for him to each veteran in the locker room, including Randolph, who had remained silent throughout. He sat in front of his locker looking at the seemingly gentle and easily bullied Chinese player, responding in the most gentle way to deliver the strongest rebuttal. This was the first official meeting between Gouda and Randolph, who in the bomb-laden Trailblazers locker room, everything seemed cordial, but any slight disturbance could become the fuse for an explosion. "You foolish pig-headed fool, do you think your way of humiliating the rookies is innovative? They haven't even considered you worth their attention." A discordant voice emerged from the corner, capturing everyone's attention. Theo Ratliff, sent to the Trailblazers in February of last year as part of the trade involving Rasheed Wallace, is currently regarded as the neutral party in the Blazers locker room that no one dares to provoke. Not only because he is one of the oldest players on the team, but also due to his enforcer nature, he doesn't tolerate anyone verbally attacking anyone he can. Can you believe that in the former 76ers team that battled the Lakers for the championship, aside from head coach Larry Brown, there was anyone who dared to boss around Allen Iverson? Theo Ratliff stated that not only did he dare to do so, but he was also traded by the management for his own plus version, Uncle Moo. Now, hearing Ratliff publicly humiliate him, the equally rebellious Ruben Patterson didn't dare show any anger. Tisk tisk, despite his fierce appearance, this guy only bullies the weak. In the 03-04 season, he violently elbowed and insulted second-year rookie Quentin Woods, who as the team's junior didn't dare voice any complaints. Somehow Randolph stood up for this young teammate, but Ruben Patterson ignored both rookies and continued to hurl trash talk at Randolph as well. As the insults flew, Randolph suddenly lost his temper, delivering a punch straight to Patterson's face, causing a breakdown in Patterson's brain. Without hesitation, he went after Randolph. The result of that punch was a 2-game suspension for Randolph, along with a fine of $100,000. It is said that during a subsequent team gathering, Patterson brought Morant along while Randolph had received wind of it and hid at teammate Dale Davis' house. However, when faced with Ratliff, who was older and had been around the league longer, and had a more impressive gang background than himself, Patterson didn't dare utter a peep. "Ha, you're right, Theo. Ruben's brain operates with no wrinkles, as flat as a road on a quiet morning." Returning to Portland after 3 years, veteran Charles Smith, who has a good relationship with Ruben Patterson, laughed heartily, pleased to see his friend in such an awkward position. His laughter quickly spread to most of the locker room, with nearly everyone turning their sights on Patterson, whose face looked as if it could drip water. It seemed few cared about the two newcomers anymore. Goder and Ellis watched coldly as the focus suddenly shifted from the two rookies to the veteran players, who seemed perpetually out of sync with this harmonious scene. Out of sync were not just them, but also the silently brooding Zach Randolph. He was the only true lone wolf in the Blazers locker room. Even the boisterous Patterson had 1 or 2 friends from his own gang. Ever since Quentin Woods was sentenced for animal abuse and subsequently expelled from the team, he had completely become a solitary black bear. No one wanted to approach this guy, even though he was currently the absolute offensive core of the Blazers' front line. Randolph silently watched his teammates joke and argue, everyone maintaining a tacit distance from him, and he was unwilling to integrate into their small groups. Smack! A large black sports bag was dropped in front of him, the conspicuous swoosh logo catching Randolph's attention. Raising his head with a grim expression, Randolph was about to see which fool dared to find trouble on the first day of training camp, when Goder's smiling face suddenly entered his view. "Hey buddy, can I borrow this? I think I need a temporary locker to store my stuff." Suddenly, all the noise in the locker room ceased as Goder, without turning his head, knew everyone was watching him. To be precise, it was Randolph's reaction. "You clueless fool, not only did you offend me upon arrival, but now you've also approached the dumbest guy in the team." The Kobe killer revealed a glimmer of anticipation, secretly hoping for a real man 1v1 showdown between Randolph and the Chinese rookie in the locker room. Ellis stared intently at Randolph, his eyes revealing wariness. This guy who looked like a terrorist. If he ended up fighting with the boss, should I call the police or help the boss hold on to his leg to give him an advantage? Why do I say that without going to college? That's what happens at this moment. The best course of action should be to approach the coaching staff to resolve the issue, yet Ellis was actually thinking about calling the police. Once Uncle Hat arrives, regardless of who it is, trouble will ensue. That's the dumbest solution. Goder and Randolph exchanged glances for a long time, with the latter pondering whether Goder's behavior was a provocation. After all, one was the current core of the team's front line, and the other was a definite future core. Conflicts were inevitable during this transition. "You want the locker next to mine. It's simple, beat me, and my locker is yours. But if you lose, just go back to where you came from." Randolph's gaze was intense as he raised his head, fixating on the taller Goder, radiating hostility. Goder maintained a smile on the surface, but internally, he was cursing profusely. Is this entire Trailblazers team made up of a bunch of manic depressive patients and those with overactive imaginations? Why does it always have to escalate to violence? Clearly all I wanted was to simply switch lockers. Randolph's double entendre was not lost on him. His teammates weren't fools either. On the contrary, this group, who thrived on chaos, couldn't wait to see the two of them duke it out, hoping the team or league would step in to punish them, providing a spectacle for the rest. All eyes were on Goder and Randolph, eagerly awaiting Goder's response. Ellis tugged at Goder, signaling him not to act impulsively. The veterans noticed his subtle movements, and once the former Lakers' sixth man, Crazy Van, whistled at him, "Rookie from the second round, this battle belongs to the giants of the paint that don't get squashed by them, you little sprout." Ha! The locker room erupted in laughter once more, with no one willing to step in to halt the unfolding situation, each wearing a mischievous expression, as if they thrived on chaos. It's hard to imagine that just 7 months later this team would accomplish one of the most shocking upset victories in NBA history. On my first day with the team, things were far less smooth than I had imagined. Every teammate wore the sour, embittered air of someone ground down by relentless hardship, arrogant and defiant, as if the world had once oppressed them for not being quick enough. Yet to my surprise, I discovered they were not particularly sharp-minded. How so? Present them with something tangible that convinces them, and they will gratefully, even eagerly, abase themselves at your feet. For example, Malante, North American plantations, cotton, and fists. On the first training day of the new season, the coaching staff and Mike Kimmelin had the facility prepared long before Gouda and the other players arrived there. By the time they changed into practice gear, the equipment, the court, and the trainers were all ready. Mike Kimmelin gathered the players and introduced Gouda Alisai, the newly acquired Juan de Kexon, and Shida Fabulike to the veterans one by one. "This is our first official meeting and my first formal training session as head of the Kaichuos. I do not want anyone here making excuses to be absent or leaving early." Mike Kimmelin's words carried weight. A former professional with accomplishments that dwarfed most of those in the room, he exerted a natural authority that kept the hotheads in check. At least for today, none of them dared to cause trouble. Each acted with unusual restraint. What the future held was another matter. The first day of camp was not overly strenuous. Gouda even felt it less exhausting than the daily regimen at Wake Sinlin University. After several sets of shuttle runs, he was to his astonishment the fastest on the team. Watching veteran teammates pant and struggle, some carrying a noticeable off-season layer of fat around their waists, Gouda realized he had overestimated the discipline of NBA players. Only a few, Jordan James and Kobe, had the rare career-long rigor to maintain peak condition without letting up in the off-season. Even stars of the AI or T-Mac caliber were often reported to binge in the off-season, requiring several games to regain form. Such stories repeated season after season. And that was before considering a team like the Kaichuos, which attracted a cluster of underachievers and hotheads. After a few rounds of fitness tests, Mike Kimmelin's brow shifted between frown and smile, with an almost manic unpredictability, but only he knew why. He was pleased because Gouda had taken first place in successive shuttle runs and footwork drills, even outpacing the quick Cybicidian Tierfire, confirming the efficacy of Gouda's private training team. Despite adding several kilos of muscle, his speed, agility, and endurance had not diminished. What worried him, however, was the abysmal discipline reflected in the team's latest physical assessment data. Lubin Pateson and Jacques Alanduafu had both packed on 33 pounds in a mere 3 months, their bodies swollen, as if saturated with butter, and they were only 2 representative cases. Mainstays like Shalu Telefu, Juan de Kexon, and Joel Palasbila all showed varying degrees of fattening. After roughly 2.5 hours of morning training, nearly all the teammates glanced at Gouda with surprise or curiosity. They could not fathom how a center over 2.10 meters and around 115 kilograms could top the tests for endurance, speed, and lateral quickness. They held a stereotype about Asian big men, thanks to the likes of Yao Ming and the current Kaichuos prospect He Xingjin, assuming poor conditioning, slowness, and a traditional center who relied on teammates to run set plays. Someone like Gouda, gifted with explosive athleticism and outstanding physical tools, struck a severe blow to their preconceptions. When morning practice ended, nearly every player's jersey was soaked. Yet when Mike Kimmelin dismissed them, not one player left the court. What was happening? Had their consciences suddenly awakened, and they planned to train extra? The coaching staff looked baffled and turned their eyes to Mike Kimmelin for guidance. "What is going on? Did I forget to tell you something?" He watched the veterans shift their gaze between the rafters and each other, stalling and reluctant to follow the assistants back to the locker room for post-practice taping and treatment. Gouda was silently incredulous at their strange loyalty in this matter. The team's hotheads oddly displayed a surprising sense of camaraderie. Sensing something amiss, Mike Kimmelin pointed at the lowest-ranking player in the room, the newcomer Monta Alisai, and asked bluntly, "Tell me what's going on." "Rookie." "Huh, me, coach." Alisai felt the sting of being singled out, an embarrassing flashback to high school when a teacher would force one kid to betray the group, and his face tightened. But he held firm, refusing to rat on his mates, a stance that earned the grudging approval of the veterans, an affirmation of the rough code that bound them together. "Congratulations, Alisai, on your first day. You had already met 2 of the 3 rites of passage." The veterans were keen to show him the final one soon enough. Coach Shaq and I arranged a first 21 unknown. We invited the teammates to watch from the sidelines. Gouda could not let his young teammate face the dilemma alone and stepped forward to confess. Alisai shot him a look of gratitude and Patterson and others stared at the Chinese rookie in astonishment. He was outing a private bet between himself and Lanjuofu to the coach. Even more surprising, Mike Himmelin did not appear overly displeased. His gaze flicked between Gouda and Lanjuofu, and he said, "Fine, make it quick. Before noon the staff will come to clear the court." And then he and the coaching team left seemingly unconcerned that these powder kegs might erupt without supervision. It was worth remembering that under the previous assistance at the team strife, and even brawls among players had erupted, they were leaving just like that. Patterson and the veterans were stunned. The new head coach's temper seemed mild indeed to allow such volatile players to gather unsupervised. Then someone shouted, "All right, get on with it. I can't wait to see Shaq teach our lovable top pick a lesson." Shalu Telefu, visibly excited, produced a crumpled banknote and waved it in his hand. "Place your bets, boys. Supplies are limited. I'll take Shaq for 50. Shaq 50. I'll put 150 on Shaq. I back Gouda for 200. Shit, Lavi, see where'd you dig up that cash? It smells funny. Hell, I hid it in my underwear in case the new coach ordered searches." The gambling on the sidelines grew frenetic while on the court Lanjuofu and Gouda returned and began to set the threes count as 2, twos count as 1. First to 21 wins. Ball possession changes on every score. Any objections? Gouda nodded in agreement. "Don't say I'm picking on you just because you're the rookie. You'll start with the ball." Lanjuofu sneered as he tossed the ball to Gouda. Gouda stood beyond the three-point line. Lanjuofu didn't bother guarding his perimeter shot. He stepped back, and then, whoosh. Holy hell. Lanjuofu turned baffled at the mesh still spinning on the rim. This rookie could shoot threes. Gouda smiled. Oh, just because his outside game was underestimated did not mean he could not knock down a long one. 20. Shaq, you soft ass. Getting soaked by the rookie right off the bat. "If you can't handle it, get down here." The sideline jeered. Patterson and the others roared their encouragement from the sidelines. Lanjuofu, provoked, grabbed the ball and aimed to ram it into Gouda's chest. "Keep going, damn rookie." He dared not leave Gouda open now. He pressed close reach to disrupt his vision and denied space for a post move. Although Lanjuofu was criticized for lazy defense and attitude, his defensive efficiency was by no means poor. By sheer mass, he could body up against most centers in the league. But Gouda was not a traditional center. He was a true power forward. During a protect-the-ball back-to-the-basket tussle, Gouda casually spun and delivered a subtle elbow into Lanjuofu's shoulder. Lanjuofu cried out in pain. Gouda seized the moment, stepped by him, and exploded to the rim with a ferocious dunk to finish the play. What on earth had they just witnessed? The Chinese rookie had elbowed Shaq in the midst of an offensive move. Those on the sideline were incredulous. They had expected Lanjuofu to run roughshod over the matchup, perhaps even erupt into violence, but never had they imagined the rookie would be the one to provoke. Alisai's eyes sparkled with admiration. Their new teammate had stood up to one of the league's notorious hard men. This was real toughness. After that elbow, the taunting smiles along the sideline faded. Everyone began to take the unknown seriously and to reassess the rookie playing before them. "All right, good. Very good, rookie. You've pissed me off." Lanjuofu hissed through clenched teeth, holding his stinging shoulder. He did not truly fly into a blind rage. After all, this is how the game was played in the Kaichuos and in this era of the league. He now respected Gouda as a legitimate opponent, and in the next possession defended so tightly that Gouda could not penetrate the paint and was forced to stop near the free throw line. But that did not signify the end of Gouda's attack. His height and wingspan allowed him to rise, and despite the contact, he launched a slightly off-balance mid-range shot and hit it. "Wow, he's got a textbook turnaround jumper," admired the team's starting guard, Tearfire nephew of all. Now people had little objection to the idea that Gouda had been selected the 2005 first overall pick. His soaring evasive style, the defensive coverage he could provide inside the three-point line, his explosive athletic gifts, and burgeoning soft touch from mid-range all hinted at rare potential. If he had been in last year's draft class, the top pick would not have gone to that jocular high school kid. Gouda would have been the obvious choice. Lanjuofu's composure collapsed. If this continued, he might win the match, but lose face in the locker room. So on the next possession, he seized the moment, brutally stripping the ball from Gouda and turning the tide. He intended to unleash a scoring run and show the rookie the gap between them. Shaq means business. He might close out the contest right now. Shalu Telefu cheered from the sideline. He had wagered $100 on Lanjuofu. Lanjuofu dribbled into the paint slowly. Gouda knew he was slippery and could finish at the rim when given space, so Gouda dared not gamble on a steal. That gave Lanjuofu the chance for a mid-range step back. But instead of the crisp swish, he expected the ball rasped off the net, its arc altered by a fingertip grazing the ball's underside. An expletive rang out across the court. just raw American profanity, echoing the sudden intensity of the contest. Zach Randolph, one of the representatives of the league's practical power forwards, possesses a steady, yet unflashy. His strength, fierce under-basket confrontations, mature back-to-basket techniques, and soft shooting touch made him one of the standout power forwards in the league as early as his 4th year. According to many experts from later generations, Randolph is an offensive power forward known for his delicate skills and average jumping ability. LaMarcus Aldridge, who was once overwhelmed by Randolph in the Crazy 3 championship, also belongs to this. It was precisely because he had gained a profound understanding of the entire Trailblazers team, especially their current offensive core Zach Randolph, that he was able to catch his opponent off guard today. No wonder this kid could be the first overall pick, or just look at his defensive awareness in judging the opponent's shooting timing and his speed in transition defense. It wouldn't be surprising if he actively defends some quicker guards right. Randolph, witnessing this scene, was nearly wide-eyed. His mid-range shots are difficult to block even for many NBA giants because his release speed is not only quick, but he is also a left-hand shooter, making him one of the elite big men in terms of both height and release speed in the league. However, today the rookie was indeed giving him a bit of a surprise. In the fast break transition with the ball in hand, Aldridge initiated an attack, but Randolph quickly stopped him near the free throw line. Aldridge immediately switched to a back-to-basket position, thumping. After several attempts to back him down, he couldn't create any space. Randolph showed no signs of retreat, aware of the weight and strength difference between him and Aldridge. He decisively chose to pivot and fake a breakthrough. This was a move taught to him by Sabonis, greatly enhancing his low-post offensive ability. Unprepared, Randolph was suddenly squeezed into the 3-second zone by the faster and taller Aldridge. His defensive ability was originally in the mid-lower tier for power forwards in the league, making it difficult to catch up with Aldridge, who had already entered the paint after being faked out. So he made a quick decision and reached out to try to stop Aldridge, who was about to dunk, but a jaw-dropping scene unfolded before everyone. Bang. Creak. A thunderous sound erupted as Aldridge's historically unprecedented explosion and jumping ability were fully displayed at that moment. With Randolph already holding onto his training jersey, Aldridge managed to complete a flat-rim dunk despite the pressure. Note this was at head level. It's no exaggeration to say that the expressions of the NBA players present were frozen as they watched this scene. The rim creaked under Aldridge's force, and Randolph's hand was still caught in Aldridge's training jersey when it suddenly ripped apart with a rip sound. Seeing Aldridge's muscular upper body and that exaggerated 1:4 shoulder-to-height ratio, the Trailblazers on the sidelines finally understood why this guy was chosen as the first overall pick in the NBA. "Zach, are you still going to play? I can change my clothes and continue." The sudden silence in the arena was broken by Aldridge's voice. He walked up to Randolph, patted his backside, and still wore a cheerful expression. "Get him. Take down this rookie, Zach." Someone shouted from the sidelines, and Randolph finally snapped back to reality, shoving the ball into Aldridge's chest. "Come on, Chinese kid." In the following few possessions, both players' movements became increasingly aggressive, and consecutive turnovers resulted in no points scored. Randolph repeatedly faked Aldridge with realistic moves and footwork under the basket, but each shot was swatted away. As Randolph figured out Aldridge's offensive patterns, scoring for Aldridge also became difficult. Elbow strikes, active force, pushing, stepping on shoes. The two played with no holds barred, and the intensity of the confrontation grew more brutal. This also struck a chord with the brutes on the sidelines, especially Patterson and Ratliff, who were like watching something indescribable, their expressions excited and emitting primal laughter. They were almost ready to strip off their training jerseys and jump into the fray. Randolph backed down against Aldridge, raised his defense, and prepared to shoot. Aldridge was already well positioned, and in a situation where not a sliver of shot space was available, Randolph surprisingly managed to score with a hook shot. Aldridge's mid-range shot was similarly a headache for Randolph. Due to the physical talent gap, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't interfere with Aldridge's scoring over him with jump shots. After spinning past Aldridge, Randolph charged into the paint, preparing to finish the battle with a layup, but Aldridge, despite being completely out of position, managed to use his height and long arms to swat the ball against the backboard, a brutal block that elicited another gasp from the crowd. This unknown duel had already lasted half an hour without a conclusion, not to mention one player scoring 21 points. Even the total score of both players combined hadn't reached that number. Currently, Aldridge led Randolph by 2 points at 119, but both were panting heavily and sweating profusely, each sporting various bruises and scratches, looking quite alarming. At this point, the unknown match had lost its meaning. For Aldridge, who had just entered the NBA and had yet to play an official game, to push a player of Randolph's near all-star caliber to this extent, winning or losing had become irrelevant. The spectators were thoroughly entertained, as if they were watching a free-for-all brawl on the court. Randolph and Aldridge were at each other's throats, and the audience was naturally thrilled. However, both players were nearing their limits. After all, one was the strongest spear of the Trailblazers, and the other was the strongest shield. The unbreakable inside attack met the suffocating iron tower inside. Neither could break the other's moves. But both had inherently rebellious personalities unwilling to back down, so they preferred to exhaust each other on the court, waiting to see who would collapse first. Huff, huff. Both were now readied like two bulls locked in combat, trying their utmost to defeat the other and defend their position and glory. It's time to end this, gentlemen. McMillan's voice rang out from the stands, startling everyone. When did the coach arrive? Aldridge and Randolph finally paused their mutually destructive duel, and everyone turned to look at the suddenly appearing Nate McMillan in the stands. If you think the training plan set for you by the coaching staff is inadequate, starting tomorrow each person's training load will triple, and the team's meeting time will be moved from 10 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. Any late players will have to do extra training in the afternoon. McMillan leisurely strolled down from the stands. Despite being alone, the aura he exuded and his tone of voice could still keep the proud warriors of the Trailblazers in check. This may be related to his own experience as an NBA player. He did not linger long in front of the atmosphere group on the sidelines, but walked up to the two players on the court. A barely noticeable tension flashed across his face, while Randolph, with cotton stuffed in his nostrils, stubbornly avoided his gaze. Aldridge, sporting a large bruise at the corner of his eye, greeted the coach with a sheepish smile. While it didn't seem like he had suffered too much at the hands of these terrorists, Aldridge glanced at Randolph beside him, thinking that this guy really could take a beating. He had almost not managed to get the better of him, even with Malone's iron elbow, but at least he hadn't come off worse. If it really came to blows, Aldridge might have sent him to see his great-grandmother with a fierce elbow. Little did he know that Randolph was currently doing his utmost to avoid eye contact with Coach Nate McMillan to hide the tears that were about to well up in his eyes. That's right, tears. Randolph's body was aching all over, and his nose, which had accidentally been scraped by Aldridge's elbow, was almost broken. The unbearable pain nearly caused this tough black bear to burst into tears. You see, when a person encounters pain that exceeds their body's capacity to bear, even if just for a moment, the tear glands will automatically secrete liquid when stimulated. This shows just how many illegal elbows Randolph has taken from Aldridge. It could be said that if Aldridge had gone all out against Randolph today, the former basketball god would have become the Black Bears' next victim. In a training camp hosted by Jordan in 2001, a young artist broke 3 of the basketball god's ribs with an elbow during a defensive play. The team's coach had to intervene and put an end to this seemingly unknown, but actually free-for-all farce. The players were forced to leave the training facility, and 20 minutes later Ellis returned to the locker room carrying a pink Barbie backpack filled with drinks. Looking at Aldridge, who had completely mixed in with the veteran players, Ellis felt a bit confused. Wait, I was just sent out to buy drinks. How did the world change when I came back? Aldridge waved his hand, signaling Ellis to distribute the drinks to his teammates. He then took a chilled Gatorade and walked over to the still ignored Randolph, saying, "Here, Zach. Who cares about your drinks?" Randolph thought to himself, rolling his eyes, but he still honestly accepted the drink. "Can I borrow the locker next to you for a moment?" Aldridge politely and gently asked. Just as Randolph was hesitating on how to answer him, Aldridge's next words made him agree without hesitation. "Zach, I'm planning to apply to the coaching staff to be your practice partner. You wouldn't want every day you spend with the Trailblazers to be as tough as today, would you?" Randolph's face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot. The media open day for the Trailblazers' new season training camp is in the evening, with players training in the morning, returning home to rest in the afternoon, and gathering at the Rose Garden at 6:30 in the evening. Portland is situated at the confluence of the Willamette River and the Columbia River, adjacent to the Pacific Ocean, with a climate that lies between Mediterranean and temperate oceanic, featuring hot, dry summers and wet, cold winters. However, this climate is particularly suitable for the growth of roses, leading to the city being filled with rose gardens, earning Portland the title of City of Roses. Thus, the name of the Trailblazers' home arena, the Rose Garden, originates from this. As Gouda approached this place with Ellis, they were suddenly spotted by thousands of fans waiting outside the arena, who rushed towards them frantically. This scene terrified the two rookies, who had yet to get out of the car, as they saw many fans wearing Gouda's college jersey and holding signs saying "Welcome Chinese #1 draft pick," enthusiastically banging on the window of their vehicle while shouting continuously. Just when Gouda and Ellis were caught in a dilemma, the head of security at the Rose Garden arrived with a team exerting great effort to maintain order, allowing Gouda and Ellis to safely enter the arena. "Boss, it seems like you are quite popular here. I see there are fans holding signs asking you to save this city." Gouda wiped his non-existent sweat from his forehead, not looking back. Playing ball can't save anyone, let alone a city. While a cultured person, Ellis, who had just learned another pretentious phrase, hurriedly pulled out a notebook to jot. Gouda and Ellis entered the training facility #4 at the Rose Garden, where a dozen media outlets were already waiting for him. A quick glance revealed familiar faces, including Yu Jia, Coach Zhang, and Wang Meng. However, their primary focus tonight was not on Gouda, but on the other players of the Trailblazers. Meanwhile, interviews with media from other locations were ongoing. Gal, you don't need to worry about this rookie at all. He is more familiar with the survival of the fittest in the league than anyone else. No one will bully him. He is the youngest player in the locker room. While in some respects he might be the biggest, but you can all rest assured we treat him as a brother. This was Ruben Patterson, who had been playing pranks on the rookie in the morning, now facing the Chinese media with the demeanor of a good big brother, his polite tone causing Randolph behind him to roll his eyes. Zach, we see you have a bandage on your nose, but it seems you didn't have that earlier this morning. Can you tell us if any irreconcilable conflicts have arisen within the team? Randolph looked at the American reporter, whose face was filled with excitement, feeling an indescribable dislike. Dude, if you can't speak well, just don't say anything. Look at the Chinese reporters. Their words are so tactful and subtle, their tone is like a refreshing spring breeze. Although the Black Bear is not the smartest person, he is not foolish either. How could he possibly disclose the lunchtime incident involving an unknown challenge with the rookie? Moreover, if he had won, it would be one thing, but the key point is that he couldn't even handle a 19-year-old rookie who has never played a formal NBA game. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? No, we have no conflicts between us. In fact, since the chaotic end of last season, we have all come together as one under Coach McMillan, united against the outside. And Gao, like Yao from Houston, is a big guy with an outstanding personality and skills. We really like him. Of course, he is equally pleased with our enthusiasm and has expressed his friendliness in his own way. As Randolph spoke, he felt a twitch in his nose. A deep-seated pain surged through him, and his tear ducts began to act up again. Gao, how do you view the incident regarding you wearing the Trailblazers number 10 jersey for the new season? Gouda was brought up regarding the recent jersey controversy, as both he and Trailblazers starting center Joel Przybilla wore number 10, leading to some public disputes, but he had not discussed the matter with Przybilla. Coincidentally, Przybilla was also asked about the related issues during his media interview on another court. After some thought, he seriously replied, "I will be wearing my college number 13 jersey in the new season, and I have not received any notifications regarding the use of the team's number 10 jersey." Implied in his words was that he was relinquishing the rights to the number 10 jersey, and the new number owner, the rookie Gouda, was evidently the new master of that jersey. Przybilla and Travis Outlaw are the only two good kids on the Trailblazers who haven't had any negative news, but due to position conflicts and the team having a bloated interior lineup, the Trailblazers management is currently considering trading away some players. It was precisely because of Przybilla actions today that he successfully garnered favor from the management, placing his name near the top of the team's protection list for a long time thereafter. Gouda was contemplating how to diplomatically sidestep this topic when he was informed that the team's management planned to give him the rights to wear the number 10 jersey, allowing him to continue wearing the same number he had in college while competing in the NBA. Gouda was quite surprised by this. He felt grateful and guilty for Przybilla's proactive concession and sacrifice, resolving to have a heart-to-heart chat with him after the media open session tonight. During the photo shoot session, Gouda, sporting a buzz cut, perfectly matched the rebellious spirit of this trail. Wearing the number 10 jersey, he stood alongside Randolph, Juan Dixon, Sebastian Telfair, and Steve Blake, forming the starting five lineup. This photo, which is likely to leave a deep mark in the history of the Trailblazers, serves as the cover photo for the 05-06 season of this Western Conference dark horse. Of course, the starting lineup for the team next season could change at any time. These five are not set in stone as the starters. Moreover, the Trailblazers are considered to be one of the most chaotic teams in the league at this time, with competition for positions being the trend. In the original history of this season, didn't Przybilla push last season's starting center Theo Ratliff out? Looking at this cover photo gathering players of the yellow, white, and black races, Nate McMillan nodded in satisfaction. He believes that this season they will achieve much better results than in the past two seasons. Portland fans will no longer despair over the team's prison-like atmosphere and their dismal regular season record. With the conclusion of the Trailblazers Media Day, the entire basketball atmosphere in Oregon began to stir, and the Trailblazers number 10 jersey printed with Geo quickly became a trend throughout Portland. Almost all the billboards outside the Rose Garden were rented out for an entire season, with large promotional photos of Gouda and the starting five posted in the plaza outside the arena. Not just the Trailblazers, but all NBA teams are busy preparing for the upcoming season, with some whispers of trades brewing in the free market. For a long period afterward, Gouda seamlessly integrated into the despised team of the Trailblazers, even subtly becoming the glue among various small factions in the locker room. This was something Coach McMillan clearly sensed. On the court, the situation of each player fighting solo and opting for unknown plays throughout the past season was gradually decreasing. While there were still instances of the toxic faction, led by Randolph, frequently performing insane unknowns in practice, they were vastly outnumbered by the improvements seen over the past few seasons. Moreover, Gauda was very willing to assist his teammates in defense, capable of reaching almost every corner of the court before the opponents could react, truly embodying the description of a center's physique combined with a guard's speed. In the internal scrimmages, he often showcased spectacular scenes of volleyball-style blocks and violence. What McMillan valued most was his terrifying defensive ability showcased in recent days, where even the nimble guards like Terrell and Juan Dixon, or the physically explosive forward Little Wolf King Miles, or even the team's leading scorer Randolph, found it difficult to score directly over him. Most astonishingly, he could maintain this high defensive efficiency throughout an entire game with no sign of the fatigue issues that often plagued his compatriot Yao Ming. Now, every time the internal scrimmage began in the afternoon practice, the main players led by Randolph and the second faction led by Terrell started to compete for Gauda's usage rights. Since the latter joined the Trail Blazers, his side had never lost in any training day. Even the team's general manager Patterson and McMillan praised Gauda's defense as being at the level of the league's best defensive players. Who wouldn't love a teammate who was like a Big Ben focused solely on defense without engaging in offense? Especially for this group of stat hunters and the Trail Blazers, having such a teammate means their own stats could soar. After successfully gaining weight to 115 kilograms, Gauda found that neither his mobility nor his defensive range was affected in the slightest, and importantly, his ability to guard effectively had significantly improved. In direct matchups, Randolph's shooting percentage over Gauda in the past few days was only 25. Although this guy isn't usually an efficient scorer. As mid-October approached, NBA teams were about to begin the preseason for the 2005-2006 season. It was at this moment that a trade was revealed in the free market. The Trail Blazers, Lakers, and Wizards completed a three-team trade. The Trail Blazers sent potential interior players Travis Outlaw, who was picked 23rd in the 2003 draft, and Victor Kriapa, the 22nd pick in 2004, along with starting guard Sebastian Telfair, to acquire forward Karen Butler from the Lakers. The Lakers sent forward Karen Butler, who averaged 15.62, and guard Atkins to acquire the first overall pick Kwame Brown from the Wizards and talented interior player Travis Outlaw from the Trail Blazers, significantly enhancing the depth of their benches. Interior lineup: the Wizards traded Kwame Brown for last year's first-round pick Ukrainian interior player Victor Kriapa, and Lakers guard Atkins along with the talented point guard Telfair, who was often compared to the #1 high school player in America alongside Howard. From the current situation of the three teams, this trade could be considered a win-win for all parties involved. The Trail Blazers boasted the most talented cadre of interior players in the league: Kriapa, Outlaw, Miles, Porzingis, and Brian Snare. This year they also managed to acquire the first overall pick Gauda. Which of the aforementioned players isn't already a renowned genius in interior play with numerous accolades? These players are top-tier talents from the same draft class, with the lowest pick being Outlaw at 22nd overall, while Porzingis and Gauda were the 9th overall and the first overall pick this year respectively. Their interior lineup is overwhelmingly crowded, so much so that several talented interior players who could start on other teams can only compete for one starting position here. God knows how many promising interior talents the Portland Trail Blazers management has squandered. General Manager Patterson's trade not only significantly alleviated the conflict of competition for positions among the team's interior players, but also brought in a solid forward who averaged 15 points, Karen Butler, thereby strengthening the team's weakest forward lineup. In the past season, the Telfair, Stoudemire, Van Exel trio had occupied the starting positions for the first three spots. It's hard to imagine that players like Darius Miles and Sharif Abdurrahim, who are both 2.06 tall, have long occupied the Trail Blazers' starting small forward position for nearly 2 or 3 years while playing a perimeter-oriented game. Resolving the issue of talent overcrowding in the interior and acquiring a near all-star level forward can definitely be considered one of the best offseason moves this year. Looking across the entire league, only the Portland Trail Blazers could satisfy the Lakers' need for the next potential interior genius like O'Neal and the Wizards' demand for a promising point guard and potential interior player. Compared to the historical occurrence of this trade, the current situation undoubtedly reflects a win-win scenario for all three parties. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was mid-October, the start of the NBA preseason. Regarding player registration height, Gauda had a dispute with Coach McMillan. "Coach Nate, you have to trust me, just fill in 2.06 for my height. Anyway, I play the center position. Who will care about the height?" In the Trail Blazers locker room, Randolph Ratliff Ellis and the newly reported Karen Butler all wore puzzled. Who would have thought that a day before the new season began, the team's future building block and the head coach would argue over the issue of registered height? And is it really that important whether it's a few inches longer or shorter? Perhaps it is quite important. In any case, this argument seemed completely unnecessary to them, especially to Zach Randolph. He now stood beside Gauda, slightly looking up at Gauda, who was obviously on a different level, saying nothing, and the atmosphere fell into silence. McMillan also had no words pointing at Zach Randolph, who measured 204.5 centimeters barefoot, registered as 2.06 m, and then pointed at Gao De, who was half a head taller than him, seemingly saying, "This is the real 2.06 m." In the end, Gao De's player height for the new season was still registered as 2.06 m, and no one knew how he convinced Coach McMillan. However, for the next half season, every time they traveled for games, Gao De would take Ellis to McMillan's room. Don't get it wrong, that was just to help Coach Nate with his laundry. This year's preseason featured a particularly unique matchup, with the combatants being the Portland Trail Blazers and the Houston Rockets, often referred to by domestic fans in a few years as the China Derby. On October 14th, the NBA preseason officially kicked off. Gao De's phone had been ringing non-stop since morning, from Schwartz to Nate McMillan, then to Ellis, and finally, even Randolph sent him a message: "Don't be afraid, rookie. Today is your professional debut, and I've got your back, so just play your game." Although he felt a warm glow upon reading the message, Gao De couldn't help but grumble. Who is really backing home? With your defense as casual as a stroll in the park, I would be exhausted trying to cover the paint alongside you. Schwartz and McMillan urged him to arrive at the Rose Garden an hour early, as there were numerous media outlets lining up for interviews, with Gao De nearly covering all the major sports media from both China and the United States. The local Chinese newspaper Portland News described this morning in the City of Roses. A small third-tier city like Portland usually doesn't experience heavy traffic, but on a certain morning, due to Gao's arrival, it transformed overnight into a bustling metropolis like Los Angeles or New York. Describing the neighborhoods around the Rose Garden with the idioms of heavy traffic and difficult to move is by no means an exaggeration. As Gao De and his assistant Ellis entered the arena, fans on both sides of the road went wild, waving at them. Ellis, with keen eyes, noticed that many of the faces among the crowd were Chinese. In fact, back during Gao De's college days, similar scenes would unfold every time Wake Forest University had a game. The pre-game interviews took nearly 3 hours, and it wasn't until 10 minutes before the team gathered at the Rose Garden at 1 p.m. that Gao De finished all his media engagements. Although this was merely a preseason game, the coaching staff showed no signs of underestimating it, maintaining their high demands for the players. Strangely enough, this notoriously infamous Trailblazers team had not shown any peculiarities of absences, tardiness, or early departures, at least not during the 2 or 3 months since Gao De joined. Aside from putting on all-out brawls during practice and forming cliques to support local club girls after training, the overall quality displayed by the teammates was far from the negative portrayal by the media. Well, while some do indulge in marijuana, as long as it's not performance-enhancing drugs like XFJ and doesn't violate league regulations, there's really nothing to worry about. Warm-ups, training scrimmages, and post-game practice. All the usual processes for a regular training day were present. By around 6 in the evening, the Rose Garden Arena became the most dazzling sight in all of Portland. Basketball is, after all, the most popular sport in Oregon. In this place, the attractions of baseball, soccer, and wrestling pale in comparison to basketball. Sports fans here are more enthusiastic about spending dozens of dollars, if not $100 or $200, to watch an NBA regular season game, getting up close to local basketball stars, and experiencing the fervor of competitive sports. Before the game, the team's dedicated trainer assigned to Gao De was guiding him through warm-ups. Preseason games are different from regular season games. In the 5 to 6 NBA preseason games, each team can have over 20 players on the court, but once it transitions to formal events, the regular season, the team roster can have a maximum of only 15. For established starters like Kobe, Yao, McGrady, Duncan, and Arenas, whether they play in the preseason is entirely dependent on their mood. Zach Randolph of the Trailblazers naturally held such privileges, but to showcase his prowess to the rookie, he had earnestly prepared for a long time. That night, Gao De also spotted Hee Shingjin, a South Korean center who had been demoted to the Development League by the Trailblazers coaching staff, in the locker room. He was selected by the Blazers with the 46th pick in the second round last year, but was quickly sent to play for the Portland Renegades in the ABA due to a crowded frontcourt and insufficient personal skill. His physique was undoubtedly the tallest and most imposing. However, when Gao De entered the locker room, he looked like a bullied elementary student standing alone in the corner, watching his teammates chat and laugh together. This contrasted sharply with the warm welcome Gao De received upon entering the locker room, where all the main Trailblazers players, including Ruben Patterson and Randolph, greeted him enthusiastically. "What the hell, the rookies who are usually never late, why are you the last one to arrive at the locker room today?" Ratliff pulled off his headphones and playfully punched Gao De on the shoulder. His demeanor, quite friendly though combined with his somewhat childish face, it carried a hint of a shakedown. "Don't even get me started, this is ridiculous. Dealing with that bunch of media is even more torturous than making me train nonstop for 24 hours. Listening to Gao De's complaints laced with a hint of pride, the notoriously divided Trailblazers team surprisingly showed a rare moment of unity, collectively giving the smug rookie the middle finger. Most of them had little playing time that night, which didn't mean that head coach McMillan didn't trust them, nor did it imply that they were unwilling to play, but rather that more opportunities were being given to Gauda Ellis and other players eager to prove themselves. The opponent for the first game of the preseason is the Houston Rockets. Yes, you heard that right, the Houston Rockets led by the Yamagrady duo. Under the meticulous planning of general manager Dawson, the Rockets' offseason trades were rated by Sports Illustrated's column as one of the best signings of the summer of '05. They first selected Luther Head, one of the three Illini, with the 24th pick in the draft, addressing the issue of insufficient firepower off the bench for the upcoming season. Then they created a smokescreen over the entire offseason, claiming they were pursuing Nets guard Jason Kidd, while in fact they signed Grizzlies Stromile Swift using the mid-level exception. The latter could have signed a lucrative contract starting at $7 million with the Nets or Knicks, yet willingly accepted the Rockets' mid-level offer, and no one knows what he was thinking. Once the free agency period opened, Dawson quickly signed the waived Derek Anderson from the Trailblazers for a contract worth less than $2 million a year, and Rockets head coach Jeff Van Gundy deemed it a transaction where you get what you pay for. Thus, Dawson resolved the two major issues of the Rockets' weak frontcourt and lack of dynamic guard play from last season using a mid-level exception and veteran minimum contracts, while also offering Yao Ming a 5-year $80 million max extension. And tonight, Yao Ming also arrived in Portland with the team and officially met Gauda during the pregame warm-up. So how are you adapting to life on a professional team? Countless media surrounded the two Chinese giants with the sound of film rolling frantically in their ears. This was Gauda's first formal meeting with Yao Ming, although they had exchanged contact information through Coach Zhang before and had spoken a few times on the phone. The reporters from the CCTV program on site had already thought up the headlines for tomorrow's news, the NBA debut of two Chinese giants. On the other side, the Chinese giants Yao Ming and Gauda were engaged in conversation, while a Rockets player warming up on the other half couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Is it really true that Yao is only 2.06 tall? It feels like if he bends his waist a little more, he'd be the same height as this guy." This rookie's true height is definitely one of the biggest mysteries in the NBA. As the first public appearance of Gauda and Yao Ming in front of the media came to an end, the game quickly began. The large screen under the Rose Garden Dome displayed the starting lineups for both teams tonight. Houston Rockets away: David Wesley PG, Luther Head SG, Chuck Hayes SF, Juwan Howard PF, Stromeyer Swift C. Portland Trail Blazers home: Juan Dixon PG, Monta Ellis SG, Karen Butler SF, Zach Randolph PF, Gauda C. Just from the starting lineup, the Trailblazers are undoubtedly the stronger side, with two near all-star level players leading the way, exhibiting a level of intensity typical of the regular season. However, everyone knows that Coach McMillan's intention in doing this is to help Gauda, Butler, and Ellis quickly integrate into the team system. On the Rockets side, Yao Ming sat on the bench, who, as a star of his caliber, he didn't need to participate in a preseason. He came to Portland just to meet Gauda, otherwise, like his teammates Tracy McGrady and Uncle Moo, he would have found an excuse to stay home and play video games. During the jump ball, Gauda and Swift's both explosive jumpers faced off against each other, a true matchup of talent. Ultimately, Gauda had the upper hand. Amidst the chaos, the basketball was tipped into Ellis' hands. An unexpected incident occurred right at the start of the game. Dixon moved forward to receive the ball, but rookie Ellis completely ignored him, taking the ball and dribbling past half court himself. In fact, this reflected the chaotic playstyle of the Trailblazers during this period. Meanwhile, back in China, CCTV was broadcasting live coverage following the on-site footage. This was Gauda's first NBA game, attracting a large number of domestic fans to watch online. Facing the seasoned David Wesley's defense, Ellis struggled to shake him off with several changes of direction. Left with no choice, he called for a pick, and Gauda stepped up to set the screen for him. Unexpectedly, as soon as he had room to shoot, Ellis decisively took a three-pointer from beyond the arc. Bang! The shooting rhythm that had him making 28 consecutive three-pointers during warm-ups did not carry over into the game, and Ellis' shot clanged off the rim. Fortunately, it resulted in a long rebound, and Gauda, with his superior height, secured the rebound. After landing, he surprisingly found that no Rockets player was closing in on him. Swift's even more assured that he wouldn't dare shoot from mid-range, didn't even step out of the 3-second area, merely extending his hand for a remote interference. Swish! How could Gauda pass up such an easy scoring opportunity? He took a shot from mid-range, and the basketball sailed through the net. Under the watchful eyes of many, seeing Swift's slightly awkward expression, Gauda felt a thrill of delight in his heart. This was no different from practicing free throws. Damn it, why didn't I think that Yao's compatriot might have inherited that soft shooting touch? I can't treat him as just a... On the Rockets' possession, David Wesley organized the offensive play. The first attempt to pick and roll with Swift's quickly exposed a gap in the Trailblazers' guard defense. Facing an open basket, Wesley easily attempted a layup. Smack! Before he could bask in his glory, Gauda, charging in from the baseline, instinctively sniffed out the basketball's arc with his beast-like defensive awareness and intercepted it midair. Another block, another block. Ward. What? This kid's entire arm is way above the rim. How could a shot from this height be blocked? The defensive ability of the Chinese rookie is terrifyingly impressive. Fans in the stands widened their eyes staring at this unbelievable scene, and even Yao Ming, who witnessed it, felt astonished. With such athleticism, even if you brought in the best performing player from the Chinese national team's fitness tests, they'd still be left in the dust. What on earth has Gauda been eating to grow up this way? Yao Ming posed a soul-searching question about Gauda's terrifying physical attributes. Meanwhile, Wesley, still dazed, saw Gauda launch a long pass to Ellis, who was fast breaking down the court. With the assist badge lighting up, the beloved duo re-emerged. Trailblazers number 8, guard Monta Ellis, easily scored with a layup. 4-0. The two rookies acquired by the Trailblazers in this year's draft scored all the first 4 points of the game, each making a basket. Ellis, who easily ran out for a scoring opportunity, and Gauda shared a close interaction. Though they had known each other for less than half a year, they had already developed an extraordinary level of synergy and trust. Pow, I shouldn't be here. Ew, I should be under the car seeing how sweet you two are. The Rockets had learned their lesson this time. Knowing that the Trailblazers' number 10 kid excelled at defensive rotations, they avoided trying to create scoring opportunities through pick and rolls and directly lobbed the ball to Howard for a onion against Randolph. Uncle Howard in his prime was a typical no-man's-land player capable of playing from the 3 position to the 5, just like Jamison on the current Wizards team, possessing back-to-the-basket skills, face-up offense, low-post footwork, as well as decent passing and shooting. What an ultimate ideal center for the small ball era. After backing down and executing a step-back jumper, he did so seamlessly, without any interruption. Swish. Randolph didn't have time to interfere and could only watch as the ball went through the hoop. What the hell? So you want to play back-to-the-basket moves with me? Do you really think I, the Portland O'Neal, am made of money? In the next possession, Randolph actively sought position, and Juan Dixon felt quite frustrated, but he couldn't deny him. After all, Randolph was the only big leg on the Trailblazers right now. Similarly, Randolph couldn't stop Uncle Howard. Oh well, let's not mention Uncle Howard at this time. There are hardly any 4 positions in the entire league capable of containing Randolph's offense. After just a few bumps, Uncle Howard couldn't hold on, and Randolph turned around to easily bank the shot, not forgetting to teach Gauda on the other side of the 3-second area. Did you see? This is Zach's unique low-post technique. Oh, learn well, rookie. Gauda seemed to not have very good relations within the Trailblazers. Seeing this, Yao Ming couldn't help but feel concerned for Gauda, recalling how he also faced some unfair treatment when he first entered the league. Thus, he understood the importance of building good relationships with teammates. However, not long after, he witnessed a baffling scene. On the Rockets side, Uncle Howard's hook shot missed, and Gauda and Randolph turned to contest the rebound simultaneously. In such situations, a somewhat perceptive rookie would typically yield for the rebound. But Gauda did not, and his extra elbow movement while grabbing the rebound reminded Yao Ming of something familiar. Isn't this the instinctive move that Uncle Moo performs every time he grabs a rebound? Why does this kid so young have such insights about those unspoken elbow tactics against inside players? Damn it, that pesky rookie. Randolph suddenly felt a twitch in his nose, reluctantly giving up on the idea of fighting for the rebound. Juan Dixon, unable to penetrate through the entire court, followed closely behind. The Rockets Swifts grabbed the rebound, about to pass the ball to Wesley, who was coming to receive it, but as he turned around, he found Gauda standing right in front of him. Just a little tiptoe and a reach, he achieved a steal. What a foolish idiot. Many Rockets fans watching on TV rolled their eyes at this scene. Gauda couldn't help but laugh at the steal. He had long heard that Swifts who only knew how to dunk had low basketball IQ, but he didn't expect it to be this low. Instead of observing his surroundings after grabbing the rebound, he threw the ball to a teammate like he was tossing a hot potato. Those who didn't know would think he had butterfingers. Damn. Gauda bent his knees to prepare for a jump, and Swifts quickly realized what he was about to do, but it was already too late. Gauda's legs took off like they were strapped to rockets, and Swifts, in a hasty attempt to jump for a block, had no time to react. All he heard was the sound of the rim creaking, accompanied by a familiar curse. Tomato. Bang boom. GA. Swifts felt as if the world was going dark. Usually he was the one dunking on others, but today, in a mere preseason game, he was dunked on by a rookie. It was truly a test of physical confrontation for inside players under the basket. With this play, Gauda relied on his superior jumping speed to reach a certain height first, then finished with overwhelming power. Swifts, who was knocked to the ground, still could not believe the truth of being dunked on. Looking at Gauda and his teammates, who were all excitedly celebrating, the only thought left in his mind was, is this really 2.06 meters? The first NBA second overall pick of the new century, Strohmeyer Swifts found himself in a deep state of confusion. A visually stunning dunk. This is a dunk that could easily be featured in the best highlights of the NBA preseason. The Houston Rockets' beastly power forward was intercepted by Gauda and successfully dunked over. This is what true beastly play looks like. Domestic fans, upon witnessing such a violent and spectacular dunk early in the morning, had their groggy minds instantly awakened. With the incoherent commentary from teacher Sun Junping, one thought is likely shared by all domestic fans at this moment: what the hell is the NBA's beastly inside play? Just look at Gauda. This is what a beast truly is. Among the flying beasts of the NBA, the athletically top-tier Swift was completely shocked by Gauda's astonishing dunk during the official game, undoubtedly challenging the nerves of domestic fans. On the sidelines, the Portland Trail Blazers bench was in chaos, everyone appearing as if they might topple over at any moment. They too were excited by Gauda's violent dunk. Seeing this scene, Yao Ming was both shocked and somewhat relieved, as it seemed that Xiao Gao's rapport within the team wasn't so bad after all. After all, in competitive sports, the strong reign supreme. After today's game, it is likely that Xiao Gao's position in the team will see a slight improvement. Little did the chatty Yao know that for Gauda the issue was no longer about whether he could integrate into the Trailblazers, but rather what kind of transformation he could bring to the team. Very well, let us witness your cohesion and resilience on the court. In this post-HC rule era of the NBA, nearly all teams emphasize defense and toughness. Coach McMillan is certainly one of them. During the break, Gauda received the most praise, having played the entire first quarter and recorded 8 points, 4 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 steal, and 1 block, making him the current leading scorer of the game. As a rookie center in his first year, you cannot expect him to perform any better. Gauda was also satisfied with his performance in the first quarter, but he did not hold much optimism for the upcoming games, knowing that he would soon face the strongest center of the post-Olajuwon era in Houston. As soon as he appeared, the Chinese fans in the Rose Garden stands erupted in cheers and screams for this great wall of China. Gauda's keen eyes caught sight of several attractive girls. At the start of the match, they were holding up their photos and signs, but now, just by turning them over, they had become longtime fans of Yao Ming. Well, while sharing the love, As the highly anticipated Rookie of the Year by the Rockets management, Liu Sihade was given the opportunity to continue playing in the second quarter, well, essentially as a tool to pass the ball to Yao Ming from the perimeter. Whoa. Standing before him, Yao resembled a mountain, towering and robust. He hadn't noticed this during the interview earlier. Gauda, a staunch fan of Yao Ming in his past life, naturally knew that this year marked a qualitative change in Yao's NBA career. Between 2005 and 2010, Yao Ming, the Rockets coaching staff, and his team had been experimenting with adjustments in both weight gain and loss. The year 2005 was pivotal as Yao increased his weight from 295 pounds, approximately 134 kilograms, to 310 pounds, 141 kilograms. This weight gain primarily stemmed from muscle growth, prompting him to alter his playing style, becoming a traditional center more focused on strength. In other words, Yao Ming exchanged the shortening of his career span and an increased risk of injury for several peak years of unmatched low-post dominance in the NBA, becoming the first center during a transitional period for the league's 5 position. Starting from this season, a series of injuries such as osteomyelitis of the big toe, a fracture in the left foot, and a tibial stress fracture in the right knee would plague this red giant, causing his career to resemble a shooting star, quickly falling just as it reached its zenith. Of course, this did not prevent him from repeatedly making Gauda look like a mere background figure on defense tonight. Thud, thud, thud. Under the immense size difference, Gauda's proud interior defense could only withstand 3 blows. Pushed into the reasonable collision zone by Yao Ming's bulldozer-like force, Gauda prepared to execute his retreat maneuver, only for Chairman Yao to keenly sense his intention, combining the ball spinning and shooting. Swish. So smooth it felt as if he had devoured an entire Dove chocolate before the game. The despairing shooting height left Gao to feeling the frustration of a skilled cook unable to make a meal without ingredients. Damn, this is just too sneaky. Gauda could only watch helplessly as the basketball fell through the net, finally experiencing the grievance and powerlessness that the Orlando Joy Beast would feel years later when facing Yao Ming. This towering figure who combined height and strength with skill. Are you going to defend with your head? After scoring, Chairman Yao didn't forget to smile and give some advice to the younger players. You can try to interfere by circling in front. Damn it. After hearing Chairman Yao's suggestion, Gauda just wanted to curse. Circle in front to interfere with your catch, and then you directly spin past me for a dunk to make it a 21. Do you really think I haven't seen how you play years later? But Gauda had to admit this was indeed the only effective way to limit Yao Ming's low post isolation at the moment. Oh, maybe there's another way. Yao Ming's stamina. Rookie, can you handle this? If not, let that guy Theo take the defense. Don't embarrass yourself here. Hearing the ridicule from Randolph, Gauda ignored him and turned to participate in the offense. But he didn't expect to be backstabbed by his younger brother in the next round. Ellis, unable to stand seeing his leader being bullied, got the ball and specifically waited beyond the 3-point line for Gauda to position himself, and then, I'm just coming up to set a screen for you. What does it mean when you pass the ball to me? Watching as Ellis tossed the ball to him without looking back, then gave him a look of trust that said, "Boss, I believe in you. Take down that big guy from the Rockets." He ran to the baseline to create space. The other Trailblazers teammates on the court naturally enjoyed the show. Thus, this round formed an interesting scene. Gauda and Yao Ming, two Chinese big men, faced off unknown near the free throw line, while the other teammates created space for them. Gauda was stunned, instinctively raising his hand to shoot. Yao Ming quickly moved forward to block, but the ball was already released. Given the level of interference, it shouldn't. Swish. The crisp sound of the net rang out, and the ball actually went in. In the moment of shooting, a bronze badge flashed in Gauda's sight. Oh, so that's what long-distance specialist means. A hint of surprise flashed in Yao Ming's eyes as he realized that Gauda really was quite similar to Kevin Garnett, as written on his player template, not only in terms of exceptional help defense coverage, but also with a refined mid-range shooting touch. Little did he know that Gauda's shot was purely luck, and he thought Gauda was a devoted fan of Garnett, sharing the same playing style. Domestic fans didn't care whether he got lucky. A score is a score, especially after Yao Ming successfully isolated Gauda in the previous round. Gauda responded immediately. "Nice shot. Rookie, you're not completely useless." Randolph's words during the game might have exceeded what he said in a week in the locker room. For some reason, he always liked to engage with Gauda, even if their interactions were mostly filled with mutual mockery and insults. Yao Ming also encouraged Gauda with an expectant look. It was game time, and as the Rockets star center, he couldn't directly praise Gauda's spectacular shot. In fact, Yao Ming was purely a publicity stunt for this game. The Rockets coaching staff couldn't possibly let him play for too long. A big-bodied all-star center like him was rare in the league, aside from Miami's Shaquille O'Neal. The Rockets coaching staff treasured him too much to let him play in a meaningless preseason game unless they received a covert hint from the league. So 6 minutes into the second quarter, Yao Ming was substituted, and he didn't step onto the court for the remainder of the game. Gauda, Randolph, and Ratliff, along with the rest of the Blazers' big men, collectively sighed in relief. In just half a quarter, Gauda, Ratliff, and Joel Przybilla, who took turns defending Yao Ming, each racked up 4 fouls, quickly closing the gap in the score. The dominance of peak Yao Ming was terrifying. To stop him from continuously scoring on the court, it seemed that only fouls and injuries could do the trick. Ultimately, the Trailblazers won this preseason game at home with a score of 8-5-7-9. Gauda played for 33.4 minutes in this game, shooting 7 of 12 for 18 points, 11 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 blocks, and 1 steal, with 3 fouls on defense. Randolph and new Trailblazer Karen Butler both scored 14 points, showing impressive efficiency. Ellis, as the Trailblazers' most frequent shooter in this preseason game, only made 2 field goals out of 9 attempts, finishing with a meager 5 points, 4 assists, and 1 rebound, and was criticized by many media outlets for being exposed and a team cancer. Fortunately, with the consolation from his big brother Gauda, the inexperienced Ellis managed to avoid break. Speaking of which, this kid had a rough day. As the clear weakest starter, he stood at only 190 centimeters and faced relentless attacks from Lutherhead and Wesley. On the offensive end, there was also another guard on the team, Dixon, vying for possession. As is well known, when this typical dual-threat guard couldn't get going offensively, his impact on the court was equivalent to that of a leg accessory, contributing virtually nothing. When he was on the court, only Gauda was willing to set screens and pass to him, and Coach McMillan clearly understood this, thus their playing times mostly overlapped. On the Rockets side, the highest scorer was Uncle Ho with 16 points, followed by rookie Lutherhead, who shot 3 of 5 from beyond the arc for 15 points. Yao Ming was substituted out in less than 6 minutes, but still posted the highest offensive efficiency of either team. 3 of 5 from the field and 4 of 4 from the free throw line, for 10 points, 3 rebounds, and 1 block, leading the Rockets bench to erase a 10-point deficit in that brief 6 minutes. Especially during the 6 minutes when he directly matched up with Gauda, domestic fans were treated to an exhilarating. One possessed a historically unparalleled athletic talent, while the other boasted one of the top 5 offensive powers in NBA history. One played with a flamboyant style, filled with violent aesthetics. The other was an uncontainable low-post killer whose scoring skills were impossible to restrict. This was simply a once-in-a-decade basketball feast for domestic fans. Gauda delivered an almost perfect preseason debut, completely shattering the doubts about his draft status. After the game, he attended a domestic interview with Yao Ming at CCTV, leaving behind a precious group photo. Zhang Weiping stood in the center, flanked by Yao Ming and Gauda. This photo, spanning 3 eras of the Chinese men's basketball team, will become the key to opening the next golden decade of Chinese basketball, symbolizing the highest honor achieved by Chinese athletes in the NBA.